Chapter 401. Think of her as me. What did she get? Huo Liancheng's hand moved around Jian Yun's body as he asked absent-mindedly. He hated that woman called Lin Lanlan more and more now. She had already left, and she was still making a long speech to affect his happy life. It was really intolerable. Oh, if I guess correctly, she is imitating me. Jian Yun used her thumb and index finger to compare to the shape of a pistol and placed it on her chin. Her brows were tightly locked, and she looked like Detective Conan. When I was in college, I liked to wear a white dress for a while. At that time, she also learned from me and always wore the same clothes as me. Shu Haiyan later told me that the first time he had sex with Lin Lanlan, he really thought of her as me. Because at that time, no matter from appearance to clothing, she was too similar to me. What does that have to do with me? Huo Liancheng was not happy when Jian Yun mentioned Shu Haiyan a few times, especially when he heard Jian Yun say Shu Haiyan treated Lin Lanlan like her when he had sex with Lin Lanlan. I was thinking about it. Does she think that you like this kind of little white lotus type and intend to use the same old trick again? Jian Yun clicked her tongue a few times. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was correct. Huo Liancheng really admired Jian Yun's logical reasoning. Aya, don't look like that. I haven't gotten to the point yet. Jian Yun turned her head and saw Huo Liancheng's handsome face darken. She could not help but twitch her lips and hurriedly told her conjecture. I think Lin Lanlan approached you not only because you are my man, but also because I think she has other motives. You mean that she has someone behind her? Huo Liancheng was smart enough to guess what Jian Yun wanted to say. Yes. Jian Yun gently touched her cheek with her index finger. She has been living a luxurious life overseas for years. My father does not have that much money to give her, so I guess she must have found a sponsor a long time ago. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. Jian Yun thought about it, and then exclaimed, but it doesn't make sense. Even if her sponsor knows about her relationship with me, my relationship with you has only been made public recently. Could there really be such a coincidence? Don't think about it. Let's get down to business. Huo Liancheng was anxious and impatient. He had long been impatient with Jian Yun dawdling here. He immediately raised his gun. Sigh, I haven't thought about it clearly. Jian Yun turned around and rolled away. What are you thinking about? What are those messy people and things to think about? Huo Liancheng's eyes turned red. He reached out and pulled Jian Yun back. Come here. Hey, you just scratched me. I haven't forgiven you yet. Jian Yun tried her best to escape. Then let your husband perform well and serve you comfortably. You will definitely forgive your husband. Huo Liancheng laughed evilly and said shamelessly. Jian Yun was also amused by Huo Liancheng's shameless words. She could not help but roll her eyes at Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng opened his hand to her and she rolled into his arms. She couldn't help laughing. The warmth could be felt at any moment. But today was not a peaceful day. Just as the two of them were ready, Huo Liancheng's phone rang. Damn it. Huo Liancheng was furious. He wanted to smash his phone, but when he saw the name on the screen, he picked it up. Jian Yun also sighed. Although she was not very passionate about anything, she could not stand it when she turned off the engine every time she got halfway. Huo Liancheng only heard a few words from the other side. Jian Yun felt his body suddenly stiffen and his handsome face turn cold. What's wrong? After Huo Liancheng hung up the phone, Jian Yun hurriedly asked. Huo Liancheng sat up and started to put on his clothes. He was not interested in doing anything embarrassing anymore. Chenxing called. The culprit is dead. What? He's dead. Jian Yun was shocked and sat up. Then what should we do? Now that they were in a peaceful society, the death of a person was a big deal. Even if their status was as high as the Huo family, if they did not handle this matter well, it would turn into a scandal. Once someone took advantage of them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry. Huo Liancheng saw that Jian Yun was nervous. He turned around and touched her face. He kissed her forehead and comforted her. He died in the police station. There was no interrogation to force a confession. He died just like that after drinking water. It will not affect me. That's good. Jian Yun let out a sigh of relief. She wiped the cold sweat off her head. God knows how scared she was at that moment. She did not want to implicate Huo Liancheng because of her. I need to go out now. You stay here. Chen Mu's is outside. Call him if you need anything. Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's face and kissed her hard. Yes, okay. Jian Yun watched Huo Liancheng's figure disappear outside the door, but she could not calm down. She had a vague feeling that danger was approaching, but she could not tell where this feeling came from. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Cheng Mu's voice came, Sister Jian, the clothes are here. They are here. I'm going out. Okay. Jian Yun replied and slid down from the bed. She heard the sound of the door closing and opened the door to the lounge. She saw a dress hanging on the door handle. Jian Yun took it off and went back to the lounge to change. She looked at the time, and it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Her stomach suddenly rumbled. I'm so hungry. Sister Jian, come out after you change your clothes. Cheng Mu's walked in from outside with a thermos in his hand. He took out the food from the thermos one by one and arranged them. Jian Yun walked out from behind the door. She wrinkled her nose and sniffed. It smells so good. Cheng Muze smiled. Come out and eat. If it gets cold later, Lin will specially prepare it for you. Jianyun sat down and looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table in front of her. The color, fragrance, and taste were all present. She had an appetite just by looking at the dishes. Sister Jen, are you scared today? Cheng Muze sat across from Jianyun and asked as he watched her eat. It's okay. I didn't feel scared at the time. I thought about it later and was very scared. Jianyun drank a mouthful of soup. She thought about it and asked, have you eaten 4th brother? No. He was going to wait for you to eat. Cheng Muze raised his eyebrows. Then I'll leave some for him. Jianyun covered the lid of the food and put it back in the thermos. Cheng Muze was surprised. Sister Jian, do you think 4th brother will not have any food? Furthermore, 4th brother has a germophobia of cleanliness and never eats the leftovers of others. Really? Jianyun seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly looked at Cheng Muze and asked, by the way, why haven't I seen you recently? Where did you go? Don't tell me you went on a blind date. I'm so handsome and elegant. There's no need for a blind date. Cheng Muze curled his lips in disdain. Then, he licked his face and pretended to be flattered. 4th sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to actually care about me so much. Chapter 402, The Power of the Huo Family. Of course, Jianyun shrugged. After all, you are so obedient and so cute. Of course I have to care about you. Cheng Muze's eyelids twitched. Why does it sound like you are praising a dog? Jianyun could not help but laugh. Don't you feel honored? Cheng Muze was speechless. You and 4th brother are not family. You know how to exploit my poor child. How did he exploit you? Jianyun put Huo Liancheng's food away and continued to eat her own. She asked casually. She had indeed not seen Cheng Muze for a long time. She had been chatting happily with him. Naturally, she had to care about him. At the same time, she wanted to learn more about Huo Liancheng from him. Don't you know? The Huos had set up their headquarters in Qinghu City. There were many things they needed to do. 4th brother, who doesn't do proper work, doesn't care about his own company, and comes to the Mings to be their manager. Those big and small things will fall on me. You don't even know how busy I have been recently. Look. Cheng Muze said with a belly full of resentment. He pointed at his own eyes and complained. Do you see my dark circles? I have only slept for 3 or 4 hours in a few days. I am so tired. Oh, what a pity. Jianyun pretended to sigh and patted Cheng Muze on the head. Cheng Muze rolled his eyes. Sister Jian, can you not be so fake? Jianyun laughed. Of course she knew Cheng Muze's ability. Since Huo Liancheng asked him to do it, he would naturally be able to do it. Saying this now was just pretending to be pitiful. What she was more interested in was the matter of the Huo's headquarters moving to Qinghu City. Huo Liancheng rarely spoke much. He rarely talked about official matters and Jianyun would not ask about it. Therefore, she really did not know about the Huo's big move. So Jianyun changed the topic. The Huo's headquarters is moving over? Is Mr. Huo and Mrs. Huo moving over to Qinghu City too? That's not the case. Qinghu City is just the headquarters of Huo's in Huaxia. The headquarters is still the Mei Emperor. But I heard that Mrs. Huo and Mr. Huo have plans to stay here for a long time. Cheng Muze looked at Jianyun's expression, blinked his eyes, and asked in a very gossipy manner. Sister Jian, didn't you and 4th brother get married? Why are you still calling them Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo? Shouldn't you call them parents? Jianyun looked at Cheng Muze from the corner of her eye and sighed helplessly. You still want to ask? Of course I am not welcomed. Cheng Muze raised his eyebrows and a flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. Aunt doesn't like you? Jianyun pursed her lips and did not answer. Cheng Muze looked at Jianyun and smiled. But Sister Jian, you don't need to mind. Aunt has high standards. There are not many people in this world that she likes. It is normal that she does not like you. Let's not talk about this anymore. Jianyun felt her chest tighten when she thought of Shen Fengqi. Cheng Muze should not know what happened, and Jianyun did not want to talk about it. From the bottom of her heart, Jianyun rejected Shen Fengqi. Firstly, they were not related by blood. She would not be like Huo Liancheng and Huo Qingcheng, who had been giving up on Shen Fengqi. Secondly, Shen Fengqi already knew that she did not like her. The only few times they met, the atmosphere was very awkward. Jianyun did not have that kind of safe feeling. The more others did not like her, the more they wanted to stick to her. She could not do it. All right, then Sister Jian, what else do you want to know? Cheng Muze held his chin and watched Jianyun eat. He felt that this was really a kind of enjoyment. The woman in front of him was clean and elegant. She was different from the women he had met before. There was a kind of firm and warm aura on her body. It would be very comfortable to be with her. Cheng Muze sometimes thought that if he had met her first, he would definitely fall in love with her like 4th brother without hesitation and firmly occupy this warmth from then on. Jianyun put down her chopsticks and thought for a moment. She asked, Do you know what happened today? Cheng Muze raised his eyebrows and his expression became cold. You almost got hit by a car? Yes. Jianyun nodded and asked. Liancheng said that the culprit was sent to the police station and died in less than 2 hours. I heard from 4th brother. Cheng Muze put down his hand that was resting on his chin and frowned. A cold light flashed across the corner of his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. It's a little strange. Then, this person is dead. Could it be? Jian Yun bit her lips and worry appeared in her eyes. Could it be something? Cheng Mu's waited for a long time, but did not hear the second half of Jian Yun's sentence. Instead, he found that she was in a daze and could not help but ask curiously. What I mean is, will this matter have any negative impact on Liancheng? Jian Yun's brows were locked and she looked extremely worried. After all, someone died. Cheng Mu's did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Jian Yun with a strange look. Why are you looking at me like that? Jian Yun touched her face. Do I have rice on my face? Cheng Muze clicked his tongue. He shook his head and said, Sister Jian, do you still not know fourth brother's background and wealth? Cheng Mu's looked at Jian Yun and smiled. But Sister Jian, you don't need to mind. Aunt has high standards. There are not many people in this world that she likes. It is normal that she does not like you. Let's not talk about this anymore. Jian Yun felt her chest tighten when she thought of Shen Fangqi. Cheng Mu should not know what happened, and Jian Yun did not want to talk about it. From the bottom of her heart, Jian Yun rejected Shen Fangqi. Firstly, they were not related by blood. She would not be like Huo Liancheng and Huo Qingcheng, who had been giving up on Shen Fangqi. Secondly, Shen Fangqi already knew that she did not like her. The only few times they met, the atmosphere was very awkward. Jian Yun did not have that kind of saint feeling. The more others did not like her, the more they wanted to stick to her. She could not do it. All right then, Sister Jian, what else do you want to know? Cheng Muze held his chin and watched Jian Yun eat. He felt that this was really a kind of enjoyment. The woman in front of him was clean and elegant. She was different from the women he had met before. There was a kind of firm and warm aura on her body. It would be very comfortable to be with her. Cheng Muze sometimes thought that if he had met her first, he would definitely fall in love with her like fourth brother without hesitation, and firmly occupy this warmth from then on. Jian Yun put down her chopsticks and thought for a moment. She asked, Do you know what happened today? Cheng Muze raised his eyebrows and his expression became cold. You almost got hit by a car? Yes. Jian Yun nodded and asked. Liancheng said that the culprit was sent to the police station and died in less than 2 hours. I heard from fourth brother. Cheng Muze put down his hand that was resting on his chin and frowned. A cold light flashed across the corner of his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. It's a little strange. Then, this person is dead. Could it be? Jian Yun bit her lips and worry appeared in her eyes. Could it be something? Cheng Muze waited for a long time but did not hear the second half of Jian Yun's sentence. Instead, he found that she was in a daze and could not help but ask curiously. What I mean is, will this matter have any negative impact on Liancheng? Jian Yun's brows were locked and she looked extremely worried. After all, someone died. Cheng Muze did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Jian Yun with a strange look. Why are you looking at me like that? Jian Yun touched her face. Do I have rice on my face? Cheng Muze clicked his tongue. He shook his head and said, Sister Jian, do you still not know fourth brother's background and wealth? Chapter 403. The Past of Holland. Your classmate Wu Dunyu? What happened to her? Cheng Muze picked up the drink on the table and asked casually. Not Wu Wenjing, but another classmate. She was married for a few months and had an abortion today. Jian Yun could not help but think of Luo Yanyan's appearance when she went to Luo Yanyan's house and saw that she was covered in blood. She could not help touching her arms and felt her skin was cool. What's going on? Tell me. Cheng Muze took a sip of his drink and chatted with Jian Yun to divert her attention. After all, she had almost been hit by a car today. No matter what, she must have been frightened. If she could talk about something else, she could relax. Jian Yun narrowed her eyes and sneered. She married a man who listens to her mother's words. From the day she got married, she was bullied. They got married in a flash, and it was a child's wedding. Her mother-in-law suspects that this child is not her son's. Is there such a thing? Cheng Muze was very surprised. Is it her son? Don't you know? The old lady only believes in herself. She doesn't believe in anyone else. Jian Yun felt that Mrs. Qin was really the most stubborn person she had ever met and was very extreme. Even if the truth was right in front of her eyes, she did not believe it. She was only willing to believe her own ridiculous deduction. What happened after that? Cheng Muze was a very qualified listener. A few days ago, they quarreled once. Yanyan was so angry that she went to the hospital to protect her child for a few days. Yesterday, she just got out of the hospital and went home. This morning, the old lady went to quarrel again. As a result, Jian Yun paused and looked up. She saw that Cheng Muze was listening to her very seriously. She continued. In the end, Yanyan got a lot of blood. Originally, the child was saved, but after her mother-in-law came to the hospital, she made a big fuss. She kept criticizing and did not. Yanyan got angry, and then the third. When Jian Yun said this, her nose felt a little sore. She thought that Luo Yanyan should, after all, this child had been in her womb for more than 4 months. She felt the child's growth day by day, and would have more or less feelings. However, everything was ruined by Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin's extremism. If Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin were not so strange and overbearing as to find trouble and do everything in their power to control their son and meddle in the affairs of too many sons and wives, Luo Yanyan and Qin Dong should not have come to this stage. Don't be sad. To be honest, perhaps this is not a bad thing. Cheng Mu saw Jian Yun's eyes turn red and guessed that she should have a good relationship with this classmate called Yan Yan, so he told her his opinion. You also said that her man listens to everything and is so damn strong. Your friend should not be happy. This way, even if she gives birth, the situation will not change much. A person's personality is the result of many years and it is very hard to change. Her mother-in-law had prejudice against her, and this prejudice would accompany her for the rest of her life. Moreover, a child was not a panacea. Instead, it would be a catalyst. Didn't you see so many family conflicts that broke out after giving birth on the internet? Yes. Jin Yun nodded. You are right. Wu Wenjing and I have tried to persuade her before, but she was pregnant at that time. Although her husband listened to his mother's words, he was very honest and was very good to her. She could not hit the child for no reason. She could only hold on to a sliver of hope. Your friend should be very weak. Cheng Mu's knocked on the table with his finger and asked. How do you know? Jian Yun was surprised. Cheng Mu's laughed. Do you even need to ask? If she was very strong and met such a mother-in-law, she would definitely resist. How could she tolerate it like this? When people interact with others, it is always you who retreats and I advance. If you are strong, I will be weak. That's right, Yan Yan is just too weak. Jian Yun recalled what Luo Yanyan said to her before she got married and could not help sighing again. But fortunately Luo Yanyan finally thought it through. Today, Luo Yanyan proposed a divorce. Regardless of whether Qindong agreed to divorce her, at least Luo Yanyan expressed her attitude. She did not care. Sister Jian, why do you keep sighing today? It will be easy to get old. Cheng Mu's did not want Jian Yun to keep thinking about these bad things. He tried to change the topic. By the way, I heard that Sister Qing Cheng came back with you guys. I have been busy recently and have no time to see her. I'm free after work today. Take me to see her. I haven't seen her for a long time. She's not home. She went to Grandma's place. Jian Yun laid on the table. She went to Aunt's place? Cheng Mu's did not know that Huo Chencheng was awake. When he heard her, he was very surprised. How did she go? Is it convenient? Jian Yun looked up at Cheng Mu's. She hesitated for a moment but dzi not say anything. Although Cheng Muzi and Huo Liancheng had a good relationship and had always followed Huo Liancheng, Jian Yun was now very suspicious. She always felt that everyone around her could be spies that Huo Chengfeng had planted. She had to ask Huo Liancheng who could be trusted and who could not be trusted. Just as she was thinking about something, Jian Yun heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was Wu Wenjing calling. Hello, Jian Yun, Yan Yan's side is in trouble again. Wu Wenjing's voice was very loud. Jian Yun heard this and thought that Luo Yanyan was in trouble. She was so scared that she jumped up from the chair. What happened to Yan Yan? Oh, not Yan Yan. Jian Yun, don't be anxious. I also just received a phone call. Qingdong told me that Yan Yan's brother came and wanted to hit him. Now he is making trouble in the hospital. Wu Wenjing said while panting. She should be running. I am going to the hospital to check on the situation now. Don't go. It is not safe outside. I will report to you if anything happens. When Lin Lanlan came in earlier, Jian Yun and Wu Wenjing had called. On one hand, Jian Yun asked Wu Wenjing about Lin Lanlan's position. On the other hand, Jian Yun also wanted to explain to Wu Wenjing why she suddenly got into the car and left without waiting for her. Because Wu Wenjing went to buy water at that time, she did not see the scene of the car almost bumping into Jian Yun. She only heard the passerby cry out. When she came back, she was stuffed into the car by Chen Xin's subordinates and was sent back to Ming's in confusion. If Jian Yun did not explain, she would not know that such a dangerous thing had happened until now. Jian Yun was very worried about Luo Yanyan's side, but she also knew that this time she encountered danger should not be an accident. If she went out at this time and something happened again, she would really drag Huo Liancheng down. So she did not insist and only told Wu Wenjing, go and advise properly. Don't fan the flames. After all, it is Yan Yan's own matter and we are all outsiders. You do not know what Yan Yan is thinking. Don't worry, I know. I called the car and I will tell you when we arrive. Wu Wenjing quickly hung up the phone. Cheng Mu's could not help smiling when he saw Jian Yun's frown. Are you still worried about your friend? Sister Jian, you care so much about an outsider. Aren't you afraid that fourth brother will be jealous? You do not know that fourth brother's possessiveness is very strong. Even if your friend is a woman, it is not allowed. By the way, tell me about what happened to Liancheng in the past. Did he have many women chasing him in the past? Is he as arrogant and cold as he is now? Jian Yun rolled her eyes. She had nothing to do and could not help but want to ask Chen Mu's about what happened to Huo Liancheng in the past. She was really curious. Sister Jian, you asked me the right person. Fourth brother and I grew up wearing the same pants. Chen Mu's daughter laughed dryly. Chapter 404. You two have always been intimate with each other, shameless. Sister Jian, you asked me the right person. Fourth brother and I grew up in the same pants. Cheng Mu's laughed dryly. He even shook his shoulders on purpose. Jian Yun's eyes lit up. She asked with a smile. Really? Of course. Cheng Muze adjusted his glasses and looked left and right. With a mysterious face, he bit Jian Yun's ear. Sister Jian, you might not believe it, even if you say it out loud. Fourth brother's suitors are so many. They can even circle around the earth in a row. Isn't milk tea the one that circled the earth? Jinyun rolled her eyes. Why don't you have a sense of humor? Didn't I use an analogy? Chen Yu squinted his eyes and smiled. If you don't have a photo to prove it, it won't be the truth. Jianyun curled her lips. What truth do you want? Cheng Muze asked. Jianyun rolled her eyes and said, show me the photos of his pursuers. That's simple. Cheng Muze raised a finger and smiled. He took out his phone and opened the web page. He flipped through the phone and passed it to Jianyun. Look, the famous movie star Kelly. Isn't she very beautiful? She is 180 centimeters tall and has 3 sizes. Her figure is the best among all women. Foreign woman? Jianyun tilted her head and looked at the blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty for a long time. She came to a conclusion. This is your crush, right? Liancheng would not like this type of person. Cheng Muze was shocked. Sister Jian, you even know this? Yes, Jianyun threw the phone back to Cheng Muze and pretended to be proud as she crossed her arms. I know my husband the best. Of course, Jianyun would not say it. She judged that Huo Liancheng did not like this foreign girl because her body was too hot and her breasts were so big that her clothes were about to burst. Huo Liancheng had clearly expressed that he did not like those places that were too big. He said that he liked those that he could control with one hand. Thinking of this, Jianyun suddenly felt a little hot in her ears and her little face unconsciously turned red. Chen Muze looked at Jianyun's appearance and could not help but laugh. Showing affection, shameless. Even if you have affection, you still show it. Jianyun ignored him and reached out to rub her face. She felt that she was getting more and more thick-skinned now. In broad daylight, she could actually think of those 18 restrictions. Take a look at this. Chen Muze did not continue teasing Jianyun. He slid his phone a few times and threw it over. Ladies, the Mu family has 3,000 gold coins. Isn't it very beautiful? The Mu family? Jianyun's heart moved. She subconsciously lowered her head to take a closer look. The woman on the screen was thin and tall. She wore a blue dress and was in the garden. Behind her, there was a green flower shadow. She slightly lowered her head and had a smile on her lips. She looked gentle and tense. Speaking of which, the woman was not very beautiful. She could not be considered a beauty that could topple cities and cities. However, her temperament was more graceful. Even if it was a picture, she could feel that kind of force. How is it? You should know about the Mu family, right? The top 3 of the Huaman Consortium, the third lady, Mu Wanru, graduated from Harvard. She studied psychology. Chen Muze continued to introduce Mu Wanru and then changed the topic. She is fourth brother's loyal follower. Don't look at how gentle she looks. She is much scarier than Bai Shui when she is crazy. Jianyun put down her phone and tilted her head to think. She asked, she seems to be very close to Liancheng. Her family background is also compatible. Why are they not together? You have to ask fourth brother about this. Chen Muze shrugged. I can't guess what he is thinking. Sister Wanru needs to be beautiful and talented. She also wants the inheritance of Mu family. She is the best in every aspect. She has many admirers, but she is loyal to fourth brother. However, fourth brother has no feelings for her at all. You don't know. A while ago, the news of you and fourth brother getting married was exposed. Sister Wanru cried for a few days and almost died with her heart broken. How can it be so exaggerated? Cheng Muze asked. Jianyun did not believe Cheng Muze's words. It is not exaggerated at all. Look at Bai Shui. She has gone crazy for fourth brother to look at her. Sister Wanru and fourth brother have known each other since they were young. Both families' parents have approved of her. If he did not appear, fourth brother would most likely marry her. Cheng Muze said with a smile. Jianyun shrugged. Doesn't that mean she hates me a lot? I can't say for sure. She will hate me more or less. A woman's jealousy is very scary. But Sister John, you will definitely meet her in the future. It is better to be mentally prepared than not knowing anything. Cheng Muze lowered his head and swiped on his phone a few more times. He held it in his hand for Jianyun to see. Sister John, look at this woman again. Jianyun looked up. This time, she saw an extremely beautiful woman. Moreover, it was a photo of her standing together with Huo Liancheng. The 2 people in the photo should be around 20 years old. At that time, Huo Liancheng's expression was as cold as it was now, but he looked much younger. He looked like a small piece of meat. His facial features were still so handsome that people would be attracted to him at a glance. The woman beside him was very beautiful. At least in Jianyun's opinion, she had never seen such a beautiful woman before. She was much prettier than those film stars. She leaned into Huo Liancheng's arms with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Just the picture alone made her feel happy. How is it? Is she beautiful? Is it a good match for fourth brother? Sister Jan, why aren't you talking anymore? Do you feel pressured? Or do you feel ashamed? Cheng Muze saw that Jianyun did not speak for a long time, and his eyes lit up. He asked with a smile. Jianyun's long eyelashes trembled as she looked at Cheng Muze with her bright black eyes. I am not bad. Why do you feel ashamed? Cheng Muze put away his phone and smiled. That's true, but I am telling the truth. From the past until now, anyone who saw Chen Xinran would feel ashamed. When Jianyun heard this, she nodded. She is indeed very beautiful. It is a soul-stirring beauty. Cheng Muze waited for a long time but did not hear Jianyun ask again. He could not help being curious. Sister Jian, are you not curious about fourth brother and her? Didn't you want me to tell you about what happened to fourth brother in the past? Why don't you ask again? Jinyun shrugged. Didn't you already tell me? I don't want to know the specifics. After all, it is already in the past. Even if the previous love was so vigorous, it has already become the past. I'm not a blank piece of paper myself. Everyone will have their past, won't they? Cheng Mu's looked at Jian Yun with a smile in his eyes. He sincerely admired her. Sister Jian, I have always thought that if fourth brother did not meet you first, I would definitely pursue you. Is that so? Jian Yun shrugged her shoulders and looked like she did not believe it. I thought the type you like are all Westerners like Kelly, who have bulging front and wavy back. Who said that? I am someone who values my inner self, okay? Cheng Mu stroked his hair and pretended to be serious. I appreciate it, but it doesn't mean that I don't like other types of people. Chapter 405, How dare you tease me? For example, what type? Jian Yun blinked as if she was very curious. For example, Sister Jian. Cheng Mu did not notice the malice in Jian Yun's eyes. He was still confessing to her. Sister Jian, you don't even know. The first time I saw you at the coffee shop, I knew you were different from other women. Why is it different? Jian Yun asked with a smile. Even if you put on heavy makeup, you can't hide your inherent charm. I was attracted by you at that time. I even specifically pointed it out to fourth brother and said that the little beauty over there has beautiful eyes. Cheng Mu said very seriously. And what did Liancheng say? Fourth brother asked. Jian Yun continued to ask. What else could fourth brother say? Of course he is arrogant and doesn't even look at it. Cheng Mu pushed his glasses and giggled. Sister Jian, I have always been curious. Since you went to a blind date back then, why did you dress yourself up like that? What did I dress like? Jian Yun curled her lips. Isn't it just putting on makeup? Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful, of course it is. Sister Jian, even if you put on your face, you are also beautiful. Cheng Mu hurriedly said. You are not confessing to me, are you? Jian Yun deliberately looked at Cheng Mu from the corner of her eyes and pretended to be puzzled. Yes, I am confessing to you. Sister Jian, look, fourth brother has so many female friends and many admirers. Maybe one day he will not want you anymore. Why don't you consider me? Although I am not as handsome as fourth brother or as outstanding as him, I am definitely a good man. I will never like anyone else. I promise I will be loyal to you. Cheng Mu said half-truthfully. Jian Yun always felt that Cheng Mu's words were strange today. Logically speaking, he should not have said these words as Huo Liancheng's brother, but she did not ask directly. She only thought that Cheng Mu had been skinned by Huo Liancheng recently, or perhaps his head was stuck in the door. That was why she was babbling nonsense here. Before Jian Yun could speak, a cold voice sounded. So, you want to replace me? If Sister Jian doesn't mind, I will definitely treat you better than fourth brother. Cheng Mu looked at Jian Yun lovingly. He was too immersed in his confession and did not even notice that the person who spoke just now was a man. Well, I am afraid I will disappoint you. Jian Yun held back her laughter and met Cheng Mu's eyes. She pursed her lips and kindly pointed behind him, indicating for him to turn back. I already have someone I like. I will not fall in love with any other man. At this time, Cheng Mu also realized that something was wrong. He suddenly shivered and realized that he had just heard Huo Liancheng's voice. His eyes turned and he made a prompt decision. He said to Jian Yun with a smile, Sister Jian, I am relieved to hear you say this. Actually, I came here today to joke with you and try to help fourth brother. Are you sincere about him? After saying that, Cheng Mu stood up, flicked his sleeves, and said very seriously, Since Sister Jian's heart is as firm as a rock, I will go out first. As he spoke, Cheng Mu turned around. When he saw Huo Liancheng standing behind him with his arms crossed and staring at him with a gloomy face, he immediately acted as if he was shocked. He patted his chest with a frightened expression. Fourth brother, when did you come back? Just when you said you wanted to help me take care of my wife. Huo Liancheng grinned sinisterly. Fourth brother, I just wanted to help you test Sister Jian's feelings for you. You heard what she said. Sister Jian said she only married you. Don't glare at me. Cheng Mu quickly talked nonsense as he quietly moved towards the door. Then do I need to thank you? Huo Liancheng reached out and grabbed Cheng Mu by the collar. He sneered. You dare to flirt with my wife? It seems like you have been very free lately. I have nothing better to do. I am so busy. There are so many things to do outside. I will go out first. Cheng Mu explained in all seriousness. I will leave the branch company in the capital to you. Also, let's talk about the Mu family business. Otherwise, don't expect me to show you any respect. Huo Liancheng threw Cheng Mu's clothes over. Seeing him open the door, Huo Liancheng immediately added, Also, it's time for you to practice your acting skills. Your pretentious expression just now was disgusting. Cheng Mu took the clothes and jumped out without looking back. He did not dare to answer. On the other side, Jian Yun held her chin and looked at Huo Liancheng. Her big eyes were full of smiles. Huo Liancheng sat down and hooked his hands at Jian Yun. Come here. Jian Yun got up meekly and sat on Huo Liancheng's lap, her hands naturally wrapped around his neck. Do you want to eat? I left you some food. Okay. Huo Liancheng was in a bad mood, but when he came back, he realized Cheng Mu was flirting with her. At that time, he almost beat Cheng Luzi up. Fortunately, Jianyun's words made him feel much better. Jianyun took out the food from the thermos and touched it. It was still warm, so she picked up the food and passed it to Huo Liancheng. Seeing him finish eating, she asked, "How is it?" Huo Liancheng drank some water. There are no wounds on his body. The forensic doctor dissected him and concluded that he had a heart attack and died suddenly. How did the police decide that? Jianyun frowned. She knew that if she had not nearly been hit, Huo Liancheng would not have asked the police personally. There is indeed a problem with the brake of that car. There is no evidence now, and there is no one. It can only be regarded as an accident. Huo Liancheng said coldly. Jianyun nodded. Maybe it really was an accident. After all, China is a lawful country. The security has always been very strict. No matter how crazy Huo Chengfeng is, he would not do anything here. Huo Liancheng did not answer her. Instead, he hugged Jianyun and kissed her gently. No matter what, be careful not to go out alone. I will end this as soon as possible. Jianyun's eyes flashed. Finish it. If you want to do something to him, will you be in danger? Huo Liancheng scratched Jianyun's nose and sneered. You must have watched too many police and gangster movies. This is the internal conflict of my Huo family. Of course, it will be resolved internally. Jianyun was still a little worried. She had only seen Huo Chengfeng once, but the only time she had seen him made her feel very bad. She also heard from Huo Liancheng and Huo Qingcheng about what Huo Chengfeng had done, which made her think that Huo Chengfeng was a crazy villain who could do anything for the sake of benefits. Now, explain to me what the topic you and Cheng Muz were talking about just now meant. Huo Liancheng did not want Jianyun to worry, so he changed the topic and brought the topic back to the previous matter. Didn't you hear it? Jianyun was a little absent-minded because she remembered the picture Cheng Muz showed her just now. She did not care about Kelly and Mu Wanru, but the picture of Huo Liancheng hugging Chen Xinran made her very uncomfortable. Chapter 407. It was time to leave, even if he didn't want to. Huo Liancheng pinched Jianyun's cheek fiercely. I'll settle the score with you when I get home tonight, and jumped up and kissed Huo Liancheng on the mouth. She blinked and asked naughtily, That depends on whether you are willing to give up or not. Huo Liancheng stared into Jianyun's eyes. Her happiness infected him and made him unable to get angry. He sighed. Yes, I don't want to part with you. Who told you to eat me for sure? Jianyun's heart was sweet. She hugged his waist and rubbed her small head against Huo Liancheng's chest. Liancheng, I love you. This sentence of I love you made Huo Liancheng's last bit of anger disappear. He rubbed Jianyun's head. Let's go. When Huo Liancheng and Jianyun rushed to the hospital, it was already half an hour later. There was nothing they could do. There was a traffic jam on the road. This was not something they could decide. However, when Jianyun walked to the ward where Luo Yanyan was, she found that it was quiet inside. She could not help but raise her eyebrows and wonder in her heart whether the fight had not started or had already ended. The door suddenly opened and Wu Wenjing walked out. Coincidentally, she saw Huo Liancheng coming over and gave her a big fright. She kept patting her chest. Huo, President Huo? Why are you here? Huo Liancheng flashed to the side and made way for Jianyun, who had been following behind him. You go in. I will wait for you here. Okay? Jianyun nodded and let go of her hand that had been holding Huo Liancheng's hand. She looked up at him and then followed Wu Wenjing into the ward. Jianyun, why is President Huo here? Wu Wenjing was very curious. He is worried about me. He is afraid that I will be kidnapped and run away. Jianyun blinked and said with a smile, but then her expression darkened. She changed the topic and asked in a low voice, What is going on inside? There is no fight, right? Wu Wenjing curled her lips and sighed. What's not a fight? It's a fierce fight. Qingdong was injured and now he went to the clinic. Father Qin and Mother Qin have all gone. I don't think this matter can be settled. Brother Yanyan beat him up? Why did he fight? Jianyun was very puzzled. Luo Yanyan was in a room between two people. There was a washroom at the door. Jianyun and Wu Wenjing stood at the washroom door and whispered to each other. They were not afraid of being heard by the people inside. Wu Wenjing did not answer. Instead, she pouted towards the inside. Let's go in and talk. Jianyun saw Luo Yanyan again but found that her face was even paler than when she left in the afternoon. She was lying there like a fragile glass doll. There was no blood at all. Yanyan is asleep? Jianyun looked at Mrs. Luo, who was sitting by the side, and deliberately lowered her voice. When she looked up, she found that the other couple in the ward was not there. The hospital beds were neatly arranged, and the bed sheets and other things were changed. Yes, she is asleep. Mrs. Luo's eyes were dull and her eyes were red and swollen. Clearly she was crying, and her voice was a little hoarse. But before Mrs. Luo could finish her words, the Jianyun saw Luo Yanyan open her eyes to look at her. Her eyes were full of blood. In contrast to her dark eyes, it made people feel a chill down their spine when they looked at her. Jianyun, you came? Luo Yanyan's eyes were lifeless. She stared at Jianyun for a long time before she seemed to react. She stretched out her hand. Jianyun's heart ached as she grabbed Luo Yanyan's hand. She did not think Luo Yanyan's eyes were scary, but she felt very uncomfortable. Mom, I want to drink water. Luo Yanyan suddenly said to Mrs. Luo. Mrs. Luo wiped her tears and quickly agreed. Okay, I will go get some hot water and bring you some red sugar water to drink. You guys talk first? Mrs. Luo had just walked out when Jianyun noticed Luo Yanyan holding her hand tightly. Jianyun, I beg you for something. What is it? Jianyun sat by the bed. Wu Wenjing, can you tell me? Luo Yanyan said every sentence with great effort. She was really too weak and lost too much blood. If she used a little bit more strength, her eyes would turn black. Wu Wenjing sighed. Jianyun, Yanyan's brother hit Qindong. Qindong's mother called the police. The police came and took Luo Cheng away. Jianyun heard and frowned. Is he seriously beaten? His nose seems to be broken, and he has lost a lot of blood. You do not know that when Mrs. Chin came just now, she made a big fuss, and the entire hospital was alarmed. Look, the couple who kept the pregnancy was scared away. Wu Wenjing raised her chin and pointed to another bed. Then, Yanyan, what do you want me to do? Jianyun asked. Luo Yanyan closed her eyes and said helplessly, Can I trouble President Huo to help say hello and let my brother out? Jianyun lowered her head and thought for a while. She also knew that Luo Yanyan was born in a family that valued men more than women. Her grandparents, parents, and mother loved her brother. Although they did not treat her harshly, they were far from being able to compare to the love her younger brother received. Moreover, Luo Yanyan had been instilled with her brother's most important thoughts since she was young. She had to let her brother do whatever he wanted. She had to think of her brother no matter what good things happened. Even if her brother had made a mistake, she had to find a way to resolve it. Because her brother was the only boy in the family, he had to spread incense. Many mothers who valued men more than women were also victims of this kind of family. They had been brainwashed since they were young. All right, I will tell him later. Jianyun understood that Luo Yanyan was currently weak and could not take the excitement anymore. If Luo Cheng could not be released, her parents and grandparents would probably come. Even if they would not criticize her in person, just sitting there and sighing was unbearable. Thank you. Luo Yanyan forced the corner of her mouth and revealed a weak smile. Jianyun still felt confused. Why did they fight? Wu Wenjing said. After we left, Qindong sent his parents home and came back. He kept guarding the door, but his mother probably felt that what her son did was very embarrassing and came back. Coincidentally, Luo Cheng came and Qindong's mother said some unpleasant words. Yanyan's mother quarreled with her and Qindong came over to stop her. Qindong's mother suddenly scolded Luo Cheng, saying that he was shameless and cheated on brother-in-law's money. Then Luo Cheng became impulsive and wanted to argue with Qindong's mother. Qindong came over to stop her, but Luo Cheng punched and Qindong's nose bled. Speaking up to this point, Wu Wenjing spread her hands. Qindong's mother loved Qindong so much. Even when Qindong married a wife, she felt like her son was taken away and wanted to live. Now that Qindong was beaten up, how could she let it go? So she hit 110, and Luo Cheng was taken away by the police. Jianyun heard this, and the corner of her mouth twitched. No wonder Wu Wenjing said that she could not take it anymore. This matter was really messy, even if she did not clean it up. It made people feel like watching a soap opera. It was so absurd. After being silent for a while, Jianyun could not help but ask Luo Yanyan. Yanyan, have you thought about it? Do you really want a divorce? When Luo Yanyan heard this, the corner of her mouth revealed a bitter smile. Even if I don't want to leave, I still have to leave. Even if I manage to reconcile this time, my life in Qingdong's house is not easy. I have had enough. Chapter 406. There's been a fight over here. Although she had said it in the past and did not care, only Jianyun herself knew it. How could she not care? She had only asked Huo Liancheng about what happened in the past once. She had also felt that it was pointless to ask too much. Everyone had their past. However, her feelings for him were not that deep, so she did not feel anything. However, it was different now. As long as she recalled that he had once hugged another woman, or even had a closer relationship with her, her heart would feel stifled. What are you thinking about? Huo Liancheng saw that Jianyun was absent-minded, so he pinched her small face and let her face him. Nothing. Jianyun blinked her eyes and came back to her senses. The corner of her lips curved and she squinted her eyes and smiled. Actually, she really wanted to ask Huo Liancheng about him and Chen Xinran, but she was afraid to hear what she did not want to hear. She was really conflicted. In the end, Jianyun gave up asking. Curiosity killed the cat. She understood this principle. She could only comfort herself that it had already passed. Now that he was hers, it was enough. Is he really okay? Huo Liancheng felt that Jianyun's expression was not right. He had always been attentive to her alone. Every slight change in Jianyun could not escape his eyes. What can I do? Jianyun found it funny. She wrapped her hands around Huo Liancheng's neck and suddenly kissed him. Huo Liancheng was very satisfied with Jianyun's initiative. This kiss was naturally caused by heavenly lightning and earth fire. It was very fragrant. After the kiss, Huo Liancheng's hand reached into Jianyun's clothes and began to stir again. Today's good news had been interrupted twice. He was already annoyed, and now he only wanted to have a good time. Jianyun originally took the initiative, one side. However, every time she was kissed in the end, her head would be deprived of oxygen, and she couldn't catch her breath. It was the same this time. She had no way to defend herself against Huo Liancheng. However, today was destined to be a day that Huo Liancheng was unhappy with. Just when he was making Jian Yun gasp for breath and was about to carry her into the lounge, Jian Yun's phone rang. It's a phone. I'll answer the phone. Jian Yun tried hard to push Huo Liancheng away and reached for the phone on the table. Don't worry about the phone. Finish this first. Huo Liancheng was impatient. Every cell in his body was shouting for Jian Yun. His arms were long and he reached for Jian Yun's phone. He wanted to throw it away. Give it to me. Maybe there is something urgent. Jian Yun went to grab the phone. What could be more urgent than this? Huo Liancheng pointed at his lower body. It has already been 2 times. If I do it again, I will lose my sexual function. Okay, I will just take a look. Jian Yun smiled and hugged Huo Liancheng's neck. She kissed him on the face. No matter how urgent the matter is, I'll ignore it, okay? Huo Liancheng took a few deep breaths and returned the phone to Jian Yun. Don't go back on your words. The phone was still ringing. Jian Yun took it and saw that it was Wu Wenjing calling. She knew it must be related to Luo Yanyan, so she quickly picked it up. Jian Yun, quickly come over. There is a fight here. If this continues, Yanyan will not be able to take it anymore. I can't hold it. Wu Wenjing's voice sounded. The phone was noisy. It was like many people were quarreling and crying. Why did you fight? Jian Yun anxiously asked. I can't explain it on the phone. Come here and talk. Before Wu Wenjing could finish, she suddenly screamed. Luo Cheng, what are you doing? This is the hospital. You can't do anything. Do you want to be imprisoned? Jian Yun, I won't tell you anymore. I will hang up first. Jian Yun was also anxious. Subconsciously, she pushed Huo Liancheng away and jumped down. She rushed in and grabbed her bag, ready to leave. But when she walked to the door, she immediately came back to her senses. Huo Liancheng was still here. She promised to finish the embarrassing thing with him, so she anxiously turned around and walked in front of Huo Liancheng. She tried hard not to look at his dark and handsome face with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, did you hear the phone call just now? Yanyan is in trouble. So? Huo Liancheng asked. He was not in a good mood. Why did someone come to disturb him today? Jian Yun was also very guilty. She rolled her eyes and pulled the corner of her mouth. Why don't we settle it quickly? Huo Liancheng's face darkened even more. His voice carried the pressure before the storm. What do you want me to do? Can I do it in 3 minutes? Jian Yun's mouth twitched, and she quickly grabbed Huo Liancheng's hand, trying to please him. I'm sorry. Then I won't go. I'll call Wu Wenjing now. As she spoke, Jian Yun took out her phone and was about to dial Wu Wenjing's number. However, before she could dial the number, Huo Liancheng reached out and pressed it. He did not speak and walked towards the lounge with a low pressure. Jian Yun did not know what he meant and quickly followed him. I'm not going. Don't be angry. Jian Yun held Huo Liancheng's hand but was brought into the washroom by him. Huo Liancheng turned to look at Jian Yun. Get out. Jian Yun's small face fell. Don't be angry. I really don't want to go. I won't go anywhere. Huo Liancheng took a deep breath. I want to take a shower. You go out first. Jian Yun was confused. Why are you taking a shower? Didn't you want to have sex with me? I'm not in the mood anymore. Huo Liancheng snorted and ignored Jian Yun. He opened the shower and started to take off his clothes. Jian Yun touched her nose. She did not know why Huo Liancheng had suddenly changed his mind. This bastard had never been restrained in that matter. If she did not oppose him, he could have made love to her several times a day. Then I will go out and wait for you. Although Jian Yun really wanted to stay and admire President Huo's healthy muscles, the atmosphere was not right now. Huo Liancheng was not in a good mood, so it was really awkward for her to stay. 3 minutes later, Huo Liancheng came out of the washroom. He walked while wiping his hair with a towel. Jian Yun was sitting on the bed and texting Wu Wenjing. Although she was anxious, she could not leave Huo Liancheng alone and run away. She just wanted to wait for Huo Liancheng to come out and explain to him properly. Who would have thought that when she turned her head, she would see a beautiful man who was not wearing anything? At that time, she was so shocked that her face was red and her heart was beating. She almost, damn, why aren't you wearing clothes? Jian Yun and Huo Liancheng had been together for a long time. They were not as shy as before. Sometimes, she even said things that Huo Liancheng could not take. Huo Liancheng did not even look at Jian Yun. He walked to the wardrobe, took out his clothes, and put them on. After putting on his clothes, he walked out of the door and saw Jian Yun still sitting there looking at him foolishly. Huo Liancheng was a little impatient. Are you going or not? Jian Yun was stunned for a moment. Where to? Didn't you want to go to the hospital to see your friend? Are you going or not? Huo Liancheng looked at his watch and said, I'll give you 2 hours. It will take at least 20 minutes to drive there. Jian Yun's eyes lit up when she heard him. She jumped over and threw herself into Huo Liancheng's arms. Liancheng, you are the best. I like you so much. Chapter 408, Because I'm Beautiful. Yanyan, do as I say. You have to make a prompt decision. You and Qindong haven't known each other for long. You don't have any deep feelings to begin with. It's not good for you to live in his house, so it's fine if you get angry. But now, his mother has humiliated your personality. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Wu Wenjing snorted coldly. Her expression was a little, Yanyan, think carefully about it. We are outsiders. It is not good to advise you to do what you should do, but you have been controlled too much previously. It is time to think for yourself and make decisions for yourself. Jianyun was relatively calm. Everyone had their own lives. Luo Yanyan had chosen Qindong back then. It was true that her family forced her to do so, but if Qindong was a shameless person who ate, drank, and gambled, Luo Yanyan would not be willing. So it must be because Qindong had a side that attracted Luo Yanyan. I know, I will consider it carefully. Luo Yanyan's eyes were unfocused. She was so weak that she did not even have the strength to speak. Jianyun and Wu Wenjing looked at each other and then comforted Luo Yanyan. Yanyan, take a good rest. The most important thing is to recover. Luo Yanyan closed her eyes and nodded. Wu Wenjing was a little worried. Will the old hag come and cause trouble again later? She has really broadened her horizons. I have never seen such a noisy person. It's fine if she doesn't let people off, but this kind of person who doesn't care and can still make mistakes is really the best in the world. Or Yanyan, you can change to another hospital. You can't afford to offend them. When Jianyun heard Wu Wenjing say this, she also felt that it made sense. Luo Yanyan's body was currently weak, and if Qindong's mother came to cause trouble again, she might really climb. No need. Luo Yanyan shook her head. What should come can't be avoided. Just let her do as she pleases. I really have had enough. Jianyun did not speak anymore. She looked at Wu Wenjing, and Wu Wenjing spread her hands at her. Both of them sighed in their hearts at the same time. They both said that men were afraid of entering the wrong line of work. It was true that women were afraid of marrying the wrong man. Luo Yanyan was really weak, and Jianyun and Wu Wenjing did not want to disturb her rest. Coincidentally, Mrs. Luo brought back the water, and the two of them got up and prepared to leave. Jianyun, the handsome man standing outside is your husband, right? I heard Yanyan say that your husband is the company's CEO? Mrs. Luo looked at Jianyun and looked like she wanted to say something but wanted to say something. Auntie, Yanyan already told me that I will think of a way. Jianyun knew what Mrs. Luo meant. Since she agreed, she did not want them to worry anymore. When Mrs. Luo heard this, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief and repeatedly thanked. Then thank you. It is also because my son is disappointing. Every day he wants to earn big money, but he does not have the ability to make money. Our family is not good after Yanyan's father comes down, and Yanyan is also dragged down by us. Mom, don't say anymore. Luo Yanyan opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little impatient. Jianyun and Wu Wenjing knew Mrs. Luo had this problem. She liked to talk about her family matters, and she liked to complain. She always talked about some bad things in the family. When they were still in college, she often came to visit Luo Yanyan. Every time she stayed in the dormitory, she would tell them about her family matters at night. Actually, Mrs. Luo was also helpless towards her son. She hated him for being useless, but she could not bear to force him. The result of being spoiled too much was that Luo Cheng did not feel that he did not have the ability at all. He had always thought that it was time not to be with me. The family conditions were not good, and his parents could not provide him with a large amount of money, which was why he could not nurse. Then, let's go first. Jianyun looked at Luo Yanyan. Luo Yanyan was also looking at her, but there was no focus in her eyes. It was as if she had completely lost focus. Walking to the door, Wu Wenjing suddenly turned around. Right? If Qindong's mother comes again, don't argue with her. Call the police directly. Mrs. Luo was stunned. But what she said is simply a twist of the truth. It makes people angry. There is no use arguing with unreasonable people. Call the police directly and let the police handle it. Wu Wenjing shook her head. Mrs. Luo could not tell the severity of the matter. At such a time she was still thinking about combat power, just like how she took Luo Yanyan's salary and ran to the Qindong family to declare sovereignty. It was really hard to understand how her brain worked. I know. Don't worry. In the end, it was Luo Yanyan who spoke. Jianyun and Wu Wenjing came out of the ward. The two of them could not help but sigh again. Luo Yanyan's life was really hard to explain. This was indeed related to the family environment she grew up in. Wu Wenjing suddenly pulled Jianyun and let her see the direction of her finger. Jianyun, don't sigh. Quickly look, your handsome Huo is surrounded by women. Quickly go and save him. Jianyun was shocked and quickly looked over as well. Sure enough, she saw a few steps away. The place where Huo Liancheng was standing was 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. It was surrounded by people. There were female doctors and nurses in white coats, patients in hospital clothes, and the patient's family members. They were basically all women. All of them stared at him with red faces. Some of them even took pictures with their phones. Looking at Huo Liancheng again, that charming handsome face was already so dark that water was about to drip out. His expression was full of sternness and coldness. His entire body emitted an aura that prevented strangers from approaching him. Jianyun looked at Huo Liancheng's expression and knew that he was on the verge of exploding. However, those women were blocking his way, and he could not come out. It was not easy for him to push people away, or it could be said that he was a germaphobe and never had any physical contact with outsiders. As a result, he stood there sulking. At this time, Huo Liancheng also noticed Jianyun coming out. His eyes immediately lit up, but when he saw Jianyun's gloating expression, his expression instantly darkened. and then he stared at Jian Yun with an abnormally fierce look, as if he would teach you a lesson if you dared to laugh again. Jian Yun also knew that she could not anger President Huo, so she forced herself to hold back her laughter. She walked over a few steps, pushed everyone away, and stood in front of Huo Liancheng. Someone was unhappy. "Who are you? How can you be so embarrassed?" "He's my husband. Who do you think I am?" Jian Yun intimately held Huo Liancheng's arm. She looked up at his resolute face and pursed her lips into a smile. Huo Liancheng was obviously pleased by Jian Yun's words of husband. The gloominess on his face faded a little. He reached out and rubbed Jian Yun's hair. Although he did not say anything, this intimate action already showed his attitude. The surrounding women instantly revealed a disappointed expression. "So handsome guy is married. Why is he married at such a young age?" "Because I'm beautiful. He was afraid that I would be kidnapped, so he quickly got married," Jian Yun said shamelessly. The crowd was silent, but no one objected to her words, because the woman standing beside the man was indeed very beautiful. At least she was prettier than any of them. Her eyebrows were black, her skin was snowy, and her eyes were big and spirited. Her entire person was exuding a clear spirit. Only Wu Wenjing made an expression of bending over and vomiting. Chapter 409. My husband and I are going home. Wu Liancheng still didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth had already revealed his good mood. "Can you guys get out of the way? My husband and I are going home," Jian Yun said with a good temper. The crowd gradually dispersed. Jian Yun looked like a defender. She pulled Huo Liancheng out of the crowd and walked a few steps. As if she remembered something, she turned back and smiled. She asked gently, "I'm sorry, everyone. My husband is a low-profile person. Although he is handsome, he does not like to be taken. He especially hates being posted online to be observed and criticized. So can I trouble everyone to delete the photos?" The onlookers saw Jian Yun smiling all the time. Everyone liked beautiful women. She spoke nicely and kindly. You can't argue with her, right? So most of the people nodded. "Then thank you." Jian Yun smiled and walked away, holding Huo Liancheng's hand. Wu Wenjing chased after him. "Jian Yun, you are too naive. If you ask them to delete it, they will delete it. I dare to bet that in less than 3 minutes, there will be today's photos online." Jian Yun looked at Huo Liancheng, who was looking straight ahead, and said with a smile to Wu Wenjing, "Then the two of us will bet. If there is no today's photos online, treat me to milk tea for a month." This 1 month's milk tea invitation was passed down from Jian Yun and the rest when they went to university. At that time, they would treat anyone who had a good thing. It was always boring to eat, so they started to treat each other to milk tea. And even, okay, we used to go to the milk tea shop in Qing University. Whoever loses will pay for it. Wu Wenjing was proud of herself. She felt that she would win for sure, because she believed in the power of the internet. Nowadays, smartphones were very popular. Each person had a circle of friends. These people would be spread as soon as they got a message. Jian Yun looked up at Huo Liancheng, who had been looking straight ahead, and winked playfully. She was not worried about losing. Although she did not ask Huo Liancheng openly, Jian Yun knew very well. With Huo Liancheng's identity, it wasn't like he didn't go out every day. As long as he went out, he would be met by others. However, there were very few pictures of him online. There was basically no clear face. This must be because he didn't like to be in such a big online environment. He was criticized by others. Some people even held pictures of him, so he used means to interfere. Previously, when she was attacked by the internet, Huo Liancheng made a phone call. In a very short time, all the bad rumors about her on the internet were blocked. Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun looking at him, and the corner of his mouth curled up. When they arrived at the parking lot, Wu Wenjing, who was originally planning to return to the company, hesitated for a moment and said, "Jian Yun, I don't feel at ease. I should go back and accompany Yan Yan. Her mother can't figure it out." Jian Yun thought about it and nodded. All right. In any case, Wu Wenjing was all alone and went home to play games. Speaking of Wu Wenjing, she had been out of the window for 2 years and had been on blind dates but had been failing. Recently, she did not seem to have any scenes with her classmate from the film company, and her WeChat marketing was not good. She had amassed a large batch of goods at home and sold less than 10% of them. They were all businesses that she was familiar with. Her parents had their own families and had not taken care of her for many years. After Wu Wenjing worked, the two got. Therefore, Wu Wenjing now worked very steadily in the Mings. Furthermore, the car accident that happened previously, she bumped into someone, and finally, with the help of Jian Yun's previous blind date, she compensated for it. But it also caused Wu Wenjing's vitality to be greatly damaged. She did not dare to spend too much money now. The original house had been refunded and was now living in the house that Jian Yun and Lu Yanyan had rented previously. After Jian Yun and Huo Liancheng got into the car, she looked at Huo Liancheng and wondered how she should bring up the matter of helping Luo Cheng to him. "If you have anything to say, just say it." Huo Liancheng drove the car and also noticed that Jian Yun's expression was not right. She looked at him for a while and then stared blankly. Clearly, she had something to say. He waited for a long time but did not hear her speak. Instead, he became impatient. Jian Yun pointed at her finger and said with her head lowered, "About that, Yan Yan's younger brother was arrested by the police because he hit Qin Dong. Can you help dredge the relationship and let him out? Just this matter? Huo Liancheng stopped the car to wait for the red light and looked at Jian Yun. Yes, that's all. Jian Yun also felt embarrassed. She was a good law-abiding citizen. She had never been good at giving gifts and socializing since she was young. She had never done anything like asking someone to help her. If Luo Yanyan did not look so pitiful, she would have rejected it immediately. Huo Liancheng passed the phone to Jian Yun. Find Chen Xinji's number and call him. Jian Yun was in a daze for a moment. Chen Xinji? Chen Xinran? What did these two people have to do with each other? What's wrong? Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun standing still and thought she did not know the password to his phone. The password is your birthday. Jian Yun came back to her senses and did not ask any more questions. She lowered her head and pressed the number. She opened the contact number and found Chen Xinji's number. She dialed the number according to Huo Liancheng's request. Huo Liancheng put on his Bluetooth earpiece. His phone rang twice and was picked up. Young Master Huo? The man's voice was very respectful. Huo Liancheng turned to Jian Yun and asked, what is his name? Jian Yun was still thinking about who Chen Xinji was. She did not react for a while and just looked at Huo Liancheng with her big eyes. She looked at Huo Liancheng with a blank look. Huo Liancheng was helpless. He reached out and pinched Jian Yun's nose. Why have you become so confused recently? Let me ask you the name of the person who was caught. Jian Yun subconsciously replied, Lo Cheng. Huo Liancheng could not help but laugh. Lo Cheng. Jian Yun covered her face. She also realized that her reaction recently had become slower, as if her brain was playing tricks on her. She was always slower by half a beat. Huo Liancheng gave Chen Xinji a few words and took off his Bluetooth earpiece. He signaled Jian Yun to hang up the phone. When he turned his head, he saw Jian Yun was in a daze again. He could not help but frown. Huo Liancheng put on the Bluetooth earpiece again and said to Chen Xinji, who was waiting for him to hang up the phone. Hang up. Chen Xinji was obviously stunned. As a subordinate, he naturally waited for the boss to hang up every time. He had never hung up first, but since the boss had spoken, he did as he was told. Jian Yun was in a daze all the way until Huo Liancheng opened the door for her. Only then did she know she was home. What are you thinking about? Huo Liancheng also noticed that there was something wrong with Jian Yun. Nothing. Jian Yun got out of the car and held Huo Liancheng's arm, rubbing it intimately against Huo Liancheng's arm. Huo Liancheng did not think too much about it. He only thought that Jian Yun was thinking about her classmate. The villa was quiet. It was currently sunset. In the afterglow, the villa's garden was quiet. Although there were no flowers, the grass was lush and the trees were verdant. There was a different kind of beautiful scenery. Chapter 410. I don't want to rely on you. The butler came out to welcome him. Young master, dinner is ready. Huo Liancheng nodded but didn't say anything. He just looked at the butler. The butler was about 50 years old. He was hired by the Huo family for Huo Liancheng. He had followed Huo Liancheng for more than 20 years and was very loyal to him. The butler understood and lowered his head. He said in a deep voice, Madam is not here. Young master and madam went out not long ago this morning. Madam also went out. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. His expression could not be seen clearly in his eyes. Before the meal was finished, Jian Yun received a call from Wu Wenjing. Jian Yun, Luo Cheng was released. Yan Yan wants me to thank you and also your president Huo. Wu Wenjing said. That's good. How is Yan Yan? Jian Yun let out a sigh of relief. She's fine. Qindong's mother probably went to take care of Qindong. She hasn't seen him until now. Don't worry. I won't leave tonight. I will stay here with Yan Yan. Wu Wenjing was indeed worried about Luo Yanyan. When she saw Mrs. Luo holding her breath, she became anxious. She was also a righteous person, and what she valued the most was her friendship with Jian Yun and Luo Yanyan. So no matter what, she had to stay tonight. Jian Yun chatted with Wu Wenjing for a bit more before hanging up the phone. When she looked up, she found Huo Liancheng was looking at her with narrowed eyes. Why are you looking at me? Do I have food on my face? Jian Yun was confused. Who are you looking at if not you? Huo Liancheng was a little angry. You have been thinking about others all day long. Can you care about me? Jian Yun was even more confused. Aren't you very good? What do you want me to care about? Huo Liancheng stared at Jian Yun and did not say anything for a while. Then he buried his head in his food. He could tell that this girl's mind was not on him at all. On the contrary, Jian Yun saw Huo Liancheng's cold body and felt that she had been interrupted twice in a row today. Huo Liancheng's heart must have collapsed. In the afternoon, he had even abandoned all his official business to accompany her to the hospital. However, she did not even say a single word of concern. It was indeed totes. Thinking of this, Jian Yun asked guiltily, Is it because you feel uncomfortable somewhere? Tell me, I will find medicine for you to take. Huo Liancheng gave Jian Yun an annoyed look. Eat. Jian Yun rubbed her nose and stopped asking. She lowered her head and picked up the food. After a while, she looked up and carefully said, Who is that Chen Xinji? Why is he so efficient? Manager of Cloud. Huo Liancheng was concise. Jian Yun frowned and tried not to let Huo Liancheng see anything wrong. She bit her lip and thought for a while. Then she asked, Is he the manager of the company you established yourself? Is he also from China? Are you not going to say anything? Hu Liancheng put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhen Yun. His handsome face was cold. What do you want to ask? Zhen Yun shrank her neck and did not dare to continue asking. Did someone tell you something? Hu Liancheng frowned. He always felt that Zhen Yun was not just curious about a stranger. What did you tell me? Zhen Yun was shocked and quickly adjusted her emotions. She raised her head and bit her chopsticks, pretending to be at a loss. I was just curious. What's wrong? Could it be that you and this Chen Xinji have some secret? Hu Liancheng stared into Zhen Yun's eyes as if he wanted to see through her eyes if she knew something. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhen Yun felt a chill in her heart. Hu Liancheng seemed to not want her to know who Chen Xinji was. Could it be that this man called Chen Xinji was really related to Chen Xinran? Don't you realize that your question is very stupid? Hu Liancheng's eyes were burning. Zhen Yun pouted and turned on her pickpocket mode. She did not even raise her head. You changed your appetite just by eating and not eating? Hu Liancheng shook his head and sighed. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up some food for Zhen Yun and put it in her bowl. Zhen Yun heard the word appetite and suddenly realized that her appetite had been really good recently. She wanted to eat everything and could eat 2 bowls of rice at once. It was really strange. What's wrong with you again? Hu Liancheng saw Zhen Yun in a daze and could not help but get up and walk to her side to sit down and personally watch her eat. Why are you so close? Zhen Yun subconsciously moved to the side. You dislike me. Hu Liancheng was dissatisfied. No. Zhen Yun continued to eat. There were too many things in her heart that she did not notice that she was only eating rice. Hu Liancheng frowned and did not ask Zhen Yun again. When she put down the chopsticks, he led her away. Where to? Zhen Yun asked. Take a walk. Hu Liancheng had already taken off his coat and tie when he entered the room. At this time, he was only wearing a gray shirt and pants. He looked tall and handsome. Zhen Yun did not have any objections. She had eaten too much recently. If she did not take a walk, she would grow fat. An hour later, the two of them came back from a walk. Hu Liancheng went to the study room as usual to take care of some official matters. Zhen Yun accompanied him in the study room and played some games. She was a little bored. She looked at Hu Liancheng, who was focused on reading the documents. She thought for a while and said, Didn't you say you wanted to study? Then study hard at home. What's the point of working? It's not like I need you to earn money to support my family. Hu Liancheng did not even raise his head. But it's boring for me to read at home every day. I want to study while working. Zhen Yun did not agree with Hu Liancheng's words. Although she no longer had any pressure after marrying him, if she was so content with the current situation, it was equivalent to dissociating herself from society. Sooner or later, she would become a resentful woman. At that time, she would not be able to bear it until Hu Liancheng hated her. Do you really want to work? Hu Liancheng looked up and took off his glasses. He was not short-sighted. He only looked at the computer or wore protective glasses when he used his eyes for a long gong. Zhen Yun quickly nodded. First, I don't want to be dissociated from society. Secondly, I don't want to rely on you too much. Hu Liancheng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Could it be that relying on me is something shameful? Zhen Yun sighed. She stared into Hu Liancheng's eyes and said seriously, What I mean is, if I don't do anything every day, I will definitely let my thoughts run wild. Once my thoughts run wild, I will lose my temper and argue with you. That will hurt my feelings. Since I have fallen in love with you, I want to cherish it and also want to match you in all aspects. I don't need to rely on you. Every day, except for looking forward to your return, I have nothing else to do. Hu Liancheng was originally unhappy, but when he heard Zhen Yun say that she cherished their relationship very much and wanted to match his words in all aspects, the gloominess on his handsome face disappeared. It's not impossible for you to want to work. But you have to wait for a while. Wait until I find out about the accident today. Hu Liancheng's tone also softened. Zhen Yun's eyes lit up when she heard that. She happily rushed over and hugged Hu Liancheng. She smacked him. I knew you were the best to me. Hu Liancheng scratched Zhen Yun's nose. It's fine as long as you know. Don't only care about your friends and classmates every day. Be nicer to your husband. Chapter 411. How could Hu Liancheng be at a disadvantage? I know. Zhen Yun turned around and ran. When she reached the door, she suddenly looked back and winked at Hu Liancheng. Then I'll go take a bath and wait for you on the bed. Hu Liancheng's eyes immediately turned hot. He was just about to get up when he saw Zhen Yun had already flashed out. A string of clear laughter sounded. Don't make me wait too long. Hu Liancheng's lips unconsciously lifted up. His usually sharp and cold eyes were dyed with a smile. At this time, on the computer next to him, a video call rang. Hu Liancheng picked it up, and a man's face appeared on the screen. The man was not bad, but compared to Hu Liancheng, he was far inferior. His name was Zheng Qingyang, and the Zheng family was also a shareholder of the Huo's consortium. Zheng Qingyang and Hu Liancheng grew up together and had a good relationship. If you have nothing to say, I'll hang up. Hu Liancheng would not give anyone the chance to tease him. Hey, don't. I have business with you. Zheng Qingyang was also the leader of Hu Liancheng's Brotherhood group. However, Huo Liancheng basically did not speak in the group. A while ago, he was still annoyed by their conversation, so he immediately left the group. Speak. Huo Liancheng continued to deal with the documents with his head lowered. That He Wade company was purchased by Huo Chengfeng first. Fourth brother, this Huo Chengfeng has been very arrogant recently. Are you going to let him go just like that? He has your mother's shares and has been developing his influence in the Huos. If you don't act now, I'm worried that the Huos will be swallowed by him. Zheng Qingyan was very worried when he talked about this matter. That Huo Chengfeng was too ambitious. He was a branch of the Huos, but he wanted to replace Huo Liancheng. The Huos had been developing for 100 years, and the eldest son had always been the Huo Liancheng's ability was stronger than Huo Shangqian's, and he was the most outstanding in this generation. Although Huo Chengfeng was also very smart, he was a treacherous and cunning person. It was all because of Mrs. Huo that he had this day. His father's house was not even a shareholder in the Huos, and he was only a branch manager. If he wants it, just give it to him. When Huo Liancheng heard this, he was not as worried as Zheng Qingyang. He did not even raise his head. His tone was also indifferent. Zheng Qingyang could not help but frown. Fourth brother, why isn't this your style? You kept backing off. Wouldn't Huo Chengfeng be even more arrogant? If he wants to be arrogant, let him be. Huo Liancheng raised his head, and his sharp eyes narrowed while the corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc, and his killing intent flashed. All of you just wait and see. All right, fourth brother, I believe you. Although Zheng Qingyang was slightly older than Huo Liancheng, he trusted Huo Liancheng very much in terms of decision-making. Since Huo Liancheng was so calm, with his understanding of Huo Liancheng, he must have deployed his men. His worries were unnecessary. Is there anything else? Huo Liancheng saw Zheng Qingyang scratching his head. Clearly, he had something to say. Zheng Qingyang chuckled, his face full of flattery. He said, Fourth brother, look, you've already gotten your marriage certificate with sister-in-law. When are you going to bring sister-in-law to meet us? She is the future mistress of Huos. We should pay her a visit. Let's talk about it when we have the chance. I am busy here and have no time to go back. Huo Liancheng was not interested in this topic, so he just gave it a perfunctory answer. I'm not busy. I'll be there, Zheng Qingyang said hurriedly. God knew that they were all curious, but Huo Liancheng had covered his wife tightly. Even Chu Chen and Luo Zilong, who were in China with him, could not see her. Only the kid surnamed Xiao had seen her once. The most outrageous thing was that Huo Liancheng had forbidden them from going to Qinghu City. He even threatened to teach them a lesson. Zheng Qingyang and the others could only understand this through Cheng Mu's. However, Cheng Muze had stopped talking in the group recently, which made them anxious. So you're not busy. Is it that easy to earn Huo's salary? Huo Liancheng said in a cold tone. Zheng Qingyang suddenly shivered. A layer of white sweat appeared on his back as he hurriedly said, No, I'm very busy. There are still a lot of business plans to see. I have to keep an eye on the stock market. My Xiao Anan has recently given birth to a second son. I'm so busy alone. Ah, my second son is howling. He must be hungry. I'm going to get milk. Goodbye. Zheng Qingyang hung up the video call and could not help wiping the cold sweat off his head. Huo Liancheng was simply a fascist. He was a workaholic and did not want others to be idle. He was scared when he heard that Cheng Mu's was about to be tortured to death by him. Qingyang, why are you sweating so much? Aren't you watching a video with young Master Huo? Why are you hanging up? Zheng Qingyang's wife was coaxing her son, who had been carrying him for 3 months. When she turned her head and saw Zheng Qingyang wiping away his sweat, she couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't mention it. Zheng Qingyang stood up from the computer and took his son. He asked Anan to sit down. Fourth brother has been bored since he was young. Huo Chengfeng is so powerful now, but he is still managing the Mings leisurely. That lousy company is worth his time and effort. I really don't know what he thinks. I heard from Shuili that young Master Huo went to Mings for that girl. And Anan played with her son and rolled her eyes at Zheng Qingyang. Besides, young Master Huo has a temper. It's not like you don't understand. He will just sit and wait for death. Since young, besides that time, when did he ever suffer a loss? He has never failed. Just wait, he must have been prepared for this. That's true. Wait, you said that fourth brother went to the Mings for Jian Yun? Zheng Qingyang could not wrap his head around it. He said, but why did I hear that he only found out later that Jian Yun was an employee of the Mings? Then I'm not sure. Go and ask him directly. I only guessed it based on my female intuition. Anan smiled. She was also very curious about that girl. She was actually able to make the famous Huo Liancheng keep looking for her for so many years. Moreover, a person like him actually knew how to get married. It was so shocking that one's jaw almost fell off. Sigh. Forget it. It's pointless to ask. I just don't understand. He will let Jian Yun face the Huo family sooner or later. Why is he holding her so tightly now? If we want to look at the photos, we have to look for them online. If we don't see them in time, they will be deleted. We really can't take, Zheng Qingyang complained. Anan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Could it be because something happened to him when he went home last time? I heard that Mr. Huo beat him with parrots. Zheng Qingyang had also heard about that incident. It was said that Huo Shenqian was very angry about Huo Liancheng's private marriage. He whipped the vine dozens of times, and it hurt just thinking about it. Don't think about it. It's fine as long as you know he's happy. Among the few brothers that grew up together, only young Master Huo has had the most difficult experience. He was born in a prominent family, Anan sighed. Zheng Qingyan also sighed. The atmosphere was silent for a while, only the baby babbled from time to time. Chapter 412, I Want a Child. At that time, after Huo Liancheng ended the video call with Zheng Qingyan, he couldn't calm himself down and went to deal with the documents. His mind was filled with the flirtatious look Jian Yun gave him when she went out. This girl could be considered to be slow and hot-tempered. However, she had improved very quickly recently. She had resisted the matter from the beginning until now. She would take the initiative to seduce him. As long as he thought of Jian Yun, the corner of Huo Liancheng's mouth would not stop rising. Whether it was 6 years ago or now, he was attracted by her. She was like a ray of sunlight, lighting up his original path of walking alone in the wilderness. From then on, he would no longer be lonely. Huo Liancheng took off his glasses. His heart was already itching. He really did not have the mood to look at the documents. He simply stood up. Jian Yun had just finished showering when she bumped into a wall. Before she could react, her head was pressed down and her lips were blocked. Jian Yun blinked and pushed Huo Liancheng away with force. Huo Liancheng did not kiss enough. He reached out to hug Jian Yun, but his eyes immediately narrowed. He saw Jian Yun wearing white pajamas with suspenders. Her long hair was spread over her shoulders and she was obviously not wearing anything in her pajamas. Her beautiful figure was faintly discernible. Huo Liancheng could feel his blood boiling at the time. Have you finished processing the documents? Jian Yun was also surprised. Huo Liancheng had come too quickly. There were many documents piled up on his table. Huo Liancheng gulped and stared at Jian Yun's neck. His voice was hoarse. I don't want to look anymore. Jian Yun looked at him reproachfully and walked towards the dressing table by the bed. As she walked, she said, Aren't you a workaholic? There are times when you don't want to work. Compared to you, what's so good about the documents? Huo Liancheng could not hold it in anymore. He reached over and hugged Jian Yun from behind. Jian Yun twisted her waist and dodged. She narrowed her eyes and pushed Huo Liancheng. She smiled and said, Go take a bath first. Give me a kiss first. Huo Liancheng felt like his whole body was on fire. His heart was itching and he wanted to push Jian Yun down immediately. He did not care about taking a bath. Jian Yun tiptoed and kissed Huo Liancheng on the face. Are you satisfied? Go and take a bath now. Aren't you being too perfunctory? Huo Liancheng touched his face and pointed at his mouth. Kiss here? No. Jian Yun did not let Huo Liancheng get away with it. She wanted to hang him on purpose. She could not let him think it was so easy. Jian Yun threw another coquettish glance at him. If you dawdle any longer, it will be dawn. Huo Liancheng could not take it anymore. He pulled his shirt and strode into the bathroom. When he entered, he did not forget to turn back and threaten her. Just you wait, I will make you cry later. Jian Yun's face turned red, and she could not help spitting. Shameless. At this time, Jian Yun's phone vibrated. It was a text message. Jian Yun picked up her phone from the dressing table and opened the text. When she found that it was from Cheng Muze, she could not help but raise her eyebrows. It was so late. Why did Cheng Muze send her a text message? However, when Jian Yun finished reading the content of the text message, her expression suddenly changed. She did not even know when Huo Liancheng came out. What are you looking at? When Huo Liancheng came out with a towel wrapped around his waist, he saw Jian Yun staring at the phone with a strange expression. He walked over and stood beside her, but she did not notice him. Jian Yun was shocked when she heard Huo Liancheng's voice. She subconsciously held the phone and locked the screen. She lowered her head and tried her best to calm down. Only then did she raise her head to look at him. She squinted her eyes and smiled. It's okay. Wu Wenjing sent me a message. Huo Liancheng looked into Jian Yun's eyes but felt that her expression was different. However, he did not think too much about it. He only thought that Jian Yun was worried about her friend again. What are you still standing there for? Huo Liancheng sat on the side of the bed and saw Jian Yun still standing there in a daze. He could not help but frown. Although Jian Yun felt very uncomfortable now, she still tried hard not to show it. Huo Liancheng raised his eyebrows. Didn't you insist that I go to take a bath? Isn't it to provide special services? Jian Yun came back to her senses, and her face immediately turned red. Why are you so dirty? But she still walked over and squatted in front of Huo Liancheng. Time passed, and in the place of love, there was a room full of love. When it was almost over, Huo Liancheng suddenly pulled himself away. Jian Yun subconsciously hugged him and kissed his chin with all her might. She said in a low voice, No. Good boy, it will be ready soon. Huo Liancheng thought Jian Yun was too engrossed. He kissed her and took off her arm that was wrapped around his neck. He stretched out his long arm and took the sleeve that was placed on the bedside table. I want a child. Jian Yun held Huo Liancheng's hand and stopped him from tearing open the package. She said seriously. Huo Liancheng seemed to have heard a joke. He looked at Jian Yun in surprise. Duo heir, what's wrong? We agreed not to have children. You said it. I didn't say it. Jianyun said angrily. Huo Liancheng smiled and pinched Jianyun's nose. It hurts to have a baby. I still have to give birth for 10 months. I don't want you to suffer. Be good. Why don't you want a baby? Jianyun asked. I don't like children. It's too annoying. Huo Liancheng took Jianyun's hand away and sat up. In the end, he tore open the package. This time Jianyun did not stop him. She just stared at Huo Liancheng's strong and broad back. Sweat rolled down her beautiful muscles, like tears in her heart. At this moment, Jianyun's mind was filled with the text message Chenglu sent her just now. The text message only had a short line of words. Chen Xinran was pregnant and died due to childbirth difficulties. However, Jianyun thought of too many things from it. She thought of the picture of Huo Liancheng hugging Chen Xinran that Cheng Muzi showed her. The two people in the picture looked like a couple. Then, Chen Xinran was naturally carrying Huo Liancheng's child. So Huo Liancheng was not willing to take the child. Was it because of Chen Xinran's difficult birth and death? Chen Xinran's influence on him was actually so great. Huo Liancheng put on the set. When he came back to exercise, he found that Jianyun was no longer as enthusiastic as before. Instead, she seemed to be absent-minded, and her eyes were looking somewhere. Huo Liancheng could not help but stop. He reached out and patted Jianyun's face. Duer, concentrate. Jianyun rolled her eyes and looked at Huo Liancheng. His face was still as handsome as before. At this moment, he was covered in sweat and looked even more masculine, especially the hormone smell that radiated from his body after exercise. It simply made her unable to resist. However, the image of him hugging Chen Xinran unconsciously appeared in Jianyun's mind. She even thought of him sweating on another woman. That woman was also the woman he loved deeply. Now she was probably the mole in his heart. Jianyun's heart was suddenly stifled for no reason. It was as if she had eaten a fly and suddenly lost interest. She reached out to push Huo Liancheng and turned around to sit up. She was about to leave. I don't want to do it anymore. What do you mean I don't want to do it? Huo Liancheng's face was full of black lines as he grabbed Jianyun. Chapter 413. Jealous Huo Liancheng fiercely suppressed Jianyun and did not let her go. He angrily asked, explain to me clearly what it means that you don't want to do it anymore. Jianyun struggled a few times but did not struggle away, so she looked coldly at Huo Liancheng. I'm not interested anymore. It's that simple. Huo Liancheng's handsome face became even darker. How did I offend you? No, you didn't offend me. You're very good. It's my own fault. Don't pressure me. I can't breathe. Jianyun frowned and tried to push Huo Liancheng away. Your own reason? What's the reason? Huo Liancheng's stomach was full of fire. His body was tense. You want to leave before the fire is extinguished? I really don't feel well. Let go of me. Jianyun also knew that she was a little confused. She was angry with Huo Liancheng here for the sake of a dead person. It was a long time ago. However, she really felt very uncomfortable in her heart. The stifling feeling made her want to cry. Although Huo Liancheng doted on Jianyun, he had a strong personality. Now that the arrow was on the bow, he could not really let go of Jianyun. He immediately rushed forward again. I said no. Jianyun twisted her body desperately, wanting to dodge, but Huo Liancheng held her tightly. She could not move at all and could only let him do whatever he wanted. Jianyun could not hold back her tears anymore. She closed her eyes and turned her head away from Huo Liancheng. Her hands grabbed the bedsheet tightly. She could not tell what she was feeling right now. Huo Liancheng was no longer in the mood. It was very soon settled. He only noticed Jianyun crying and immediately panicked. He hurriedly reached out to wipe Jianyun's tears and said with pain in his heart, Duer, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Jianyun still closed her eyes and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Huo Liancheng blamed himself. He turned over and hugged Jianyun from behind. He kept apologizing. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Don't cry, okay? Jianyun also did not understand what she was arguing about. Why did she suddenly become so unreasonable? She really wanted to ask Huo Liancheng about the matter between him and Chen Xinran, but she was afraid that hearing the answer would make her feel even more uncomfortable. Did someone tell you something? Huo Liancheng comforted her for a long time, but Jianyun still ignored him. So he asked tentatively. With his understanding of Jianyun, she was not a person who made trouble without reason. In the beginning, they were all fine. He really wanted to stop halfway, and she changed. Could it be because she was angry that he did not want children? What do you think others will say to me? Jianyun sobbed and wiped her tears and snot with a piece of paper. She turned her head and asked Huo Liancheng. I don't know. That's why I asked you. Huo Liancheng could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Jianyun finally talk to him. He kissed Jianyun and his eyes were gentle. Duo, don't be angry. I will feel uncomfortable when you cry. Feeling bad? Feeling bad? Then you forced me just now? Jianyun was angry. Huo Liancheng felt helpless. Then you can't let me do it myself, right? My wife is right next to me and I have to do it myself. You have to consider my feelings. Jianyun thought about the scene and the corner of her mouth twitched. She wanted to laugh, but in the end, she did not laugh. She burst into tears again. Why are you crying again? Huo Liancheng was anxious. Is there something wrong? No. Jianyun swallowed her words. She turned her back to Huo Liancheng and said, Go to sleep. Huo Liancheng looked at Jianyun's tear-stained face and frowned. This girl seemed to have something to ask him, but why did she endure it? What exactly made her so conflicted? If it was about her family and friends, she would not be so angry with him. Then it must be about him. But she did not know his friends, so where would she hear about him? No, Jian Yun knew Cheng Mu's and seemed to have a good relationship with him. Could it be that Cheng Mu's told her something? Thinking about this, Huo Liancheng's eyes turned cold. When Jian Yun fell asleep, Huo Liancheng reached out and took her phone from the bedside table. He remembered that when he came out of the bathroom, Jian Yun was looking at her phone and her expression was not right. However, Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun's phone. From text messages to phone records to WeChat and QQ chat records, he did not find anything wrong. He also thought of a possibility that Jian Yun had deleted it after reading it. Huo Liancheng was very annoyed. He did not want to bring Jian Yun to see his childhood friends. He was afraid that they would speak randomly and be on guard. He had forgotten that there was still Cheng Mu's. It was already late at night, but Huo Liancheng could not fall asleep. He got up and took his phone to the balcony to make a call. However, he dialed Cheng Mu's number twice in a row. It was either busy or could not be reached. Huo Liancheng's eyes were full of hostility. He was now very sure that the culprit was Cheng Muzi. Huo Liancheng found Cheng Mu's WeChat and edited a message. "How dare you not answer my phone?" Cheng Muzi did not reply. Huo Liancheng made up another message. "I'll give you 3 minutes." Huo Liancheng started smoking. Sure enough, when 3 minutes were still a few seconds away, his phone rang. It was Cheng Mu's. He said, "Fourth brother, why are you still up so late?" "I was looking at the business plan. I didn't notice that fourth brother was looking for me. Is there anything I can help you with?" "What did you say to Jian Yun?" Huo Liancheng asked coldly. "No. What happened to Sister Jian?" "I didn't say anything." Cheng Mu's heart trembled. He immediately denied it because he knew that if Jian Yun really asked Huo Liancheng's attitude was no longer the same. "Cheng Muze, you are still playing dumb with me." Huo Liancheng was annoyed, especially when he did not know why Jian Yun was so conflicted. "Fourth brother, I was wrong. I was just joking in the afternoon. I really did not say anything." "Yes." Cheng Mu's insisted that it wasn't him. In fact, he was secretly enjoying himself at the moment. "He wanted you, a devil king, to give me so much work. I also want to make things difficult for you." Yes, this was Cheng Mu's goal. Recently, he had been tormented too badly by Huo Liancheng, so he wanted to take revenge. However, Huo Liancheng was too strong and he could not defeat him. So he could only find another way. Huo Liancheng's only weakness was Jian Yun, so he would start with Jian Yun. Cheng Muze knew that no matter how smart a woman was, she would be jealous, especially when it came to the past of her lover. So he deliberately showed Jian Yun the picture of Huo Liancheng hugging Chen Xinran. Jian Yun would definitely be muttering in her heart, and with the effect of that sentence, he did not believe that Jian Yun would not mind. As long as Jian Yun minded, she would make trouble with Huo Liancheng. Even if Jian Yun was magnanimous and did not make trouble, it would not be like nothing. This way, Huo Liancheng would put all his energy on coaxing Jian Yun and would not have the time to torture him. Cheng Mu's wishful thinking sounded. At this moment, he was sitting in the hotel suite. He was wearing a nightgown and his legs were crossed. He held a wine glass in his hand and shook it. He was smiling like a fox. Chapter 414. Are we pigs? Clearly, Cheng Mu's plan had succeeded. Otherwise, Huo Liancheng wouldn't have called him so late and asked him what he had told Jian Yun. Cheng Mu's, wait. Although Huo Liancheng did not ask anything, since he knew it was Cheng Mu's who did it, it was fine. As for Jian Yun, if he asked slowly, he would find out the reason. Cheng Mu's, who had been threatened by Huo Liancheng, patted his heart. He put down his phone and drank some red wine to calm his shock. He was actually very afraid. He knew very well how ruthless Huo Liancheng was. He did not hold back when he started to torture people. However, his fourth brother didn't care about him at all. He treated him like a donkey. Of course, he wanted to find some trouble for fourth brother. Besides, he had also gotten benefits from others. At the same time, Huo Liancheng hung up the phone. He suddenly felt annoyed. He took a few deep puffs of smoke and turned back to the bedroom. He sat by the bed and looked at Jian Yun, who was already asleep. Huo Liancheng touched Jian Yun's hair and pulled the hair that fell on her face to the side. There were still tears on her face. She was lying on her side with her forehead locked. It seemed that she was not sleeping well. Huo Liancheng sat for a while and was no longer sleepy. He planned to return to the study and continue working. Just as he got up and took 2 steps, his phone suddenly rang. It was late at night. The silver moonlight shone. Outside the window, the shadow of a tree swayed. In the silence, Huo Liancheng looked down at his phone, but when he saw the caller ID, he suddenly frowned. A complicated look flashed through his eyes. He subconsciously looked at Jian Yun. Although his phone was vibrating, he was worried that it would wake her up, so he hung up. But it was obvious that the other party would not give up so easily. In a few seconds, Huo Liancheng's phone started vibrating again. This time, he picked up the phone. When Jian Yun woke up, it was already past 7 o'clock. She felt a little pain in her head, and her eyes were dry and uncomfortable. She must have cried too much last night. Jian Yun sat on the bed and scratched her hair. She felt very bad. Huo Liancheng was not around and Jian Yun knew his routine. He always got up at 6 and then ran in the morning to exercise. He went out to work at 7:30. Actually, Huo Liancheng's life was really simple. It was not the luxurious life of the rich that was reported on the gossip news. Instead, it was self-discipline. He loved her and pampered her. She was the ideal husband for all women. So what was there to fuss about? However, whenever Jian Yun thought about what happened last night, her heart was very troubled. She also knew that she was very unreasonable and annoying, but she could not help it. Jian Yun could not help but think about how Huo Liancheng and Chen Xinran looked when they were together. Was it because they also loved each other so much back then? Did he also look at Chen Xinran with his eyes? That was why Chen Xinran died after giving birth to his child. This matter caused him so much pain. He would rather not have another woman give birth to a child. Jian Yun felt that she would definitely go crazy if she kept thinking about it. Forget it, she must have gone mad. That was why she would be so calculative about the past. She was actually jealous of someone who had already died. Jian Yun slid off the bed, and just as she stabilized herself, she sucked in a breath of cold air and reached out to hold her waist. It was so painful. Of course it would be painful. Last night she was raped by Huo Liancheng again. She was stubborn and resisted with all her might. He was probably anxious and didn't pay attention to controlling his strength. He almost broke her old waist. When Jian Yun finished washing up and went downstairs, she put one hand on her waist and the other on the handrail of the stairs and slowly moved down. The big villa was quiet. Huo Liancheng did not like having more people, so other than 2 or 3 maids and housekeepers, there was no one else in the house. The bodyguards were all outside the house and in the Navban, but they usually did not walk around. Jian Yun went downstairs to find food, but she didn't know. Was she tired from crying last night? She was hungry in the morning. It was almost 8 o'clock. Jian Yun thought Huo Liancheng must have gone to work a long time ago. So when she saw the man sitting at the table in the restaurant reading the financial newspaper, she was stunned. Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun coming over and he looked at her. His eyes were burning. Today, he was only wearing a black t-shirt and gray pants. He was dressed very casually, but it made his facial features look deep and handsome. It made people reluctant to look away. Are you hungry? Huo Liancheng put down the newspaper and smiled gently. He stood up and took the milk from the pot that had been warm with warm water and passed it to Jian Yun. Jian Yun did not take it and Huo Liancheng was not angry. He put the milk on the table and went to get breakfast for Jian Yun. Jian Yun just watched him arrange the plates one by one. Crystal shrimp dumplings, steamed and sold, crab yellow buns, milk yellow buns. Huo Liancheng introduced them as he took them. From morning tea to Tianjin buns, there were also cold skin rice noodles, steamed cakes and steamed buns, and even the biang noodles. Seeing that Huo Liancheng was about to fill the table, Jian Yun could not be bothered to be angry with him. She asked with a confused expression, "Is there a guest coming home so early?" "No." Huo Liancheng took out the last plate of stir-fried dough. Seeing that the table could not be put down anymore, he simply held it in his hand and said to Jian Yun with a smile, "Just the 2 of us." Jian Yun's mouth twitched. Even if we were pigs, we could not eat that much. Huo Liancheng's handsome face turned black. Who would compare themselves to pigs? Jian Yun pointed to dozens of plates on the table and said speechlessly, "Then tell me, how can the 2 of us finish so much? Although you are very rich, you cannot waste food like this. You can choose what you like to eat. I will settle the rest." Huo Liancheng kicked the few large thermos barrels to the side. He moved the plates and put down the plate of stir-fried dough. He looked up and saw Jian Yun still standing there. He raised his eyebrows. "If you don't eat, it will be cold." Jian Yun smelled the fragrance and had long coveted it. She did not have the time to talk to Huo Liancheng. She held her waist and sat down. She picked up the chopsticks and picked up a crystal shrimp dumplings. "What's wrong with your waist?" Huo Liancheng asked. "What do you think?" Jian Yun had dumplings in her mouth and her cheeks were bulging. She lifted her eyelids and glanced at Huo Liancheng. "You must have sprained yourself because you were too rough sleeping." Huo Liancheng made a serious analysis. Jian Yun could not be bothered with him and buried her head in her food. When she was full, Jian Yun put down her chopsticks and got up to leave. She did not look at Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng quickly followed and reached out to grab Jian Yun's hand that was holding her waist. His big hand immediately pressed on her waist. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all." Jian Yun did not look at him. She took Huo Liancheng's hand away and kept her distance from him. "Are you still angry with me?" Huo Liancheng was confused. He still did not know why Jian Yun was angry. "No," Jian Yun denied stiffly. Huo Liancheng saw how hard it was for her to walk, so he did not care if she was willing or not. He picked Jian Yun up and walked upstairs in big strides. "Hey, let me down!" Jian Yun felt inexplicably irritated. Chapter 4:15. Not mentioning the past. Huo Liancheng did put Jian Yun down, but he put her on the bed. He opened Jian Yun's clothes and wanted to give her a massage, but when he saw the clear finger mark on her slender waist, he frowned. Jian Yun did not let Huo Liancheng see, and conveniently slapped his big hand away. She put down her clothes and muttered, "It hurts." I'm sorry, I was also anxious at that time. Huo Liancheng gently pressed and rubbed Jian Yun through her clothes. He said helplessly, "It was originally well done. You suddenly said no. How can I not be in a hurry?" Jian Yun laid her face under the blanket and did not make a sound. Huo Liancheng paused and carefully asked, "Duo Air, what exactly made you so angry? Did I do something wrong?" "No, I'm not angry." Jin Yun felt that she had done enough. She was clearly fine, but she had to struggle here. In the end, she was entangled to death. "Are you really not angry?" Huo Liancheng did not believe that Jian Yun cried so fiercely last night. It was definitely not just because she was in a bad mood. Yes. Jian Yun did not want to talk about this topic. She looked at Huo Liancheng with one eye. "Don't you need to go to work today?" Huo Liancheng laid down and put his arm around Jian Yun. "I don't want to go." Jian Yun rolled her eyes at him. "Is there anyone like you who can be the CEO? The Mings paid you, but you actually skipped work." Huo Liancheng curled his lips and looked indifferent. "At most, they will fire me. I came to Qinghu City to find you. I'll find something to do while I'm at it." "Since you've already found it, it doesn't matter if you stay here or not." "Yes, that time when you took me to Shuili's place, she told me that you've been doing all kinds of work for the past few years." Jian Yun nodded and buried her face in the pillow again. "Why does it sound like I am a contractor?" Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. He hooked his arm around Jian Yun's chin and turned her face towards him. He asked with a smile. "Were you very touched then?" He asked with a smile. "Why did I feel touched?" Jian Yun asked. "I am so handsome. Many women like me, but I only love you. Shouldn't you be moved?" Huo Liancheng asked shamelessly. Jian Yun blinked and blinked again. She saw Huo Liancheng's face full of expectation and answered casually, "Yes, I am touched." So perfunctory. Huo Liancheng was dissatisfied. When he saw Jian Yun burying her face into the pillow again, he could not help but pull her hair. "Don't you feel bored lying down like this?" "I don't want to see you," Jian Yun replied in a low voice. "Duo Air, aren't you afraid that I will be sad if you say that?" Huo Liancheng stared at Jian Yun's ears, his sword-like brows tightly knitted together. He really wanted to know what Chen Mu's had said to Jian Yun that made her, who had always been sensible, mind so much, but he could not show it. He knew that Jian Yun would definitely not say such a direct question. "You are sad. Go and find those women who love you to comfort you." Jian Yun still did not want to raise her head. "How can there be any women who love me? They are nothing in my eyes." Huo Liancheng heard Jian Yun's tone was not right. Why did it have a sour taste? So he asked tentatively, "Duo Air, are you jealous?" Jian Yun was stunned when she heard that, but she immediately denied it. Who is jealous? No. Huo Liancheng was no ordinary person. He had roamed the business world for so many years, and those big shots in the business world were nothing in front of him. No matter how well Jian Yun concealed such a young and innocent girl, as long as she showed any hints, she would not escape Huo Liancheng's eyes. Jian Yun was stunned just now. Even though her movements were subtle, Huo Liancheng still noticed. So she was really jealous? But who was she jealous of? What did Chen Mu's say to her? Since he knew the reason why Jian Yun was angry, Huo Liancheng did not continue to ask. He reached out to hug Jian Yun and kissed her ear while gently coaxing her. "Duo-er, you are the only one I like from the beginning to the end." Jian Yun's heart involuntarily trembled when she heard that. She was silent for a moment and could not help but ask, "Did you and your ex-girlfriend say the same thing?" Ex-girlfriend? Huo Liancheng was basically certain that Cheng Mu's must have told him about his past, but Huo Liancheng did not know what Cheng Mu said. He did not show any emotion on his face. He said seriously, "Duo-er, we agreed not to talk about the past." Jian Yun was in Huo Liancheng's arms. She thought that even if he did not admit it, he would lie to her, but she did not expect him to answer like that. If he said he would not mention it, then it would be like having an ex-girlfriend. Moreover, it was an unforgettable. Jian Yun felt her heart ache again. She raised her head to look into Huo Liancheng's eyes. His dark eyes were deep and calm, but Jian Yun felt that there was still water under the calm surface. "Duo-er, I said it before. I did not know that there would be a day when I would love you so much." Huo Liancheng's slender fingers gently stroked Jian Yun's tender face. There seemed to be spring water in his eyes, so soft that it made one's heartstrings beat. "But I also did not know that I would fall in love with you. I still left my virginity to you." Jin Yun knew that she was being unreasonable, but she deliberately said it to test Huo Liancheng's reaction. "How about I leave my virginity to you in my next life?" Huo Liancheng kissed Jian Yun. Huo Liancheng did not really care about virginity. If Jian Yun did not give him the first time, he would at most be disappointed but would not mind. Otherwise, he would not insist on marrying Jian Yun when he knew she was obsessed with her ex-boyfriend. Just as he said, Jian Yun did not know that she would meet him one day. In the modern open society, it was very normal for men and women to have a few relationships. The reason he raped her was because he misunderstood that Jian Yun and Xu Haiyan had a secret relationship after they got married. Who wants to live with you in the next life? The next life is illusory. This life, I think it's enough for you. Jian Yun did not hear the answer she wanted to hear, but she felt that Huo Liancheng's answer was reasonable. Sometimes a kind lie was easier to accept than a confession. "How dare you?" Huo Liancheng put his hand on Jianyun's chin and forced her to look up at him. His eyes were fierce. I want to tie you up for generations. You have to see it even if you have seen enough. One day you will get sick of it. Jianyun did not feel happy when she heard Huo Liancheng say that. Instead, she was a little worried. She did not know where this worry came from. No, Huo Liancheng denied immediately. I know myself. Once I'm sure of a person, it will be my life. Really? Jianyun heard this, but a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. He actually said that once he recognized a person, he would be with her for the rest of his life. Then, if Chen Xinran did not die due to childbirth that time, would it be that he would have married Chen Xinran a long time ago, had the woman he loved, the children he loved, and a happy family? Chapter 4:16. They had long been chased out of the city. The corner of Jianyun's mouth curled into a mocking smile. That's right. If Chen Xinran was still alive, then his life would naturally not be her, Jianyun. You don't believe me? Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. Why did he feel that when Jianyun heard such a confession, not only was she unhappy, but she was even more disappointed? Also, why did her smile look strange? How about I believe it? So what if I don't? After such a long life, who can clearly explain what will happen in the future? Jianyun lowered her eyes and said lightly, Duer, why are you suddenly so pessimistic? Huo Liancheng stroked Jianyun's face and his eyes were deep. Yes. Jianyun's eyelashes trembled, and then the corners of her mouth rose. She smiled and said seriously, I've said it before, a person who doesn't tolerate sand in his eyes. Since he loves her, he will wholeheartedly devote himself to her, and he won't do anything that will let you down. I truly want to grow white with you. However, if you betray me, I will not forgive you. Why do you keep thinking that I will betray you? Huo Liancheng was unhappy. He did not like to question or not, especially when Jianyun did not trust his feelings for her. It made him very angry. Jianyun looked at Huo Liancheng's face. Her eyes sparkled, but she hid her deepest thoughts. She smiled and said, No, I just said that. Don't think like that. Huo Liancheng was very annoyed. Okay, I'm not going to tell you. Jianyun turned over. The massage on her waist made her feel much more comfortable. She thought about it and asked, But do you plan to lie in bed with me today? Can't I? Huo Liancheng raised his eyebrows. Jianyun giggled. Go to work, I'm fine. No, I'll accompany you. Huo Liancheng reached out and wrapped his arm around Jianyun. Every time he saw her, he had a restless feeling. If it was any other day, he would definitely have gone for her. But today, Jianyun's waist was injured by him. No matter how much he wanted her, he had to take care of her body. I am really fine. Jianyun tried hard not to think about Huo Liancheng's past. She did not want Huo Liancheng to worry. He had treated her well enough. Mom called me yesterday. She wants me to thank you for her. She was taken care of very well in the rehabilitation hospital in Imperial. She could sit up now. Why are you so polite to me? Isn't your mom my mom? Huo Liancheng spoke sweet words casually. Jianyun smiled, but did not respond. Instead, she closed her eyes and hid in Huo Liancheng's arms. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, Sorry to worry you. No matter what happens, don't keep it in your heart. Just tell me. Huo Liancheng felt warm in his heart. He patted Jianyun's back and squinted his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Okay. Jianyun replied. She was very gentle, but she also understood that she could say anything, but she could not ask about it. If what she guessed was true, in that case, Chen Xinran's position in Huo Liancheng's heart must be extremely important. A woman whom he had loved deeply had died in order to give birth to a child. One could imagine how much his heart ached. She asked him at this time. Either he avoided talking, or he was furious and accused her of being unreasonable. No matter what kind of situation it was not what Jianyun wanted to see. Are you tired? Huo Liancheng did not ask Jianyun why she was troubled. He knew her character. She would not tell anything she did not want to say. No matter how hard he tried to interrogate her, she would not tell him. So it was better for him to slowly find out what she wanted to say. For example, he had just figured out that Jianyun should be jealous. However, for no reason, where did the jealousy come from to make her jealous? He did not know what that bastard Cheng Mu's had said. Huo Liancheng's eyes were cold. Cheng Mu's had dared to provoke him. He had become bolder recently. I'm not sleepy. Jianyun crawled into Huo Liancheng's arms again. She did not know why, but today she really wanted to stick to him. The smell of his body made her feel at ease. I just want to stick to you. Then you chased me to work just now? Huo Liancheng looked at Jianyun, who was lying on his body like a bear. He pulled her nose and laughed. Jianyun opened her eyes and thought for a while. She suddenly let go of Huo Liancheng. You should go to work. Why did you change your mind again? Huo Liancheng felt that Jianyun was a little distant from him today. It was like the days after forcing her to get the certificate with him. We can't just lie on the bed without doing anything, Jianyun said. Jianyun grabbed her hair and smoothed her messy hair. She got off the bed and wanted to put on her shoes. What do you want to do? She asked. Huo Liancheng looked at Jianyun's slim back and also sat up from the bed. Take you to work and then go to the hospital to see Yanyan. Jianyun turned her head and said, You want me to go to work so badly? Huo Liancheng was speechless. I have already given the Mings a lot of face. Even if I don't go to the company every day, No one would dare to have any objections. So, you want to go to the hospital with me to see Yan Yan? Jianyun knew that Huo Liancheng was not bluffing. Putting aside the Huos, even the Claude company that he founded himself was several streets away from the Mings. The Mings was only famous in Qinghu City. Kiss me and I will go with you. Huo Liancheng pointed at his mouth. He was in a bad mood last night and did not want to go to the Mings company. Humph, forget it. I don't want to kiss you. Jianyun wrinkled her nose and made a face. She turned around and ran out. Huo Liancheng's eyes darkened and he was a little disappointed. He got off the bed and followed Jianyun out the door. However, just as he stepped out, Jianyun suddenly rushed out from the side and jumped into his arms. She immediately hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him. Jianyun opened her eyes wide, and her eyes were bright. She looked at Huo Liancheng, and her eyes were full of mischievous smiles. How could Huo Liancheng endure such stimulation? At that time, he hugged Jianyun and wanted to take the initiative to counterattack. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and took a cold breath. There was a flash of anger in his sharp eyes. This bad girl actually bit him. Jianyun saw Huo Liancheng's expression change and quickly let go of him. She immediately jumped far away and looked at him with a smile. If it hurts, remember that you are mine. I am alone, so you are not allowed to have other women in your heart. You cannot go in the past or in the future. Huo Liancheng originally wanted to catch Jianyun and teach her a lesson, but after hearing her words, his heart was as sweet as honey. How could he still be angry? What about you? What about the person in your heart? Huo Liancheng stared at Jianyun with burning eyes. I chased him out a long time ago. In the future, you will be the only one in my heart, Jianyun said seriously. Huo Liancheng's brows relaxed. His handsome face looked like the sky after the rain. The clouds dispersed and his face was full of sunshine. He took a step forward, reached out and grabbed Jianyun's shoulder, looked into her eyes and said in a deep voice, I don't care what you heard, I just want to tell you, from the beginning until the end, I only loved you. Chapter 417, I Believe You? Jianyun was stunned when she heard Huo Liancheng's words. She couldn't tell if Huo Liancheng was telling the truth or not. Did he only love her from the beginning to the end? Then what about Chen Xinran? What was her position in his heart? Huo Liancheng noticed that Jianyun was in a daze after hearing his confession. There was a trace of mockery and sadness in her eyes. Although she hid it well, he still saw it. So what did she mind? Jianyun was only in a daze for a moment and quickly reacted. She looked at Huo Liancheng and smiled. Her eyes were curved like a crescent moon. I believe you. How could she not believe him? Even if he was lying, Jianyun still persuaded herself to believe him. Her mother told her that the most important thing between husband and wife was honesty and trust. But sometimes, if the truth was too cruel, a white lie was necessary. Luo Yanyan and Qing Dong had come to this stage because they had not known each other for a long time and did not trust each other. Luo Yanyan subsidized the family and kept the matter of lending money to her brother a secret from Qing Dong. Mrs. Qin was also using this to make a big fuss. If Qing Dong was a little bit responsible and had a stronger temper, he would directly scold his mother. This was his family matter. He would deal with it himself, and it would not end up like today. Jianyun did not expect that Huo Liancheng really did not go to work today and accompanied her to the hospital. The morning was the busiest time in the hospital. People came and went in the wards. Many people came to visit the patients. They all brought flowers or fruit baskets. It was very lively. Jianyun also bought a bunch of flowers full of stars at the flower shop at the entrance of the hospital. Luo Yanyan liked this kind of flowers the fourth. She once said that seeing the stars was like seeing the stars in the sky blinking at her. Huo Liancheng kept holding Jianyun's hand. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. Both men and women were looking at Huo Liancheng. The man had never seen someone with such a strong aura. He wanted to see if he was some big shot. The woman was stunned by his appearance, but because Huo Liancheng had a cold face and strong aura, the passers-by who were stunned by his appearance did not dare to come and watch as boldly as they did yesterday. Jianyun had a high chance of turning back along the way. Furthermore, she was basically looking at men. She had a clear temperament. Her face was pretty and not the kind of aggressive beauty that would make people who saw her stunned. They would even feel comfortable after seeing her. Especially at this moment, she was wearing a sapphire blue dress and a small white jacket. In her arms was a bunch of stars, just like a person walking out of a painting. Huo Liancheng was very unhappy. Didn't these men know that Jianyun was his wife? Each and every one of them was like a cat that saw a fish. Their eyes were completely red. They wanted to push him away and hit on him. Jianyun felt Huo Liancheng's large hand that was holding her hand tighten, and the cold air around her also became stronger. She could not help but turn her head to look at him strangely. She saw that he had a stinky, handsome face, and was coldly staring at those men who passed by. Jianyun scratched Huo Liancheng's palm in amusement. Seeing him look at her, she winked at him and made a face. Why are you so serious? I don't like hospitals, Huo Liancheng said. Then you have to come with me. Jianyun was speechless. She had said that she did not want him to come over when they were in the car. His aura was too strong. No matter where he went, he would be cold. With him around, the atmosphere was very awkward, because he would not chat with you, but standing there like an iceberg would make people feel fear. Oh? Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes coldly. Zhan Yun quickly put on a smile. All right, I really like you to be with me. If you don't come, my heart will be extremely empty and lonely. At least you still have some conscience. Huo Liancheng's mouth curved, deliberately ignoring Zhan Yun's last disgusted expression. While they were talking, Luo Yanyan's ward arrived. Zhan Yun knocked on the door and a slight sound came from inside. Please come in. Zhan Yun pushed open the door and went in. She heard it was quiet outside just now and thought that there was no one inside. When she came in, she found that the ward between the two of them was full of people. She looked and saw at least 8 or 9 people inside. Among them, she knew Luo Yanyan's parents and younger brother. Luo Cheng had a young woman beside him. She was a little fat and looked quite good. She was probably Luo Cheng's fiancée. Other than the people from the Luo family, Jian Yun saw that Qingdong and his aunt were also there. She did not see his parents. However, Qingdong's eyes had turned blue, and his nose was also covered with adhesive tape. It seemed that Luo Cheng had done a lot yesterday. Jian Yun did not recognize the few people other than these people. She guessed that these people should be relatives of the Qin family or Luo family. Jian Yun, why are you here? Luo Yanyan looked at Jian Yun and seemed to be a little surprised. But when she saw Huo Liancheng, who appeared together with Jian Yun, she was shocked and forced herself to sit up. Yanyan, why are you sitting up? Quickly lie down. Mrs. Luo quickly went to help Luo Yanyan. President Huo, I'm sorry. I just had surgery. I can't sit for long. I can only lie down and talk. Luo Yanyan's gaze fell on Huo Liancheng and Jian Yun's tightly clenched hands. Her drooping eyelashes covered the envy in her eyes. They were both quick marriages. Huo Liancheng was so famous and rich, but he had always been like before to Jian Yun. He could actually lower his body and accompany Jian Yun to the hospital to see her. She looked at her again. She had been humiliated since the day she got married. Although the man she found looked honest and reliable, he was actually a person who could not do anything and would always listen to her mother's words. This was the difference between people. Huo Liancheng rarely nodded, indicating that it was okay. He had to give some face to Jian Yun's classmates. It's fine, Yan Yan. Just lie down and talk. Jian Yun passed the flowers to Luo Cheng. She sat beside Luo Yanyan's bed and asked softly, Are you feeling better? On the other side, when the people in the house saw Huo Liancheng come in, they were all looking at him. When they heard Luo Yanyan call Huo Liancheng President Huo, they could not help but look at each other. Which President Huo? Qingdong and Luo Cheng both knew Huo Liancheng. They wanted to go up and greet him, but when they saw Huo Liancheng's cold and handsome face, they backed off. He was really too cold. His entire body emitted an aura that prevented strangers from approaching him. Zhan Yun also noticed that the atmosphere in the room was not right. She knew that once Huo Liancheng appeared, the atmosphere would definitely turn cold. If he had nothing to do, his face would be gloomy. Didn't he know that his aura was very frightening? Liancheng, wait for me outside, okay? I will leave after a few words with Yanyan, Zhan Yun said softly. Huo Liancheng nodded. He did not want to stay here. These people kept staring at him. He did not look good. President Huo, Luo Cheng's fiancée, pinched him hard when she saw that Huo Liancheng was about to leave. Only then did he summon up his courage and call out. Huo Liancheng stopped and turned around. He didn't say anything. His eyes were as cold as usual. Thank you for what happened yesterday. Luo Cheng wiped the cold sweat off his head. He was inexplicably nervous when he saw Huo Liancheng's eyes. He could not even speak properly. I don't know if I have the honor to treat you to a meal. Chapter 418, he might already be one of the upper echelons of the Ming clan. No need, I can do it easily. Huo Liancheng's voice was cold. He opened the door and left. A relative of the Luo family asked, Who is this? So domineering? The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became awkward. Luo Cheng, who had been treated coldly, looked a little embarrassed. His fiancée, Zhang Xiaojing, frowned. No one knew what she was thinking. Luo Yanyan scolded Luo Cheng lightly. Don't think too much about it. How can you invite Huo Liancheng to dinner? Luo Cheng lowered his head and did not say anything. Someone else was confused. Who is Huo Liancheng? He is so young. He is not the mayor. He is the mayor. Or is he the leader of a company? Huo Liancheng, don't you know him? I heard he is the richest man in China, the heir to the Huo family, one of the top 10 families in the world. A young man standing next to Qingdong said excitedly. So awesome? That person clearly didn't dare to believe it. Jian Yun and Luo Yanyan exchanged glances. Luo Yanyan revealed a bitter smile and shook her head but did not say anything. Jian Yun also understood that with so many people present, she could not directly ask Luo Yanyan what happened. Luo Yanyan. Since Luo Yanyan did not say it, then she definitely could not say it in person. So Jian Yun could only change the topic. Where is Wu Wenjing? Didn't she say she is here to accompany the knight? Wu Wenjing picked up the phone in the morning and left in a hurry. Wu Wenjing seemed to have something to do and I asked her, but did not say anything. Jian Yun, when you have time, call her and ask her. When Luo Yanyan mentioned Wu Wenjing, worry flashed in her eyes. Okay, don't worry. Wu Danyu's mind is more mature than you and me and she will be fine. Jian Yun held Luo Yanyan's hand and comforted her. At this time, Jian Yun looked up and looked around. Her heart was a little scared. When those people heard about Huo Liancheng's illustrious identity, they all focused their eyes on her. Their eyes were burning, as if they wanted to eat her. They just stared at her. Yanyan, I'm leaving now. Call me. Jian Yun and Luo Yanyan said a few more words and got up to say goodbye. Being looked at by so many people made her feel uncomfortable. She felt that it was better not to stay any longer. She would call Luo Yanyan later to ask what exactly happened to Luo Yanyan. Luo Yanyan nodded. Jian Yun, thank you. I also thank President Huo. Thank you for coming to see me. Jian Yun held Luo Yanyan's hand tightly and smiled. Don't think about anything. Let's recover first. Just as Jian Yun was about to leave, she was suddenly stopped by the young woman beside Luo Cheng. Big sister, can I talk to you for a bit? Jian Yun turned around to look. She remembered Luo Yanyan had told them that Luo Cheng had a girlfriend. Previously, Luo Yanyan borrowed money from her because Luo Cheng wanted to get engaged. But this was also Jian Yun's first time seeing this girl. She did not know why Luo Cheng's fiancé was looking for her. Is something the matter? Jian Yun asked. Little Jing, I told you it was impossible. Don't say it again. Luo Yanyan was clearly a little angry, and her voice turned cold. Big sister, how would you know if you don't try? Zhang Xiaojing did not bother with Luo Yanyan, but took a step forward and bit her lips as if she was thinking about what to say. Yanyan, what is it? Jian Yun was confused and did not know what this girl was looking for her for. Sister, I was wondering if you could ask President Huo to arrange a job for Luo Cheng in Ming's. Zhang Xiaojing was afraid that Luo Yanyan would stop her, so she quickly told her purpose. Arrange a job? Jian Yun was very surprised. She suddenly remembered that Aunt Qindong also begged her for the same thing. She turned her eyes and rushed over. She saw Aunt Qindong, who had been keeping her head down since she entered the door, was also looking up at her. It was just that this woman, who was originally capable, had a layer of fatigue and sadness in her eyes. Jian Yun also remembered what Cheng Muze had told her a few days ago. Cheng Muze had indeed given her face and arranged for Qindong's cousin to become a programmer in a software company. This company was also under the cloud company. The manager tested Qindong's cousin and found that although he was autistic, he was indeed a genius in software. It was said that the manager was very satisfied with him. The manager praised Qindong's cousin and even got his first month's salary. Then why was Aunt Qindong unhappy? Without waiting for Jian Yun to think, Zhang Xiaojing spoke again. Big sister, although Luo Cheng is young, he is very capable. His academic qualifications are just a little low, but in this society, ability is more important than academic qualifications. Am I right? Sister, I beg of you, give Luo Cheng a chance. Jian Yun was also speechless. She was not the one who started the Mings. These people did not dare to look for Huo Liancheng. They all asked her for help. She didn't want to help because she didn't want to give Luo Yanyan any face. But how could she help? Jian Yun, you can go. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Luo Yanyan's face darkened. Although she also really wanted Luo Cheng to find a reliable job and not always be ambitious and do not waste money, Jian Yun was her friend. Their relationship was so good that she did not want to see Jian Yun make things difficult for her. Big sister. Zhang Xiaojing was very dissatisfied with Luo Yanyan's attitude. Yanyan, Luo Cheng is your brother. You don't want him to live either. It's not good, right? Ask Jian Yun to help. Mrs. Luo also advised softly from the side. Don't say any more. Luo Yanyan's expression became even darker. She was so angry that her hands were clenched tightly. Her originally haggard and pale little face was also covered with an abnormal layer of redness. Jian Yun originally wanted to directly reject, but she could not bear to see Luo Yanyan do this kind of thing. She understood that if she did not agree today, with Luo Yanyan's attitude just now, after she left, Luo Yanyan would definitely be surrounded by the people of Luo family. Luo Yanyan would be blamed by her younger brother and sister-in-law. Jian Yun could not help but sigh, and then said, I can help you fight for it, but big companies all have interviews. This is unavoidable. First tell me what you are good at. Zhang Xiaojing and Luo Cheng were overjoyed when they saw Jian Yun let go. Luo Cheng used to do sales and sell big passenger cars. His performance is very good. Jian Yun looked at Luo Cheng again. Then do you want to do sales? Yes. Luo Cheng nodded and looked excited. He only had a degree from the Civil Affairs Department. The most basic requirement for Ming's recruitment was an undergraduate degree. That was why he could not get an interview. Now, as long as Jian Yun was willing to help, he believed that he would definitely be hired. Okay, I got it. I'll give you a call when the time comes. Jian Yun did not want to say any longer, so she greeted Luo Yanyan and turned around to leave. As soon as Jian Yun went out, Aunt Qindong also went out. In the ward, Luo Yanyan's face was gloomy, and she said angrily, I already owe Jian Yun a favor. Now you are forcing her to help Luo Cheng enter the Mings. How do you want me to face her in the future? Zhang Xiaojing was dissatisfied and said, Big sister, you just said that. That's not right. Only a fool would not use resources. If you had recommended Jian Yun to us earlier, perhaps Luo Cheng is now a senior leader of Mings. Chapter 419. As an atom? The higher-ups of the Mings? Aren't you thinking too much? I know Luo Cheng's level. Luo Yanyan sneered. This abortion had allowed her to see clearly. She had also thought about a lot of things. Sister, Luo Cheng is your brother. You only have one brother. Why do you look down on him? Zhang Xiaojing was very protective of Luo Cheng. Luo Yanyan's face was dark and she tried hard to hold back her anger. Mrs. Luo wanted to say something, but seeing Luo Yanyan's mood was not good, she held back her anger. Father Luo held a teacup and squinted his eyes as he sat there taking a sip of tea from time to time. Qingdong's side was also silent. Although there were many people in the ward, the atmosphere was very strange. Zhang Xiaojing winked at Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng understood and immediately pretended to be sad. Big sister, if you don't like it, I will trouble your friend. Then, I will call her later and tell her not to help. We're family after all. We're siblings. I don't want you to be sad. Before Luo Yanyan could say anything, the relatives of the Luo family started criticizing Luo Yanyan. Yanyan, your friend is the wife of the CEO. President Huo is so rich. There must be a lot of companies in the company. You and her are so close. As long as you ask, she will give you face. It is easy for her husband to arrange a position for Luo Cheng. Our Luo family only has Luo Cheng. If you don't help him as the elder sister, who will help him? The one who spoke was Luo Yanyan's aunt. She was in her 60s. She was kind, but her words revealed deep thoughts of prioritizing men over women. That's right, Yanyan. You are the most sensible person in your daily life. Why did you become muddle-headed in this matter? Another middle-aged man spoke. He was Luo Yanyan's uncle. He only had 2 daughters and had always wanted to fight for a son. If there's nothing else, all of you can leave. I'm so tired and want to rest. Luo Yanyan was used to being gentle. Although she knew how unreasonable the Luo family's relatives' words were, she could not say anything to refute it. This made her feel even more sullen and angry. Yes, his eldest aunt and youngest uncle, you all sat in the car for the entire night last night and came to see Yanyan in the morning. You guys should go to the hotel to rest first. Mrs. Luo said. Okay, we still need to play in Qinghu for a few days. We will come to see Yanyan when we have time. Little Uncle Luo picked up his bag and went with eldest Aunt Luo. He called out to the 2 teenage girls behind him and was about to leave. I will send you guys there. At this moment, Father Luo stood up. He tightened the lid of the teacup and placed it in his pants pocket. Then he also followed behind little Uncle Luo. Luo Yanyan looked at Qingdong and said quietly, Qingdong, you can go back. Yanyan, I will accompany you here, Qingdong said hurriedly. My sister does not need someone like you to stay with her. Luo Chen was very angry and refuted immediately. What do you mean by this kind of person? What do you mean by that? The young man beside Qingdong was very dissatisfied. He was Qingdong's friend, called Lu Yong. Qingdong was beaten yesterday and today, Mrs. Inth Qin called him and asked him to advise Qingdong not to come to the hospital. However, he could not persuade Qingdong and could only follow him to prevent Qingdong from suffering again by himself. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? How long has my sister been married to him? She has been bullied to this extent. As a man, he can't even protect his own wife. He has been abandoned by dogs in this world. Luo Cheng raised his eyebrows. It was hard to hear what he said. Luo Cheng, shut up. Luo Yanyan's face darkened. Since she had made up her mind, she did not want to talk about the past. After scolding Luo Cheng, Luo Yanyan looked at Qingdong again. Her eyes were full of coldness. She said in a calm voice, Qingdong, go back. Give me some time. We need to think about our future path. Yanyan, I know I have made you suffer a lot, but you have to understand that my feelings for you have never changed. I will not agree to a divorce. Qingdong was a little agitated. He did not understand that he did not do anything wrong. It was his mother who had been making things difficult for Luo Yanyan. Why did Luo Yanyan vent her anger on him and insisted to divorce him? We will talk about it later. Luo Yanyan was really tired. She had lost so much blood yesterday and was already weak. These 2 days, she still had to deal with Mrs. Qin and the people of Luo family. It made her exhausted and almost depressed. Qingdong, you go back first. We are all here and there is nothing to worry about. You can go back. I will persuade Yanyan. Mrs. Luo clearly did not agree with Luo Yanyan about the divorce. Her attitude towards Qingdong was still as gentle as before, even when Mrs. Qin pointed at her nose and scolded her yesterday. Or rather, from the beginning she had taken a fancy to Qingdong. It was not Luo Yanyan, but Mrs. Luo. Luo Yanyan felt really sad for herself. She hated her own weakness. Let's go, Qingdong. Qingdong's friend was also urging them to leave. He knew what had happened and also felt that Qingdong's family's matter was a little complicated. They needed time to deal with it. Qingdong hesitated for a while before he walked to Luo Yanyan's bed. Luo Cheng immediately stopped him from touching Luo Yanyan. Yanyan, if you don't want to see me, I will go back first. Call me if you need anything. Qingdong held back his anger. He did not want to have any more conflicts with Luo Cheng. The matter in his family had already become like this. He did not want to make a fool of himself again. Luo Yanyan was blocked by Luo Cheng. Qingdong could not see her expression. He waited for a long time but did not say anything. He could only turn around and leave in embarrassment. As soon as Qingdong left, Mrs. Luo started to talk. Yanyan, Qingdong is a very honest child. He has apologized to you. Don't go too far. Luo Yanyan was originally still squinting and resting. When she heard these words, she suddenly opened her eyes and glared at Mrs. Luo. She said fiercely. Mom, I told you not to bother with my matters anymore. Do you think that I have not been harmed enough by you? Yanyan, what are you talking about? How could Mom harm you? Mrs. Luo had never seen Luo Yanyan like this. In her impression, Luo Yanyan had always been gentle and obedient. She asked her to go east and west. For so many years, Luo Yanyan had always listened to her words. Why did she actually say that she harmed her now? Yes, eldest sister, why do you say that about mother like this? Isn't Mom also doing this for your own good? Luo Cheng also scolded Luo Yanyan. Are you doing this for my own good, or for the Luo family and you, the only child? Luo Yanyan laughed coldly. Her eyes were full of fierceness. Her voice was hoarse, almost like she was shouting. I have had enough. Qingdong and I have fought to this point. Can you deny what Mother Qin said? If you hadn't kept asking me for money, scamming me, and treating me as an ATM, would I have been so humiliated and looked down upon? How am I worse than others? No, I'm not worse than others at all. The ones who are worse are you guys. If it weren't for you guys, Qingdong would have pointed his finger at me and humiliated me like this. Big sister, are you crazy? What are you saying? We are a family. What are you doing? How dare you talk about us like that? Is it our fault that you miscarried? Luo Cheng asked. Chapter 420. An intimate little sister. Yes, sister. What you said is wrong. What do you mean we treat you as an ATM? Isn't it difficult for Luo Cheng now? I can't take out my money at the moment. That's why I asked you to lend me the money. It's not like I won't return it to you. What you said is unpleasant to hear. Zhang Xiaojing was very dissatisfied. Her words were all defending Luo Cheng. Return it to me? It's been so many years, have you ever paid me back? Luo Yanyan simply said it out loud. She sneered, you are all the same. You only know how to ask me for money. My use to you is to make money for you to spend. When you buy a house, my parents ask me for money. When you are engaged, you still ask me for money. Other than asking me for money, you also ask Qingdong for money. You also ask me why Qingdong's mother looks down on you. Haha, it is really funny. Yanyan, don't say any more. Mrs. Luo's expression was already very ugly. She did not cry, but instead reprimanded Luo Yanyan with an indifferent expression. Okay, I won't say any more. All of you go out. I want to be alone. Luo Yanyan spoke her heart out and felt much more comfortable. She was not that depressed anymore, but Mrs. Luo's attitude still made her feel very cold. Big sister, you need to find out that we are the family. Luo Cheng was pulled out by Zhang Xiaojing and walked outside. He did not forget to brainwash Luo Yanyan loudly as he walked. Big sister, Qingdong you cannot count on. If you have anything to do, you can only count on me. Think about it carefully. This time, Luo Yanyan did not say anything, but the corner of her mouth curled into a mocking smile. Luo Cheng usually said these words, but she was very stupid before. She was really brainwashed by him. She felt that if she fell out with Qingdong, she could only rely on her mother's family. Who would have thought that her mother's family was like a vampire, desperately sucking her hard-earned money? Yanyan, do you know that your words hurt mother's heart? Mrs. Luo did not go out. She sat by the bed and looked at Luo Yanyan. She said seriously, Mother never thought of harming you. Everything I did was for your own good. For my own good? Forcing me to marry someone I just met a few days ago. This kind of action is for my own good? Luo Yanyan became excited again. She stared at Mrs. Luo. Her eyes were red and her expression was terrifying. But Qingdong's family background is not bad and he has a job. Being honest is good for you too. Although you two have not known each other for long, Mom has been through it. I can tell who is reliable and who is unreliable at a glance. Mrs. Luo explained. Haha, that's right. You like him at a glance. Why don't you marry him? Luo Yanyan suddenly laughed. Her hair was messy and her face was pale. Her eyes were red as if they were about to drip blood. This appearance made Mrs. Luo's heart jump. Yanyan, what nonsense are you talking about? Mrs. Luo slapped over and hit Luo Yanyan's face. Luo Yanyan did not cry. She leaned her head to the side and did not make a sound. On the contrary, Mrs. Luo cried first and grabbed Luo Yanyan's hand while crying. Yanyan, I'm sorry. Mom was quick and did not mean to hit you. So you are still satisfied that I fell like this today? Luo Yanyan pulled back her hand and said coldly, I will divorce. This time, you guys can forget about interfering. She hated her mother so much. It was not that she was not filial and did not respect her mother. It was precisely because she was too filial and obedient that Mrs. Luo completely wanted to control her. But now, under Mrs. Luo's direct or indirect control, her life was getting worse and worse. Without love, without marriage, without children, she only had herself left. If in the end she did not even have herself, then what was she still alive for? Yanyan, don't be like this. Mom's heart is also very uncomfortable. Mom only wants you to be good. She did not expect Qingdong's mother to be such a person. Mom knows that you have suffered a lot during this period of time, but you can't divorce just because of this matter. Other people will randomly guess about our family. Furthermore, you are divorced. If you want to get married again, you can only find someone to marry a second time. People may not be better than Qingdong. Yanyan, you must think carefully. When Mrs. Luo heard Luo Yanyan mention the divorce again, she immediately became anxious. There are many things to talk about. What you all care about is not what will happen after I get divorced, but what will happen after I get divorced. Luo Yanyan really felt very sad. Her closest family had never cared about what she wanted. They only cared about their reputation. Her parents had always treated her as their accessory. That was why they wanted to control her and her life so forcefully. Yan, you have been in a bad mood these 2 days. Mom will not tell you these now, but before making a decision, you better consider it carefully. Don't regret it when the time comes. Mrs. Luo did not want to say any more. Luo Yan was currently angry. She had never said such unpleasant words to her like today. What happened to the obedient and sensible daughter in her memory? Luo Yan pursed the corner of her mouth and her face was full of stubbornness. Mrs. Luo sighed and did not continue speaking. She got up. I will go out and buy you some food. Have a good rest. When Mrs. Luo went out the door, Luo Yan suddenly started to cry. She buried her face in the pillow and silently cried. Until she was exhausted. At that time, Jian Yun had just walked out of the ward and was stopped before she could take 2 steps. Miss Jian, please wait a moment. Jian Yun turned around and found that the person who called her was Aunt Qingdong. She could not help but be surprised. Aunt, are you looking for me for something? Aunt Qingdong looked up and looked behind Jian Yun. Huo Liancheng walked over and said with a worried face, there were too many people in the ward just now, and it was not easy to talk to you. I thank you for your help before and found a job for my son. I always wanted to thank you. Auntie, you are too polite. It's nothing. Jian Yun smiled, but as soon as she entered the ward, she noticed the worry on Aunt Qingdong's face. She asked curiously, Auntie, why do you look unhappy? It's your son. Is there a problem with his work? Jian Yun momentarily forgot the name of Qingdong's cousin. At that time, she only heard Aunt Qingdong mention a nickname. It had been so long, so how could she remember it? No, there's no problem with Xiaowei's work. He even received a salary this month. The manager said that although he spoke little, he is indeed very talented. When Qingdong's aunt mentioned this, a smile finally appeared on her face. Then why are you not happy? Jian Yun was puzzled. Well, in general, my Xiaowei hasn't been to work for a week. His depression is serious. It's all his father's fault. Xiaowei's character was very good and cheerful when he was young. If it wasn't for his father drinking too much and coming back to beat us every time he drank, he wouldn't have become like this today. Aunt Qingdong suddenly started to cry. Aunt, don't cry. If he is depressed, you have to take him to see a doctor. He is willing to go to work, so his condition should not be too serious. As long as he sees a doctor in time and takes medicine, he can control it. Jian Yun and Auntie Qingdong were not familiar with each other. But at this moment, seeing this woman who was close to 100 years old, crying so sadly, she was also very sad. Chapter 421. Stupid, shameless. Jian Yun could not help but sigh in her heart. In this world, perhaps only the mother's love for the child was the purest. Of course, one had to exclude Luo Yanyan's mother, who tried to completely control the child's life. That was not called love, it was called controlling desire. He has always been taking medicine. He originally thought that going to work to find something he likes to do would be beneficial to his illness. He did not expect his father to lose money in gambling. He drank alcohol and hit me again. Xiaowei's condition only worsened because he was provoked. Aunt Qingdong kept wiping her tears. Aunt, this is domestic violence. You can call the police. Jian Yun felt dizzy. She did not understand why Aunt Qingdong told her this. Could it be that she wanted to complain to someone? Call the police. The police came and he apologized. His attitude is very good. Once the police left, they started to hit me and Xiaowei. Auntie Qingdong suddenly stopped. She quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile. Look at what I said. I came out just to thank you. Why did I mention these things? I'm sorry, Miss Jian. Jian Yun smiled and took out a tissue from her bag. She handed it to Aunt Qingdong and comforted her. Aunt, Xiaowei's father is so bad to you. How can you bear it? Actually, Jian Yun's meaning was that she had been beaten up. Why did she not get a divorce? However, she was not close to Aunt Qingdong. It was not good to ask directly. I don't have a job or a source of income. Xiaowei's illness needs money. If I divorce him, his father will definitely not give us anything. I also know that he has taken care of people outside, but what can I do? For Xiaowei, I can only bear with it. Aunt Qingdong let out a long sigh. Jian Yun frowned. She thought for a while and said, Aunt, I have something to say. You may not be happy if I say it, but I do not mean it. If you do not like to hear it, just pretend that I did not say it. Miss Jian, say it. I will listen. Aunt Qingdong did not know why she had said so much to Jian Yun. They had only met a few times. Aunt, from what you said, Xiaowei's father should have a bad temper. Then have you thought about it? Xiaowei's illness is caused by his father. If you change your environment and keep him away from the person and family that scares him, it might be beneficial to his illness. Jian Yun considered her words carefully so that her meaning could be expressed clearly and not make people uncomfortable listening to her. When Aunt Qingdong heard this, she was first stunned for a moment, then she quickly waved her hand. No, leave him. How can the two of us live? Aunt, you already said that Xiaowei is now working and can make money. Aren't you also doing housework? How can you not live? Jian Yun secretly shook her head. Aunt Qingdong had been imprisoned for a long time. Although she hated her husband, she was more afraid of the outside world. Qindong frowned, and her eyelids drooped. No one knew what she was thinking. I was just saying it casually. What I said might not be pleasant to hear. Don't think too much about it. Jian Yun did not want to say more. Her personal experience told her that as long as people lived in the world, they would encounter difficulties. So she had to be self-reliant. Instead of relying on others, she might as well save herself. Qindong came back to her senses. She smiled and said gratefully, Miss Jian, what you said is very right. Thank you. You are really an important person for Xiaowei and me. You are too harsh. Jian Yun knew that Huo Liancheng had been waiting impatiently for a long time. She had already turned her head to comfort him several times. Since she had said what needed to be said, she said goodbye to Aunt Qindong. Auntie, I will go first. Okay. Sorry to waste your time. Aunt Qindong wiped her face and put on a smile as she said. Jian Yun waved at her and turned around to hold Huo Liancheng's arm. She raised her little face and gave him a big flattering smile. Huo Liancheng was speechless. Are you going to participate in the program Move China? Jian Yun was confused. Why would I go on that? Huo Liancheng snorted. Don't you work so hard to help this and that because you want to compete for the title of good person? A row of black lines slid down Jian Yun's head, and the corner of her mouth twitched. No matter how she heard it, she did not think that Huo Liancheng was praising her. Tell me, after you are done with elder sister Jixin, who will you help next? Huo Liancheng was very unhappy. He did not like Jian Yun having anyone else in her heart other than him. Not even strangers could do it. There is really one thing. Jian Yun rolled her eyes and thought about how to say it. She also had a headache. These people were really annoying. Excluding Qingdong's cousin who had communication obstacles, Luo Cheng's mentality of wanting to go through the back door made her very helpless. But for Yan Yan's sake, she had to help. Sigh. The problem was that, even though she was unemployed, she had to help others find a job. Why did it sound so ridiculous? Tell me. Wu Liancheng was obviously not happy. Yan Yan's brother wants to enter the Mings, but he only has specialization. So, Jian Yun said, feeling embarrassed. Wu Liancheng was indeed the CEO of Mings, but he was also hired. He planted people like this. Isn't it too much of a fraud? What can he do? Wu Liancheng had been prepared for this. Jian Yun had a good temper and was easy to talk to. That was why those people came to see her. He used to sell cars. He does sales. Jian Yun supported her forehead. She felt that she was really stupid. She actually agreed to help Luo Cheng without knowing anything. Did you tell them that they have to interview anyone who wants to enter the Mings? Wu Liancheng took Jian Yun's hand and stopped walking. He lifted her chin and sighed. This is the only time. Remember, don't agree to anyone next time. If you find it hard to refuse, just push it on me. Yes. Yes. I know, there won't be a next time. Jian Yun quickly raised her hand to swear. Okay, go and find Chen Luz to arrange it. Give him an interview opportunity. Whether he can enter or not depends on his own ability. I will not care about this kind of thing. Wu Liancheng grabbed Jian Yun's hand and frowned. Also, we agreed that no matter who it is, he will only have me in his heart. If you continue like this, you will be in love with the world. Jian Yun heard it and found it funny. How can it be so exaggerated? I'm not that ambitious. Then what is your dream? Wu Liancheng held Jian Yun's hand and continued walking. They had already left the inpatient department, and the car was parked in the hospital parking lot. Of course, it is to save the world. Jian Yun laughed. I think you are in debt. Wu Liancheng narrowed his eyes and grabbed Jian Yun, throwing a few words into her ear. Shameless. Jian Yun's face once again turned red. Her eyes were filled with spring water, and she shyly looked at Wu Liancheng. Originally, Jian Yun wanted to angrily scold Wu Liancheng, but when she looked at him, it was more like flirting with him and secretly sending him off, causing Wu Liancheng's entire body to heat up. Be careful of your influence. You are still in the hospital. Perhaps there are reporters lying in ambush around, waiting to take a picture of you. Jian Yun quickly kept a distance from Wu Liancheng. Chapter 422. I fell in love with you at first sight. Jian Yun looked around carefully, afraid that she would be taken without knowing it. Although she did not care about the gossip on the internet, it did not mean that she liked to be criticized. Whoever dares to take my picture, I will make him lose his job. Wu Liancheng did not care, and his tone was very arrogant. However, Jian Yun knew that Wu Liancheng had the right to be arrogant. Also, there was no news about them on the internet recently. It should be Wu Liancheng who gave the order. He did not like to expose his private life, and did not like to show off. Otherwise, Jian Yun would not have made such a solemn bet with Wu Wenjing yesterday. When mentioning Wu Wenjing, Jian Yun only just remembered that Luo Yanyan said that Wu Wenjing picked up the phone in the morning and went out in a hurry. Wu Wenjing's expression did not look right. Jian Yun quickly took out her phone and dialed Wu Wenjing's number, but no one answered. Who are you concerned about again? Wu Liancheng was very unhappy, and his handsome face was ugly. Wu Wenjing, make a phone call and ask her where she went. Jian Yun could not make a phone call, so she could only put her phone away. At the same time, she did not want Wu Liancheng to say anything about her. This Wu Wenjing and Chen Xin used to know each other? This time, Wu Liancheng did not roll his eyes at Jian Yun. Instead, he started to gossip abnormally. Yeah, I just found out that the two of them had known each other since they were young. They even fell in love with each other. They only broke up after Chen Jin joined the army. It was rare for Jian Yun to see Huo Liancheng gossiping like this. She could not help but feel, why are you asking this? Do you want them to get back together? Huo Liancheng rolled his eyes at Jian Yun and snorted. I'm not as free as you. What do you mean by that? Jian Yun was even more curious. Just ask and care about your friends. In addition, Chen Xin has a stable girlfriend. I think he will get married this year. Huo Liancheng looked straight ahead. After he finished speaking, the two of them arrived at the parking lot. After getting into the car, Jian Yun was still a little confused. She still could not understand the meaning of Huo Liancheng's words. He told her that Chen Xin had a girlfriend and still wanted to get married. Was he telling the truth, or did he want her to tell Wu Wenjing about this and let Wu Wenjing take her love away with all her might? Chen Xin's girlfriend is sick and incurable. The hospital said that she will die within 1 or 2 years. Huo Liancheng turned the key and started the car. Is it that serious? Jian Yun was stunned. Yes, she has been ill for a few years. Chen Xin only changed his career because of her. His salary was not enough to buy medicine. Huo Liancheng drove the car and chatted with Jian Yun. Don't think too much about it. I don't have any other intention. I just want to remind you that Chen Xin has a deep affection for this woman. If your friend wants to have ideas about him, your friend may suffer a lot. I don't think so. Wu Wenjing has never mentioned this to us. It has been so many years. No matter how deep the relationship is, it has long faded. Jian Yun rested her chin on her hands and looked in front of her as she casually said, there is a feeling that will not fade away with the passing of time. Those who are persistent will have a kind of obsession with the people they once loved, such as... Huo Liancheng glanced at Jian Yun and saw that it had aroused her interest. She turned to look at him, but he stopped and kept her guessing. Like what? Jian Yun's curiosity was piqued, and she stared at Huo Liancheng with sparkling eyes. People like me? Huo Liancheng curled the corner of his mouth into a narcissistic confession. He said, I fell in love with you at first sight. I fell in love with you when I saw you again. He continued. After so many years, my heart has always been tied to you. He continued. Thus, the person who is persistent will not change because of time. All right, then. Jian Yun wanted to say something to respond to the situation, but after thinking for a long time, she did not find the appropriate words to express it. She could only hold her forehead and sigh. I just want to ask, why have you been so glib recently? Is what I say from the bottom of my heart the expression of glib tongue? What kind of logic is this? Huo Liancheng was dissatisfied. I just feel that you have been talking a lot lately. Jian Yun narrowed her eyes and used the light from the corner of her eye to look at Huo Liancheng and observe him. You want to know the reason? Huo Liancheng asked. Of course. Jian Yun's mouth twitched. She asked hesitantly, could it be that you did something to me? For example? Huo Liancheng smiled without batting an eyelid. Did you raise a woman outside and fall in love with someone else? Jian Yun counted with her fingers. Or did you change your sexual orientation and fall in love with a man? Nonsense. That's because your attitude towards me has been unstable recently. When you slept with me, you asked for a pause. It made me very uneasy. I was worried that you did not love me anymore and could only desperately confess to you. Huo Liancheng stopped the car when he saw the red light in front of him. He took the sunglasses and put one hand on the steering wheel. He turned his head to look at Jian Yun with concentration. Nonsense. Jian Yun originally wanted to be serious, but when she saw Huo Liancheng, she could not help but burst into laughter. Still laughing? Don't you know how nervous I am right now? Huo Liancheng pinched Jian Yun's face. Our positions seem to have changed. You did not look at those posts on the internet. You all have guessed what method I used to capture you. There were also people who guessed that I would curse you and said that I must be worried that you would not want me every day. She continued. If they hear you say this, I'm afraid they'll have to be sure that you've been hit by my spell. Jian Yun squinted her eyes and giggled. I was hit by your heart-devouring poison. Huo Liancheng pinched Jian Yun's chin and looked into her eyes. Jian Yun could not react for a moment and could only blink her big eyes and look back at Huo Liancheng. If it was not because you, this demon, planted a goo in my heart, why would I not be able to leave you? Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. As long as you are slightly cold to me, this heart-devouring poison will start to flare up. Bite my heart, my liver. Bite me until I wish I could tie you to my body. As long as I open my eyes, I will. Jian Yun had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to laugh. But when she saw Huo Liancheng's incomparably sincere and loving eyes, instead, her heart suddenly started beating wildly. Perhaps what he said was a little exaggerated, but when Jian Yun heard it, it was sweet in her heart. I have such a true love confession, but you did not show it at all? Huo Liancheng waited for a long time but did not see Jian Yun do anything. The green light turned on, and the car in front walked away. The car in the back was honking wildly, but Huo Liancheng still did not move. He still stared at Jian Yun. Jian Yun was shocked by the sound of the honking behind her. From the rearview mirror, she saw that the row of cars in the back were waiting. Huo Liancheng was not in a hurry. She could not help but pursed her lips and quickly kissed the corner of Huo Liancheng's mouth. Sweet words are so nice. When we go back, I will reward you well. Jian Yun threw a flirtatious glance. We have a deal. You are not allowed to go back on your words. Huo Liancheng had a taste of the sweet taste. He got Jian Yun's promise and started the car with satisfaction. Chapter 423. If I hadn't met you. Where are we going? Jian Yun saw that Huo Liancheng did not seem to be driving back to the villa. We are going to the company. There is something we need to take care of. He paused and turned to Jian Yun. Does your waist still hurt? If you don't feel well, I'll take you home first. Jian Yun shook her head. It's nothing. I'll stay with you. It's boring to stay at home. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. Since you're bored, why don't you go back to Ming's corporation and be my assistant? No, Jian Yun rejected him immediately. Go home together every day and work together again. If you don't get sick of me, I'll get sick of you. If you love me, don't you want to see me every day and every moment? Huo Liancheng was full of resentment. He wanted to see Jian Yun every day. He did not mind staying together. He did not know why she cared. You look at me every day. Sooner or later, you will get sick of me. Jian Yun shook her head. It is better for us to be a little distant. Maintain freshness at all times. Only then will there be passion. I see that you have not been very passionate recently. In the past, you could make love 3 or 4 times at night. These few days, you only let me, Huo Liancheng complained. Hey, it's daytime. Can you not be so dirty? Jian Yun was speechless. She really did not know what was going on in this guy's head. He kept thinking about that little thing every day. It's not like I have never done it in the day. Why is it so dirty? Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun and found it very funny. I have a phone. I won't talk to you anymore. Jian Yun's face was red. Even though her body and mind were connected to Huo Liancheng now, and she had done all kinds of embarrassing things, she was born to be shy and blush. This was not something that could be changed in a day or two. Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun's red face and felt his heart itch. He knew that this girl was easily shy, which was why he liked to tease her so much. Just to see her blushing and shy appearance, he used to think that she was cute. Now he felt that she was very good at seducing him to commit crimes. Jian Yun deliberately avoided Huo Liancheng's burning eyes. She lowered her head and took out her phone. She took a look and found that it was Wu Wenjing calling. She hurriedly picked it up. Hello, Wu Wenjing, where are you? I just called you. Why can't I call you? Jian Yun, I am at the company. I came back to work in the morning. Wu Wenjing said. It was just that although Wu Wenjing hid it very well, Jian Yun could keenly tell that her tone was unnatural and her voice was a little hoarse. Wu Wenjing, I will go to the company immediately. I will go and find you. Jian Yun frowned. Wu Wenjing had always been careless, and there was almost nothing that could bother her. But when she heard Wu Wenjing's voice just now, why did it have a trace of anger and sadness? All right, Jian Yun, I am not in the company. I am in Qinghu County. When Wu Wenjing heard that Jian Yun was going to look for her, she immediately changed her words. Why are you going there? Jian Yun was very confused. Green Lake County was one of Qinghu City's subordinate counties. It was almost 2 hours' drive from Qinghu City. In Jian Yun's impression, Wu Wenjing did not seem to have any friends there. Then why did she rush there early in the morning? Yes, it's not convenient to say over the phone. I will go back at night and look for you. Wu Wenjing said a few words and hung up the phone. Jian Yun put down her phone, but her brows were still furrowed because she had just heard the noise from the other side of the phone. It seemed to be the sound of mahjong. Where did Wu Wenjing go? What's wrong? Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun's sullen face when she answered the phone and asked with concern. Wu Wenjing said she went to Green Lake County. I heard it was a casino on the other side of the phone. Jian Yun said. So you are worried about Wu Wenjing again? Huo Liancheng glanced at Jian Yun and sneered. They are all adults. They know what they are doing. You are not their mother. Aren't you being too nosy? You're right, but we've known each other since we first went to university. We've always been together. Anyone who is in trouble will help without hesitation. When my mother was hospitalized and I had no money, Wu Wenjing and Luo Yanyan lent me the only money they had. They even helped me think of a way. We are used to helping each other out. Jian Yun lowered her head and played with her fingers. She also understood that what Huo Liancheng said was true, but what she said was the truth. Their families were more or less problematic, so they appreciated each other more. Although they had quarreled and contradicted each other, from the bottom of their hearts, they had long regarded each other as the closest people. I'm sorry. Huo Liancheng did not mock Jian Yun anymore. Instead, he stretched out a hand and held Jian Yun's hand tightly. Huo Liancheng was used to being cold. He had never experienced the warmth of family since he was young. Although he had a group of brothers, his character was too cold. Most of those people feared him. He was actually very lonely, so he could not understand the intimate relationship between Jian Yun and her 2 friends at the beginning. Why do you have to say sorry? Jian Yun was surprised. I did not appear when you needed help the most. I made you helpless for so long. Huo Liancheng said in a deep voice. Jian Yun did not expect Huo Liancheng to say this. She was stunned for a moment before she said, "No. If it were not for you, I would not know what I would have become now. I have always wanted to ask you what you would have done if I had not met you back then." Huo Liancheng thought about it and added, "You know what I mean." Jian Yun was silent. She turned around and put her arm on the window. She looked outside and did not speak for a long time. "Tell me. I am not angry." Huo Liancheng deliberately lowered his voice to make his tone appear calm and casual. "I will ask my grandparents and little uncle for help. When I have no other choice, I will sell myself." Jian Yun lowered her head. Her eyes were a little sore, and her voice was very depressing. That was a painful experience that she did not want to look back on. Her mother was in the ICU. She could not afford to spend 10 to 20,000 yuan a day, but she only had her mother as a family member. How could she watch her mother die? Her grandparents were aged. They only had a little bit of retirement salary. Although little uncle said he wanted to sell the house to help her, Jian Yun could not accept it so easily. No matter what, she had to bear a huge debt. Other than selling herself for a good price, where else could she earn so much money in such a short time? Silence spread in the car like a dead silence. Jian Yun was a little embarrassed. She kept her head down and did not speak. She began to regret telling Huo Liancheng all this. He had once been furious because she went to the club to dance. Now that he knew she had such dirty thoughts, he must be very angry. In the silence, Huo Liancheng suddenly turned and parked the car by the roadside. Jian Yun's hands were tightly clasped together. She did not dare to raise her head, afraid that her tears would fall. In the silence, Huo Liancheng suddenly let go of his seatbelt and turned around to hug Jian Yun. He did not say anything, but hugged her tightly. Chapter 424, Miss Anne. "I'm sorry." Jian Yun wanted to explain. Although she was married to Huo Liancheng and she had not done anything out of line, she did not want the past to leave a grudge in his heart. "I am the one who should be sorry." Huo Liancheng sighed and whispered in Jian Yun's ear, "I should not have asked this." Jian Yun's tears fell instantly. "I'm sorry. I really blame myself. When I saw you dancing at the club, I thought you were willing to fall. That's why I was so angry at that time. I really regret it. Why didn't I tell you clearly in the beginning? Why did I make you believe me?" Huo Liancheng let go of Jian Yun and reached out to wipe the tears on her face. Jian Yun did not know what to say other than crying. "Stop crying. It's all my fault. I brought this up for no reason." Huo Liancheng really regretted bringing this up. He knew that Jian Yun's mind and body were clean. Moreover, she had no other choice back then. Jian Yun wiped her tears and turned her head away. She did not say anything. Huo Liancheng took out a tissue and handed it to Jian Yun. He touched her face and did not say anything. He drove the car back onto the main road. "Didn't you go to the company?" Jian Yun saw that the route was wrong. This was clearly the road to the city center. Although it was not far from Ming's, it would be very blocked if they went there. Usually, they would not choose to go this way. "We'll go to the company later. Now we have an appointment to meet." Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun. Jian Yun blinked and quickly wiped her eyes with a wet towel. She muttered, "Then you made me cry. My eyes are swollen. How can I see you?" "It's okay. We are all acquaintances. They will not mind." Huo Liancheng was amused by Jian Yun's expression. He saw that Jian Yun did not cry anymore and was relieved. However, Huo Liancheng also secretly made a fuss. If Jian Yun wanted to sell herself, then there must be a buyer. He wanted to find out who dared to have designs on his woman. 10 minutes later, Huo Liancheng parked the car. He held Jian Yun's hand and led her to a shop on the roadside. Jian Yun raised her head and looked around. This was the busiest part of the city center. The rent of the shops was very expensive. This area was basically a high-end luxury store for the rich. She had visited this place before, but she might not be able to afford a bag or a piece of clothing with a few months' salary. Therefore, Jian Yun would only shop and not buy anything. "Is your friend here?" Jian Yun was curious about what Huo Liancheng was doing here. Could it be that he wanted to buy something for her again? The apartment was full of clothes from the cloakroom. She had not worn it many times before. The villa had a large cloakroom. With so many clothes, she could wear different clothes for several years in a row. "It's right in front." Huo Liancheng ignored the bustling crowd and other people who kept looking at them. He led Jian Yun to a shop at the intersection. This shop looked from the outside. There was no sign at all. There were only a few tables and chairs outside the door. Jian Yun thought it was a coffee shop, but when she went in, she realized it was actually a cinema or a photography studio. It seemed to be cheap to use the word cinema to describe such a stylish shop. "Young Master Huo, come in." The man who looked like a manager immediately came over and led the way in front of them. He led Huo Liancheng and Jian Yun to the reception room. "Miss Anne is accompanying the customers to watch the movie. I will go and call her now." "Customer?" Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes unhappily and said coldly, "She didn't know I was coming?" The manager's mouth twitched and wiped the sweat off his head. "Young Master Huo, Miss Anne knew you were coming today and had rejected all the work. But this client came on her own at the last minute. Her identity is special, and she has a good relationship with Miss Anne. It is not easy for Miss Anne to drive her away. Take a rest first." I will go and invite Miss Anne over now. Huo Liancheng's face was expressionless, but his whole body was emitting coldness. The manager kept wiping the sweat off his forehead. He kept thinking, this Huo Liancheng is really hard to get along with the rumors outside. His face darkened at the slightest disagreement. He did not know that his aura was already so terrifying. His face darkened to the point of scaring people to death. The manager really did not know how the beautiful girl beside him could tolerate him. Once the manager went out, Jian Yun curiously asked, who is Miss Anne? She is the owner of this movie building. She specializes in taking wedding photos for people. Huo Liancheng pulled out a chair and sat down, explaining plainly. Sister, correct me. This is a photography studio, not the film studio that young Master Huo talked about. I'm not a person who specializes in taking wedding photos. At this moment, almost as soon as the manager went out, a person walked in from outside the door. He complained as he walked. The place Huo Liancheng talked about is the same as the wedding photo studio in the town and countryside joint department. Jian Yun turned her head and looked. Her eyebrows could not help but raise because this person dressed too differently. Jian Yun saw that she was wearing heavy makeup, smokescreen makeup, big red lips, tight leather pants, and super high-heeled shoes. She was like a cat girl. But what shocked Jian Yun the most was that she actually shaved her head. The manager called her Miss An. That should be a woman. A woman shaved her head. Regardless of whether it was in China or abroad, she was very different. If her image was walking on the road, everyone would notice her. Jian Yun could not help but want to see Huo Liancheng's reaction, but President Huo was obviously used to it. He did not even look at Miss An. He only glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Yes. After a glance, he sneered. An Zhao Zhao, you are really arrogant. How dare you make me wait for you? Young Master Huo, you have wronged me. I have already rejected my work for the past few days. I did not expect this client to come here at the last minute. She continued. The people who come to my door are all guests. I cannot chase her away. Am I right? Miss Anne walked over with cat-like steps. She pulled out a chair and sat opposite Huo Liancheng. She rested her chin on her hands, but her eyes stared unblinkingly at Jian Yun's face. She smiled and praised. This is Mrs. Huo, right? What a spirited lady. No wonder young Master Huo likes you so much. Jian Yun pulled the corner of her mouth and smiled politely. But in her heart, she was wondering why An Zhao Zhao's name sounded so familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere before. All right, cut the crap and get to the point. Huo Liancheng scolded impatiently. An Zhao Zhao curled her lips and pretended to be wronged. She looked at Jian Yun. Mrs. Huo, is your Mr. Huo always so fierce to you? Look, he actually dares to bully a weak girl like me. Jian Yun's mouth twitched. A weak woman? This woman in front of her, other than her name that looked like a weak woman, even if she was wrapped in sexy leather clothes, she could not hide her manliness. Jian Yun really did not know how to reply to her, so she could only smile politely again. No, he is very gentle. Huo Liancheng heard her and looked at Jian Yun. He pursed his lips and put his fist by his mouth, as if he wanted to hide the fact that he was smiling. This girl was really honest, but he liked what she said. Chapter 425 I never joke, what? However, Miss Anne was obviously not satisfied with this answer. She spread her hands and made an exaggerated expression. Her eyes were wide open under the dark smokescreen makeup. You actually said young Master Huo was very gentle? Are you kidding me? Jian Yun blinked her big eyes and looked innocent. No, I never joke around. An Zhao Zhao was not going to do it anymore. At that time, she just punched Huo Liancheng with her small fists, and her voice was also sweet. Oh, young Master Huo, you are bad. You are always so fierce to me. Jian Yun's entire body was cold. She hesitantly looked at An Zhao Zhao, who was almost glued to Huo Liancheng's body, and then looked at Huo Liancheng. An Zhao Zhao, don't think that I will not hit you if you become a woman. Huo Liancheng angrily pushed An Zhao Zhao away. He took off his coat in disgust and quickly explained, Duo air, she is a human and a demon. Don't misunderstand. Jian Yun was stunned for a moment, then her eyes immediately focused on Miss An. Her face was full of disbelief and excitement. What the heck, this sexy beauty is a transvestite? An Zhao Zhao was not angry when Huo Liancheng pointed out that she was a transvestite. She must have gotten used to it. But when she saw Jian Yun's green eyes, she was shocked. Hey, I said, Mrs. Huo, although I am pretty and I am sweet and virtuous, I do not like women. Please don't look at me like that. I will be nervous. Jian Yun then realized that her eyes were burning. She shyly bent the corner of her eyes and waved a finger. Don't be nervous. I like pure men. A fake man like you won't have a chance. This time An Zhao Zhao was stunned, as if she did not expect Jian Yun to be so direct. Tears instantly flowed out of her smoky eyes as she rushed to Huo Liancheng with a face full of anger. Her small fists were about to hit Huo Liancheng's chest again. Young Master Huo, I'm not going to do it anymore. Your wife actually said that I'm a fake man. I'm not a fake man. I still have my weapon. Get out of here if you dare touch me again. Be careful if I flip your shadow tower. Huo Liancheng stepped back 3 feet and showed his disgust towards An Zhao Zhao's coquettish behavior. You are bad. You are all bad. You only know how to bully a weak girl like me. An Zhao Zhao did not pounce on Huo Liancheng and almost sprained her foot. She immediately stomped her foot and started crying. Jianyun could not help but touch her arm and got goosebumps all over her body. Duo air, wait for me here. I'll go wash my hands. Huo Liancheng took off his coat and threw it away. He felt that the hand that An Zhao touched just now was too dirty. He immediately walked out and did not forget to threaten An Zhao. If I come back and you still go crazy here, your An family will not be able to continue living. Big devil. An Zhao saw that Huo Liancheng had gone out and did not pretend anymore. Instead, she touched her sexy bald head and winked at Jianyun. Then she took out a cosmetic mirror to make up for her makeup. Then she sat opposite Jianyun and revealed an incomparably elegant smile. Mrs. Huo, my name is An Zhao. You can call me Zhao. Jianyun nodded as a greeting. Hello, Jianyun. An Zhao covered her mouth and smiled. Mrs. Huo is indeed special. I did not scare you just now, right? Scared me? What do you mean? Jianyun asked curiously. She did not think there was anything scary about it. Shouldn't a normal woman be jealous and angry when she sees such a hot beauty flirting so intimately with her husband? An Zhao winked at Jianyun again. Jianyun's eyelids twitched. This An Zhao really did not forget to praise her as a beauty in 3 sentences. Looks like she is an extremely narcissistic person. What? Why is Mrs. Huo not speaking? An Zhao tilted her head and her eyes were like silk. Although her appearance was unconventional and bold, it could not be denied that her facial features were very generous and beautiful. If she did not put on such thick makeup, it would attract people's attention. Jianyun looked at An Zhao and smiled. But Huo Liancheng is not an ordinary man. An Zhao could not help but raise her eyebrows when she heard that, and then she laughed. That's right. That's right. Huo Liancheng is not an ordinary man. So, Miss An, if you don't want to see him come back and get angry, quickly tell me what your appointment is. Jianyun spread her hands and looked like she was thinking for An Zhao. An Zhao touched her bald head and seemed to be a little afraid. Yes, I don't want to anger Devil King Huo. It is too scary. As she spoke, she picked up the tablet computer that was placed on the table when she came in. She turned it on and unlocked it. Then, she opened a folder. At the same time, Huo Liancheng came out of the washroom and washed his hands. He happened to bump into the manager and a woman who greeted him earlier. Young Master Huo. The manager stopped and bowed respectfully when he saw Huo Liancheng. Yes. Huo Liancheng looked straight ahead and walked over. After a long while, the manager straightened his back. His face was already full of joy because of Huo Liancheng's indifferent yes. Young Master Huo, who always had a cold face and never treated anyone well, actually greeted him. Who is this? So handsome. The woman next to the manager had her eyes on Huo Liancheng the moment she saw him. She had been following him the whole time. Her face was red, and her heart was starting to move. Don't you know him, Miss Chen? The manager was in a good mood today. He only talked to the woman a few more times. People who pay attention to financial magazines are usually familiar with him. Huo Liancheng, the eldest son of the Huo family's eldest son, the heir of a billionaire. The woman looked at Huo Liancheng's tall and muscular back and was fascinated. When she suddenly heard Huo Liancheng's name, she could not help being stunned for a moment. She turned her head and stared at the manager. Her eyes were so... What? You said he is Huo Liancheng? The woman almost could not control her voice. She only realized Huo Liancheng was in front of her when she finished speaking. She was so scared that she covered her mouth. Her face was full of surprise. Is it really Huo Liancheng? Yes, that is young Master Huo. The manager said proudly. Film Queen Chen does not know. He came to see Miss Anne today. They have known each other for many years. Hey Film Queen Chen, the stairs are here. Where are you going? You are going in the wrong direction. Halfway through the manager's words, he found that Film Queen Chen had disappeared. He turned around and saw Film Queen Chen following Huo Liancheng. He was shocked. Because the manager knew that although Film Queen Chen was a film queen, she did not have a good reputation in the industry. She liked to hook up with men. Many wealthy ladies listed her as the person who refused to interact with others. Today, Miss An specifically told him that Huo Liancheng did not like women, especially when unfamiliar women got close to him. She told him to be careful not to let customers in. If someone came over at the last teen, he also wanted to keep an eye on them. He did not want them to offend important guests, because if President Huo got angry, he would eat people. Film Queen Chen was focused on Huo Liancheng. How could she hear the manager's call? Chapter 426, You Can't Afford to Offend Him. At this moment, Film Queen Chen only had one thought in her mind. She wanted to hook up with Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng's value and status far surpassed all of her investors. As long as Huo Liancheng took a fancy to her, she would not need to struggle so hard. Moreover, this man was so young and handsome. He was even more handsome than the male celebrities in her entertainment circle. He was rich and young, and he was also so pretty. He was simply the most perfect man in the hearts of all women. Film Queen Chen looked at Huo Liancheng's back in infatuation. She had never known that a man could wear a simple white shirt so charming. Of course, Huo Liancheng found someone following behind him. However, he was used to being noticed and did not care. He was not in the mood to pay attention to it. Coincidentally, his phone rang. He took out his phone and picked it up. As he walked, he spoke. However, just as Huo Liancheng was talking on the phone, Huo Liancheng suddenly felt someone approaching behind him at an astonishing speed. It was as if someone was running towards him. Huo Liancheng reacted. Very quickly, he moved subconsciously to avoid the person behind him. The man couldn't stop himself. He rushed forward and fell to the ground. Film Queen Chen did not expect Huo Liancheng to dodge her. With her past experience, there was no man who was not lecherous. There was no reason for a woman to not take the initiative to deliver tofu to her door. However, Film Queen Chen was not discouraged. It was not like she had never seen such a situation before. As long as this man saw her appearance and figure, she was confident that he would be interested in her. Ah! The woman's sweet voice sounded with a trace of panic. She leaned on her upper body and turned to look at Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng was also looking at the woman lying on the ground. The woman was sitting on the ground diagonally, her arms supporting her upper body. Her long legs were half bent, and her short skirt was almost reaching her thighs. Her shirt was also tight and tight. It was as if the waves would burst out in the blink of an eye. Film Queen Chen raised her head and looked at Huo Liancheng. Looking at him at such a close distance, she felt that he could make her blush and her heart beat faster. It had been a long time since she felt moved. She reached out her hand and said in a voice that she thought was the most charming, "Sir, I sprained my ankle. Can I trouble you to a Schreiber?" Huo Liancheng did not care about the scene that might make all men's blood boil. With just a cold glance, he moved his gaze away and took a step forward. He ignored Film Queen Chen and continued to walk forward. Film Queen Chen still maintained the charming smile on her face. Her hand froze in the air. She did not react for a moment. She thought that her voice was softer and Huo Liancheng did not hear it. So she raised her voice and said in a more delicate voice, "Sir, can I trouble you to help me?" Huo Liancheng did not seem to hear it. He was talking on the phone and did not have the slightest bit of a tender attitude. "Miss Chen, have you sprained your ankle? Do you want to go to the hospital?" The manager followed behind Film Queen Chen. From the beginning to the end, he had seen Film Queen Chen's self-directed acting. He naturally knew what kind of person Film Queen Chen was. Although he despised her in his heart, his face did not change. He adhered to his duty as the manager and immediately went forward to support Film Queen Chen with a face full of concern. Scram! Film Queen Chen touched her nose and felt depressed in her heart. She just happened to vent her anger on the manager. She pushed the manager away and pulled down her short skirt to cover her thighs. She glared at the manager and warned him, "If you dare to say it out, I want you to not be able to survive in this industry." The manager showed a look of fear and trepidation and said submissively, "Understood. Understood." Film Queen Chen saw that Huo Liancheng had already walked around the corner and became angry. She stood up and chased after him. The manager looked at Film Queen Chen's impatient look and could not help spitting fiercely. He sneered and said, "How dark is she? She doesn't even look at herself in the mirror and still dares to look down on me." Film Queen Chen wholeheartedly chased after Huo Liancheng. Seeing him enter a room, she did not even think and also rushed in. "Young Master Huo, why did you only come back after so long?" He was already waiting anxiously. "Hey Linger, didn't you leave? Why are you here?" Miss Anne heard the door sound. She turned her head and saw Huo Liancheng put away his phone and came in. Just as she got up and wanted to continue flirting, she saw Film Queen Chen panting again. She immediately looked surprised when she followed him. "Zhao Zhao, I remember that I still have something to tell you, so I came over." Film Queen Chen casually made up an excuse, but her eyes were still fixed on Huo Liancheng. And Zhao Zhao was very slow, and she was also very puzzled. "Is there something I haven't told you? Can't you just give me a phone call? Why did you come back?" Film Queen Chen was a little embarrassed, but after staying in the entertainment industry for a long time, she was no pushover to be able to climb from a nobody to today's position. Immediately, she avoided An Zhao Zhao's question and used her eyes to signal her. "Zhao Zhao, your friend?" An Zhao Zhao turned her head to look. There was only Huo Liancheng in the room, so she directly shook her head. No, Film Queen Chen had already thought it through. As long as An Zhao Zhao said that Huo Liancheng was her friend, she would take the opportunity to ask An Zhao Zhao to introduce him. She felt that the reason Huo Liancheng did not help her fall earlier was definitely because he was talking about an important phone call. In any case, there was never a man that Chen Linger could not get her hands on. "Then why don't you introduce him to me?" Film Queen Chen was impatient. After saying this, she realized that An Zhao Zhao said that she and Huo Liancheng were not friends and was embarrassed for a moment. How many people in the world are worthy of being young Master Huo's friends? An Zhao Zhao flattered Huo Liancheng and quickly changed the topic. She wanted to push Chen Linger out. "Linger, didn't you have something to tell me? Go out and tell me." "Oh, I want to ask when you can give me the photos in this issue." Chen Linger dodged An Zhao Zhao's hand but did not go out. She did not achieve her goal and would not leave no matter what. "Didn't you say so? At the latest tomorrow night, it will be fixed." An Zhao Zhao frowned. How could she not see Chen Linger's restless eyes glancing at Huo Liancheng? She almost pushed Chen Linger out. "Zhao Zhao, why did you use so much strength? You hurt me." Chen Linger was dissatisfied. An Zhao Zhao lowered her voice and whispered into Chen Linger's ear. Linger, I told you this because I have a good relationship with you. I advise you not to think about Huo Liancheng. You cannot afford to offend him. An Zhao Zhao, where is Duo Air? Huo Liancheng looked around the house and did not see Jian Yun. He immediately followed out and anxiously questioned An Zhao Zhao. Oh, she went to the washroom and followed you. Didn't you see her? An Zhao Zhao turned her head and said. Huo Liancheng turned around and left. Chen Linger gave a non-committal smile. Her burning gaze was fixed on Huo Liancheng's back. Zhao Zhao, do you think I have failed before? Chapter 427. Why don't you introduce us to each other? It's different. An Zhao Zhao looked serious and followed Chen Linger's gaze. She saw Huo Liancheng was tall and tall, with wide shoulders and long legs. He was born with clothes and good clothes. He was indeed very attractive. However, An Zhao Zhao could not say that she knew Huo Liancheng very well. At least she knew his character. She rarely said seriously, that is Huo Liancheng. He is not an ordinary man. Chen Linger raised the corner of her lips and smiled charmingly. I want to see how extraordinary Huo Liancheng is. An Zhao Zhao saw that Chen Linger did not listen to her advice and could not help but shake her head. She secretly sighed in her heart. Linger, I have said it. Do you want to hear it? Huo Liancheng had already walked around the corner and went upstairs. Chen Linger reluctantly withdrew her eyes and narrowed her eyes. She looked at An Zhao Zhao and her slender hand with a red pill caressed An Zhao Zhao's face. She laughed lightly. Zhao Zhao, you also know how difficult it is for us to mingle in this circle. If I did not have a powerful background, I might not even be able to receive a play and still want to act as the main manhar. So, if you're doing it for my own good, don't stop me. An Zhao Zhao stared at Chen Linger. She was very familiar with Chen Linger's eyes. She was so full of ambition, as if she was determined to get everything. All right, I hope you don't regret it. An Zhao Zhao knew it was useless to say more. For an ambitious woman, she would not turn back unless she hit the south wall. Actually, An Zhao Zhao and Chen Linger did not have a good relationship. Although Chen Linger was a movie queen and was now an A-list celebrity, her reputation in the industry was not good. She liked to hook up with men, especially rich people. So not only was she not popular in the industry, but she was also banned in the upper-class, rich and powerful circle. An Zhao Zhao had known Chen Linger for a long time and watched her walk step by step until today. Chen Linger also took good care of her business, so she maintained a harmonious relationship with Chen Linger on the surface. Of course, if Chen Linger insisted on seeking death, An Zhao Zhao would not accompany her. This small business of hers had gone through great difficulty to have a bit of success. She did not want to be ruined by Chen Linger's overconfidence and greed. An Zhao Zhao's eyes rolled, and she had a plan in her heart. Linger, I have clients here, so I won't entertain you. I'll let Eric send you out. Zhao Zhao, at least give me an introduction and let me show my face. Let me leave an impression. Chen Linger still didn't give up. She had always wanted to get to know Huo Liancheng, but she had no way to get to him. Huo Liancheng rarely attended the cocktail party in the business world. Even if he did, he would only be with those big shots. In front of them, her financial backer could not even speak, let alone her, a small celebrity. In their eyes, she was no different from an actress. Chen Linger had always felt defeated. She wanted to prove that she was stronger than everyone else, so she used all means to befriend the rich and powerful. She now had the most ideal man. He was rich, powerful, and young and handsome. As long as Huo Liancheng took a fancy to him, her good days would come. No, you saw it too. Huo Liancheng was so cold. I will hang my hair in front of him. Where did he get the face to introduce you? An Zhao Zhao rejected very thoroughly. She snapped her fingers. Miss An, the manager who had been standing at the side walked over. Send Miss Chen out. An Zhao Zhao gave the order to leave. Chen Linger secretly gritted her teeth and was very angry in her heart. This An Zhao Zhao definitely did not want to see her get better, and did not want her to be able to get close to someone like Huo Liancheng. That was why she insisted on rejecting and not wanting to help. Humph, if she succeeded this time, she must make this damn transvestite look good. Film Queen Chen, please, the manager said politely. Although Chen Linger was annoyed, she did not show any expression on her face. She still had a smile on her face. She even hugged An Zhao Zhao and said goodbye. Zhao Zhao, I will be leaving first. Remember to fix the picture for me. I am waiting for the release. Of course. An Zhao Zhao also smiled. Chen Linger walked 2 steps and suddenly stopped. An Zhao Zhao frowned. What is it? My lipstick is gone. I don't know where it fell. Chen Linger looked through her branded bag. It should be in the washroom. I just put on makeup in the washroom. Eric, go take a look. An Zhao Zhao was a little impatient and signaled the manager to go look for it. How could she not see that Chen Linger was stalling? But Chen Linger was also her customer, and could not be offended. I'm sorry, Zhao Zhao. Chen Linger smiled in embarrassment. She had known An Zhao Zhao for a long time, but other than knowing that An Zhao Zhao was a transvestite and came back from overseas, she did not know much else. She did not expect An Zhao Zhao to know Huo Liancheng. It was a surprise. Come in and wait. An Zhao Zhao looked at her watch. Huo Huo Liancheng had just gone to the washroom and had just gone out for a while when Jian Yun appeared uncomfortable. She said that she could not smell the incense in this room and felt dizzy and wanted to throw up. Then she covered her mouth and ran to the washroom. She looked at the time and should be back soon. Although An Jiaojiao did not want Chen Linger and Huo Liancheng to meet, she could not let Chen Linger stand outside. Furthermore, she was thinking that when Huo Liancheng and Jian Yun came back, Chen Linger would see Huo Liancheng pampering Jian Yun and would probably understand her good intentions. Okay. Chen Linger's plan succeeded and she was extremely happy in her heart. She did not lose her lipstick. She just found an excuse to stay. Today, she must know Huo Liancheng. A few minutes later, there were footsteps outside the door. An Jiaojiao immediately rushed over and pulled open the door to see Huo Liancheng coming over with Jian Yun in his arms. Mrs. Huo, are you better? An Jiaojiao hurriedly asked. Actually, An Jiaojiao did not dare to tell Huo Liancheng that Jian Yun went to the washroom because the incense in her place was too strong. She had heard from her elder sister that Huo Liancheng listened to his little wife's every word and pampered her. He simply held her in his hands and was afraid of falling. He held her in his mouth and was afraid of melting. Furthermore, 24 hours of bodyguard protection was watertight. Previously, Jian Yun was almost hit by a lunatic driving a car. It was said that Huo Liancheng almost dug out that guy's 8 generations of ancestors. An Jiaojiao felt that if Huo Liancheng knew that Jian Yun vomited because of the incense here, he would definitely tear down her place. Scary. He was really scary. It's okay. I probably ate a little greasy this morning. It's a little stuffy. Jian Yun waved her hand. She did not know why she suddenly wanted to throw up. Fortunately, Huo Liancheng went out and she did not make a fool of herself at An Jiaojiao's place. Huo Liancheng looked at An Jiaojiao. An Jiaojiao did not react and also looked at him blankly. Young Master Huo, why are you looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Didn't you hear what Duo Duo said about boredom? Huo Liancheng restrained his temper and asked. I heard you. An Jiaojiao nodded foolishly. Then why don't you open the window? Huo Liancheng roared. An Jiaojiao was so scared that she jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Okay, I'll open the window now. Chapter 428, We're going to take a wedding picture. Jian Yun was speechless. She tugged at Huo Liancheng. Hey, why are you throwing a tantrum? Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's hand. His handsome face was very cold. He had just gone to the washroom and found Jian Yun was vomiting. How could he not lose his temper? I'm fine. I just ate too much in the morning. Jian Yun looked at Huo Liancheng reproachfully and thought in her heart, Huo Liancheng must have prepared too much breakfast in the morning. It would be strange if she did not feel uncomfortable eating such greasy food early in the morning. Reporting to young Master Huo. The windows are all open. Do you have any other instructions? An Jiaojiao opened the windows quickly and then rushed to Huo Liancheng like the wind. She stood at attention and saluted. The soldier was as respectful as a senior officer. Jian Yun's shoulders shook a few times. An Jiaojiao looked really funny. She was wearing tight leather clothes and was wearing smokescreen makeup. She was supposed to be a hot girl, but she had to wear a bald head and had a serious face. She endured the laughter and endured it. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you dawdle any longer, I'll tear down this crappy temple of yours. Huo Liancheng did not hold back at all. He stepped into the reception room, but his brows? Yes, young Master Huo, what do you need? An Jiaojiao heard that Huo Liancheng's tone was not right. She was so scared that her heart trembled. She quickly followed him and asked carefully. Who is this woman? Huo Liancheng was already very impatient. He raised his chin and signaled An Jiaojiao. An Jiaojiao turned her head and saw that she had forgotten Chen Linger. One must know that Huo Liancheng hated people who came uninvited the most. Oh, she is my client. She lost her things. Eric went to look for her. She will leave immediately. An Jiaojiao gave Chen Linger a look. She was really annoyed with this woman now. If you have ambition, go out and use it. Don't play any tricks with her. Otherwise, she would not be able to bear Huo Liancheng's anger. Chen Linger would not let go of such a good opportunity. She pretended not to see An Jiaojiao's hint and adjusted her posture. She walked in front of Huo Liancheng leisurely and extended her hand to Huo Liancheng with a smile that she thought was the most beautiful and appropriate yet charming. Hello, President Huo. I am Chen Linger. I have heard a lot about you. Huo Liancheng looked at Chen Linger and ignored her. He looked away. Chen Linger was a little embarrassed. She thought her voice was softer, and Huo Liancheng did not hear her clearly. She raised her voice and introduced herself again. Hello, President Huo. I am Chen Linger. I just won the Golden Sparrow Award in Venice. You must have seen my movie. I never watch movies, Huo Liancheng said coldly. The heavy makeup could not cover up the vulgar woman standing in front of him. It was an eyesore. He had almost lost his patience. I don't know you either. Get out of my way. Chen Linger had never been scolded by a man in front of her like today. Moreover, he was a man she wanted to seduce. She almost suspected that she had heard wrongly. She stood there in a daze and looked at Huo Liancheng. An Jiaojiao saw that Huo Liancheng's expression was not right. She hurriedly pulled Chen Linger and pushed her away. Eric said that the lipstick was found. You go back first. I will ask Eric to send you off. If there is anything, contact me. Bye-bye. I am not leaving. Chenlinger did not achieve her goal and would not give up so easily. She desperately struggled free from An Zhaozhao and turned around to rush back to Huo Liancheng. This time, she put on a pitiful look and asked, President Huo, did I make President Huo unhappy? Can I ask President Huo to tell me? I will apologize to you. Huo Liancheng finally lost his patience. He only said one word, get lost. Chenlinger only felt the world spinning around her. She staggered and An Zhaozhao supported her from behind. She covered her face and said very speechlessly, I already said not to provoke young Master Huo. You won't listen. Quickly leave. Otherwise, you will regret it even more later. An Zhaozhao took advantage of Chenlinger being hit and pushed her away. Jian Yun had just followed Huo Liancheng and was about to enter the reception room when she went to the corridor to pick up a phone. So she did not know what happened. When she wanted to go in, she just happened to see An Zhaozhao push Chenlinger out like a rolling dragon. She ran away like a gust of wind. She could not help touching her face and asked Huo Liancheng, that woman looks so familiar. She looks a bit like Chenlinger, who just took the Venice movie queen. I don't know her. Huo Liancheng was not interested at all. In comparison, he was more curious about who Jian Yun was calling. Who is looking for you? Little uncle, he said he had a fight with Yanran. Yanran did not answer his phone and asked me to help mediate. Jian Yun put her phone back in her bag. She had just called Bai Yanran, and her phone was turned off. She had sent a WeChat message to her. Now she could only wait for Bai Yanran to reply to her. Huo Liancheng did not ask any more questions. To him, Ouyang Beicheng was a man who did not threaten him. He did not need to put in much effort. Then be careful. The tablet computer on the table was on. An Zhaozhao had not come back yet. Jian Yun sat down and casually slid a few times. She held her chin and looked up at Huo Liancheng with a face full of interest. Why do you suddenly want to take? Huo Liancheng pulled a chair and sat beside Jian Yun. He also lowered his head to look at the iPad and casually said, Don't you like it? Without getting the answer she wanted, Jian Yun could not help but twitch her mouth. If I say I don't like it, then you won. Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun. His eyes were deep, and he could not see the expression in his eyes. His handsome face was also calm. Why don't you say anything? Jian Yun asked. Just now, An Zhaozhao told her that Huo Liancheng was here to take pictures. She was so shocked that her jaw almost fell off. Huo Liancheng was such a cold person. He did not seem to have any other hobbies other than work. He actually wanted to take a photo? Jian Yun even suspected that Huo Liancheng's brain was stuck in the door. No, I want to take a photo with you, Huo Liancheng said calmly. But if you want to take a picture, we can take it at home. Why do we have to take a picture like this? Jian Yun was really curious. I am willing, Huo Liancheng replied with 3 words. Jian Yun's mouth twitched. She had nothing to say. Have you chosen yet? At this time, An Zhaozhao also came back after sending Chenlinger away. Panting, she grabbed the cup and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun. Jian Yun pointed at one of the clothes and plans. This is it. Just one set? An Zhaozhao asked, a little disappointed. She was still hoping to make a lot of money. Yes. Jian Yun nodded. She was afraid of trouble and did not like to change into so many clothes and put on so many poses. Every set was for Huo Liancheng's sake. If Huo Liancheng told her in advance to take a set, she might not even come. This, and this, all of them. Huo Liancheng did not agree and nodded several designs. Why did you shoot so many? It's so troublesome to change clothes. Jian Yun refused. I like it. Huo Liancheng threw the tablet computer to An Zhaozhao. Make all the clothes for me. We will start filming next Wednesday at the latest. Chapter 429. Young Master Huo, you're so cruel. An Zhaozhao looked at it and was immediately overjoyed. She said repeatedly, all right, I guarantee that young Master Huo will be satisfied. Oh my god, all 5 sets of clothes were handmade. According to Huo Liancheng's requirements, 1 set of clothes would cost millions. This was a huge profit. An Zhaozhao hugged the tablet computer and could not help humming and laughing. She was so happy that she forgot herself a little. Huo Liancheng shot a glance at An Zhaozhao. He said coldly, listen well, if the shooting doesn't start next Wednesday, you have to pay me twice the penalty. An Zhaozhao patted her chest and promised. Of course. Let's go. Huo Liancheng held Jian Yun's hand and wanted to leave. The 2 of them had just left the studio when they heard An Zhaozhao shouting upstairs. Young Master Huo, wait. Before she finished speaking, Jian Yun turned her head and saw An Zhaozhao roll down the stairs in a pissing manner. She ran in front of Huo Liancheng and begged with a smile on her face. I just called and asked. My sister just received work. Sister Shuili also has a job. The clothes need to be custom made. It might not be able to make it in time. Can you relax a little more? Can we take another photo next week? Not good. Huo Liancheng refused immediately. I have already paid the deposit. If you can't do it next Wednesday, then prepare the compensation. I can look for someone else. Young Master Huo. An Zhaozhao became anxious. She did not want to lose such a big deal. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. All right then, I will discuss it with my sister. Huo Liancheng ignored An Zhaozhao and walked towards the parking spot with Jian Yun in his arms. After a few steps, he stopped and turned his head to look at An Zhaozhao, who had a look of despair on her face. Also, that coat of mine was contaminated by you. This money is deducted from your commission. Young Master Huo, you are so cruel, immediately ran out of money. She dared to cry, but she did not dare to say anything. Huo Liancheng could not be bothered to talk to An Zhaozhao. On the way, Jian Yun was curious. Who is An Zhaozhao's older sister? Lianan, have you heard of this name? Huo Liancheng asked. Jian Yun raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, Of course I have. She is a very famous designer. Lori Brand was founded by her. I quite like her design. Then I will let you meet next time. Huo Liancheng pinched Jian Yun's hand. Jian Yun thought about it and could not help but ask, Why do you suddenly want to take pictures? Didn't you say so? I am willing. Huo Liancheng opened the car door and let Jian Yun into the car, but I still find it strange. Jian Yun looked at Huo Liancheng, who came in from the other side of the door. What is so strange about it? Huo Liancheng did not answer her question. Don't you like taking pictures? Jian Yun looked at Huo Liancheng's cold and stoic face. A person who usually did not have any hobbies other than work actually thought of dragging her to take pictures. She felt that there was something strange about it. Who said that if I didn't like taking pictures, why did I take pictures of you back then? Huo Liancheng started the car. Is it really that simple to take pictures? Jian Yun tilted her head and looked at Huo Liancheng. What do you think? Huo Liancheng hooked her nose in amusement. I think you look good in ancient clothes. I want to see it with my own eyes. Jian Yun grabbed Huo Liancheng's big hand and kissed his lips. She pursed her lips. All right then. I will reluctantly believe you. Huo Liancheng smiled slightly. He looked at the time and asked, It's past 11 o'clock. Are you hungry? Yes, I'm a little hungry. Jian Yun covered her stomach. She had just vomited for a while, and now her stomach was empty. She was really hungry. Then let's go eat first. Huo Liancheng stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped out. At the same time, a maid drove out from behind Huo Liancheng's Bentley. Follow the Bentley in front. Inside the car, Chenlinger directed the driver. Her pretty face was covered with a layer of haze. She had never been scolded like today, especially when her target was Huo Liancheng. This made her feel incomparably frustrated and also aroused her fighting spirit. Chenlinger did not believe An Zhaozhao's nonsense. This damn transvestite definitely did not want her to be able to get close to Huo Liancheng. That was why he said those words to scare her. She did not believe that men would not cheat on others. So she swore that she must hook Huo Liancheng. It was not only because she suffered a loss at Huo Liancheng's place today, but also because of his wealth and status. As long as she was favored by Huo Liancheng, she would be able to get everything she wanted. Chenlinger had also paid attention to Huo Liancheng before. She knew from the internet that he was engaged in a secret marriage. The secret marriage partner was an unknown woman. She did not look very beautiful. When Chenlinger saw the picture of the woman, she did not know what Huo Liancheng liked about her. She was not even 1/10 as beautiful as her. Or perhaps it was just like the rumors on the internet. Perhaps it was because that woman was very skilled and had lowered Huo Liancheng's head or something. That was why Huo Liancheng was so loyal to her and married a civilian woman like her. Chenlinger kept thinking about random things, but her eyes were very determined. She swore that she would make Huo Liancheng interested in her. She did not use any means. Miss Chen, the car in front has stopped. After driving for a while, the driver said to Chenlinger, Is this a hotel? Chenlinger looked up and found that this was a high-class private club. It was very famous for private dishes. It was a membership system. Those who came in and out were either rich or noble. Normal people did not have the chance to go in. She had come here once, but she came with the investors. She did not have the right to go in. Miss Chen, do you want to go with us? The driver saw that Chenlinger did not make a sound for a long time, so he asked again. Chenlinger was feeling indignant. Even though she was already a queen, she was still just an actress in the eyes of the rich and powerful. She could not get close to the symbol of social status. Even if there were investors who were willing to spend money for her, in the eyes of those important people, she was just a toy. But that woman, just because she married Huo Liancheng, could jump from a commoner to a noble lady in the upper class. How could she feel at peace when entering such a high-class clubhouse? Especially when Chenlinger saw that the woman called Jian Yun had a set of high-end custom-made clothes and carried a bag with a sky-high price, she became even more jealous. She had seen that dress before. It was a high-end custom-made dress from the Luo family this year. There were only a few in the world and the price was ridiculously high. But this woman actually had it. Follow what? Let's go. Chenlinger lost her temper and threw the phone in her hand. The driver was obviously used to Chenlinger's temperamental behavior. Without saying anything, he turned the car around and drove away. At that time, a sound came from the Bluetooth earpiece in Huo Liancheng's ear. Young Master Huo, Chenlinger's nanny car drove away. Huo Liancheng pressed his ear and narrowed his eyes. He did not say anything. It would be best if this woman did not disturb him. Otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite. After they finished their meal, it was almost time. Jian Yun was drowsy. She did not know what was wrong with her. Recently, she was gluttonous and lethargic. Could it be that because summer had arrived, she was taking a nap from time to time? Chapter 430, Unspeakable Purpose. I'll take you home first. Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun's little head and found it funny. No, you're going to the company, aren't you? I'll go with you. Jian Yun hugged Huo Liancheng's arm and acted spoiled. She did not want him to run away from her. She was too tired. She was currently out of work and had nothing to do. She could just accompany him to work. She could also look for Cheng Mu's and tell him about Luo Cheng. Okay. Huo Liancheng pinched Jian Yun's face. He liked the feeling of Jian Yun completely relying on him. If you are sleepy, you should sleep for a while. When it is time, I will wake you. Jian Yun felt that the car stopped after she just squinted for a while. She was picked up by someone. Jian Yun opened her eyes and looked into Huo Liancheng's deep eyes. You're awake? Huo Liancheng carried Jian Yun into the elevator. Are we here so soon? Jian Yun wrapped her arms around Huo Liancheng's neck. She looked tired, like a lazy kitten rubbing against Huo Liancheng's chest. We are already very close. Huo Liancheng looked at the little girl in his arms with amusement. He really liked seeing her act like a spoiled child. Jian Yun narrowed her eyes and noticed the elevator was rising. She rubbed her face against Huo Liancheng's neck and said, Put me down. What? You don't want me to hug you? Huo Liancheng was unhappy. No, I am not. I am afraid you will be tired. Jian Yun glanced at Huo Liancheng. Although she wanted him to put her down, she did not let go of her arms. Huo Liancheng smiled and lowered his head to kiss Jian Yun. Jian Yun turned her head and dodged. Huo Liancheng was unhappy. You still haven't kissed me today. You're not a 3-year-old. Why do you keep kissing? Jian Yun did not want to talk to him. She felt like she did not have the strength for the whole day and really wanted to sleep. It means that I like you. You should feel honored that I was blinded by you. Huo Liancheng said with a cold face. Jian Yun could not help rolling her eyes. Well, I feel very honored. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Then hurry up and express your gratitude. Huo Liancheng was very tsundere. We are here? We are here. Jian Yun did not want to be like Huo Liancheng. She pointed at the display on the floor and changed the topic. Put me down quickly. Don't let anyone see you. It will affect your image as a high and mighty CEO. Huo Liancheng was about to speak when the elevator door opened. Someone was about to come in. Seeing Huo Liancheng holding Jian Yun, she was stunned. Huo, President Huo. The person who came was Zhang Shaolin. There were a few people following her. They were all the people selected by Huo Liancheng last time. They obviously wanted to take the elevator down. They did not expect Huo Liancheng to suddenly appear. They could not help but become nervous. Well, the staff elevator is broken. It is undergoing maintenance. Zhang Shaolin wanted to explain. She knew that Huo Liancheng did not like to share things with others. The elevator was not good either. Although they had not known each other for long, as sharp as she was, she had long noticed that Huo Liancheng was a germaphobe. Yes. Huo Liancheng did not say much. He just nodded and walked out of the elevator. Jian Yun suddenly noticed Zhang Shaolin and the rest had their heads lowered. When they walked over, they even secretly looked at her. Only then did she remember that she was still in Huo Liancheng's arms. Immediately, her face turned red. She hurriedly struggled and said in a low voice, Hey, put me down. Huo Liancheng turned a deaf ear and walked towards the CEO's office with Jian Yun in his arms. Jian Yun could only try her best to hide her face. They were so old and they were still as sick of each other as young people. She was really embarrassed. After entering the office, Huo Liancheng put Jian Yun down and Jian Yun lost her temper. Can you be more careful in public the next time? You will be ridiculed. Huo Liancheng raised his eyebrows. Who dares to laugh at me? Jian Yun turned around. I don't want to talk to you. I will go and sleep for a while. Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun's back and the corner of his mouth unconsciously curved up. His current life was really the happiness that he dreamed of. Sometimes he could not believe it. Jian Yun was really sleepy. She laid on the bed and slept until she woke up from a nightmare. Jian Yun opened her eyes wide and looked at the ceiling for a long time before she remembered to look at the time. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. She rubbed her head. She was in a weird mood. These days were boring. She even dreamed that Huo Liancheng was hugging her left and right. She was surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, and they were dancing in front of him. She must have had nothing to do every day, which was why she had dreams every day. She really couldn't go on like this. Jian Yun covered her face. She felt that she was really a laborer. She felt uncomfortable without work every day. She felt like she was missing something. However, she had just encountered danger yesterday. Huo Liancheng also said that he was worried that Huo Chengfeng would attack her. Now, she could only stay by his side and let him protect her. But how long would it take to end this kind of life? Jian Yun went to the washroom to wash her face in frustration. When she came out, she heard that it was quiet outside. Huo Liancheng did not seem to be around. She pushed the door open and came out. Sure enough, she did not see Huo Liancheng. Jian Yun guessed that Huo Liancheng might have gone to the meeting and was not in a hurry. She planned to sit down and wait for him. At this time, there was a knock on the sofa. At the same time, Lin Lanlan's voice also sounded. President Huo, are you there? The chairman has a document for you. Jian Yun's eyes turned cold. It was Lin Lanlan again. These few days, she had really been diligent. However, Jian Yun did not plan to be seen by Lin Lanlan here. She still wanted to see what Lin Lanlan's motive for getting so close to Huo Liancheng was. So she quickly got up and went back into the lounge. She slightly covered the gap in the door and looked outside. Lin Lanlan knocked on the door a few more times but did not get any response. She did not receive the ceremony like other secretaries and usually left when there was no response. She pushed the door open and came in. Jian Yun saw Lin Lanlan in a tight-fitting work dress that outlined her hot figure come in with a stack of documents. When she saw that Huo Liancheng was not in the office, her face showed obvious disappointment. But she immediately sized up the luxurious office in high spirits. She was still sighing. Rich people are comfortable. Even a chair is so big. This is still the Mings. If it was the Huos, I don't even know what it would be like. I really want to see it. Jian Yun's brows knitted even tighter. Although she knew Lin Lanlan, after so many years, people would definitely change. So now she was not sure what Lin Lanlan wanted to do. Of course, she would not have good intentions when she approached Huo Liancheng. Lin Lanlan walked around Huo Liancheng's office and looked around. She even shamelessly picked up the coat Huo Liancheng placed on the hanger and sniffed it. She had an intoxicated expression on her face. Jian Yun saw it and really wanted to use her shoes to pull it out and beat this slut. But Jian Yun still held it in. She felt that under this kind of situation, it was not suitable for her to show herself. Otherwise, it would alert the enemy. She was almost certain now that Lin Lanlan definitely had some ulterior motive. Lin Lanlan walked around but still did not have any intention of leaving. Instead, she walked towards the lounge step by step. Clearly, she wanted to go in. Chapter 431. Difficulties. Jian Yun narrowed her eyes. She suddenly looked forward to Lin Lanlan's expression when she pushed open the door and saw her here. She originally thought that after that incident 6 years ago, they would never meet again in this life. But she did not expect that Lin Lanlan would come back in between the twists and turns. And this time she clearly had the same goal, to snatch what belonged to her, including men. A cold glint burst out from Jian Yun's eyes. The corner of her lips slightly curled into a cold arc. 6 years ago, it was because she was too confident and careless that Lin Lanlan succeeded. The current her was no longer as naive as before. If necessary, she did not mind teaching Lin Lanlan a lesson. The sound of high heels slowly approached. Jian Yun folded her arms and waited. However, just as Lin Lanlan's hand was placed on the door handle of the lounge, the door of the CEO's office suddenly opened and Cheng Muze's voice sounded. "Who are you? Why are you here? What do you want? Can you enter President Huo's resting place?" Cheng Muze's voice was unusually strict. It was simply a scolding. Jian Yun saw Lin Lanlan through the gap in the door and was shocked. The documents in her hands were all scattered on the ground. She stood there with a red and white face. She could not even say anything to explain. "Special Assistant Cheng, what's going on?" Someone came in from behind. When he heard Cheng Muz scolding someone, he also came over to take a look. Who is this woman? She actually rummaged around the CEO's office without permission and even wanted to enter the lounge. Since when did the Ming's employees become so bold? Call the security guards over and check. This woman is a spy sent by another company. Cheng Muz should be in a bad mood. He found a vent and immediately started to attack. I am not a spy. I am the assistant of the chairman. My name is Lin Lanlan. Special Assistant Cheng, you have seen me before. Lin Lanlan was afraid that the security guards would come up, so today's matter would be blown up. After all, it was her fault first, and entering the CEO's office without permission was a taboo no matter which company she was in. She only wanted to come in to take a look because she felt dizzy just now. Assistant to the CEO? Why didn't I know that the chairman had an assistant like you? You must be a spy sent by another company. I want to call the police to arrest you. Cheng Muz was full of anger. He did not want to hear Lin Lanlan's explanation at all. He picked up the phone and was about to make a call. Special Assistant Cheng, I can ask the chairman to testify for me. I am really an employee of Ming's. Lin Lanlan panicked. She did not know how she had offended Cheng Muz. He clearly knew her, so why did he insist that she was a spy here? At this time, there were many people gathered outside the door. They were all high-ranking officials of the Ming's, and there was also a secretary like Zhang Xiaolin. Lin Lanlan looked around and quickly rushed over. She grabbed Zhang Xiaolin and begged, Secretary Zhang, you know me. I am not a spy. I was ordered by the chairman to look for President Huo to sign. Help me explain to Special Assistant Cheng. Zhang Xiaolin did know Lin Lanlan. Although Lin Lanlan had just entered the Ming's not long ago, she was very good at socializing and often treated her to meals. She looked like a rich second generation. Moreover, her words revealed that she and Jian Yun were half-sisters. This way, the entire Ming's would definitely rush to curry favor with her. After all, Jian Yun was the legitimate Mrs. Huo now. Lin Lanlan had also invited Zhang Xiaolin to dinner, but Zhang Xiaolin did not go. At her age, she usually saw things clearer than those young people. This woman called Lin Lanlan was obviously a pompous person. If Jian Yun really had a good relationship with her, they would not be the same. In the same company, she did not even meet her. She never mentioned this person. However, Zhang Xiaolin had always been a fair person. She did not know why Cheng Mu's would make trouble for Lin Lanlan, but what Lin Lanlan said was the truth. Special Assistant Cheng, she is indeed an employee of the Mings. Zheng Shelling could only say this because she did not understand the situation. It was true that Lin Lanlan had entered the CEO's office without permission. Who knew what she had done in there? Even if she is an employee of the Mings, can she enter the CEO's office as she pleases? How many confidential documents are there in the CEO's office that a small assistant like you can enter as you wish? Are you responsible for losing the documents? Cheng Mu's did not want to let Lin Lanlan go so easily. He deliberately made things worse. I really did not. Lin Lanlan saw that there were more and more people. They were all standing at the door of the office looking at her. She was so anxious that she almost cried. At this time, everyone suddenly separated. Huo Liancheng walked in. He saw that Cheng Muze was aggressive, and Lin Lanlan was crying. He could not help but frown and asked impatiently, "What happened?" Cheng Muze pointed at Lin Lanlan and said, "I just came in to get the documents and found this woman in the office. She was alone and everything had been flipped over. She still wanted to enter your lounge, fourth brother. She even put her hand on the door handle. I suspect she is a spy sent by another company. She wants to steal fourth brother's important confidential documents." "No, it is not. President Huo, I am not a spy." Lin Lanlan looked at Huo Liancheng as if she had seen her savior. She rushed over and wanted to grab Huo Liancheng's sleeve. She cried, "I just came in to get President Huo to sign the documents. The chairman said the documents were urgent. I saw no one, so I prepared to come in and put down the documents and leave. I did not flip through the documents, nor did I want to enter the lounge." Huo Liancheng had already taken a step back before Lin Lanlan got close to him and avoided her. He looked in the direction of the lounge and saw that the door was opened a crack. The corners of his lips curled up without batting an eyelid. He then withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Lanlan. His eyes narrowed coldly. "So you mean that Special Assistant Cheng has wronged you?" Lin Lanlan did not hear the indifference in Huo Liancheng's tone. She quickly nodded and twisted her hands. Her eyes were watery and she looked very pitiful. "I was just curious and looked around. Special Assistant Cheng just happened to come in and see it. That's why she misunderstood me." Lin Lanlan was beautiful. She started to cry. She was like a weak Liu Fufeng and made all the men's hearts soften in an instant. Some people started to say good things. "Yeah, Special Assistant Cheng, is it a misunderstanding? She was just curious about President Huo's office and just looked around. Come. Let's look at the surveillance camera. This way, it will be clear who is lying." Cheng Muzi did not think it was a small matter. He picked up the computer and pulled out the monitor. The upper echelons of Mings also surrounded them curiously. Huo Liancheng once again looked at Jian Yun, who was looking at them in the lounge. Jian Yun shook her head at him. Huo Liancheng raised his sword-like brows, then suddenly turned around and walked to the computer as well. Lin Lanlan was nervous and afraid. She did not know what the higher-ups of Mings would do to her after they saw her wandering around in the CEO's office. She knew very well how high Huo Liancheng's status was. The chairman of Mings was nothing in front of him. If she was despised by Huo Liancheng, then Lin Lanlan thought that the mission that the person assigned to her might fail because of today's incident. She was so scared that her face turned pale and her entire body was trembling. Chapter 432. I want him to pay the price. Cheng Mu skillfully turned on the computer and pulled out the monitor. A few minutes ago, everyone saw Lin Lanlan twisting her waist and entering the CEO's office. Just as Cheng Mu had said, Lin Lanlan did not go out when she saw that there was no one in the office. She looked left and right and walked towards the office desk. How is it? This woman must be a spy. She came in while we were having a meeting and wanted to steal information from the upper echelons of Mings. The real estate project that was lost a few days ago might have been done by this woman. Cheng Muzi continued to pour dirty water into the forest. Lanlan. I didn't. Lin Lanlan quickly identified that she did have a motive for coming to Huo Liancheng today, but she did not want to steal anything. What she wanted was not some company's secret. Compared to those things, she only had one goal, and that was Huo Liancheng. As long as she caught Huo Liancheng and made him interested in her, what did she want? She did not need to work hard. She would be despised and abused. I didn't steal anything. I really didn't. President Huo, believe me. I was just curious and didn't have any bad intentions. Lin Lanlan looked at Huo Liancheng pitifully. She wanted Huo Liancheng to be soft-hearted to her. Huo Liancheng didn't look at Lin Lanlan. He hated women crying like this. Of course, Jian Yun was the exception. He didn't say anything. He was just thinking about what Jian Yun meant when she shook her head at him. Not stealing doesn't mean you don't want to steal. Once or twice. If the employees of Mings treat the CEO's office like a bath like you, they can come and go as they please. If they want to leave, they can leave as they please. Do you still have any rules in the Great Mings Company? Chen Muz said aggressively. The other higher-ups were still watching the video. On the video, Lin Lanlan was about to walk to the desk when she reached out her hand. Lin Lanlan closed her eyes and felt that she was going to be fired by the Mings this time. It was not easy for her to enter the Mings. She wanted to test Jian Yun and get close to Huo Liancheng. But before she could do anything, she was kicked out of the house. However, without the job of the Mings, that person would not give her any more money and might even torture her. It was impossible for her to go back to the poor life that she couldn't afford in the past. What should she do? Just as everyone was certain of it, when Lin Lanlan was about to be fired by the entire company, Huo Liancheng suddenly reached out and closed the laptop. No need to look. Huo Liancheng's voice was cold and emotionless. President Huo? Everyone, including Cheng Muze, looked at Huo Liancheng in confusion. They did not understand why he suddenly decided not to pursue the matter. One should know that Huo Liancheng was a person who valued privacy the most. After he came to the Mings, no one on the 28th floor could approach him. His private life was also very secretive. He rarely saw any news reports, even if someone posted it online. It will be disposed of as quickly as possible. Everyone felt that Huo Liancheng must be very disgusted with a woman with ulterior motives like Lin Lanlan. Who would have thought that he would not pursue the matter today? Strange. All of you go out. Huo Liancheng pulled down his tie and glanced around. His eyes were cold. When he looked at Lin Lanlan, he paused for a few seconds. Tell me, what does the chairman want you to do? Lin Lanlan did not expect Huo Liancheng to help her. In her eyes, Huo Liancheng was helping her. She was stunned at first, but then her heart was filled with joy. Her tearful eyes did not hide her feelings. She lowered her head as if she was shy, but also as if she was panicking. She carefully picked up the documents on the ground and patted them before handing them to Huo Liancheng. President Huo, the chairman said these documents. Please take a look. The others saw that Huo Liancheng had spoken. Even if they knew there was something wrong with this woman, they would not say anything. Only Cheng Muze looked unhappy and walked out angrily. After Huo Liancheng finished reading the documents, he signed on the documents that were fine. He picked out a few documents. There are some problems with these documents. Take them back and let the chairman look at them again. Lin Lanlan did not dare to look directly at Huo Liancheng. She kept staring at his hands. She was sighing in her heart why this man's hands were so pretty. She was shocked when she saw Huo Liancheng looking at her. She looked up to meet Huo Liancheng's eyes, but her body trembled because of the icy cold gaze. She quickly lowered her head and took the documents. Okay, President Huo? Lin Lanlan stood there for a long time and did not hear Huo Liancheng speak again. Moreover, she felt that cold gaze. She could not help but let her thoughts run wild in her heart. Could it be that Huo Liancheng was looking at her? Thinking about this, Lin Lanlan felt like she was bitten by ants. It was numb and itchy. Her heart was also itchy and uncomfortable. She really wanted to raise her head and take a look. But she understood that the more this situation, the more she had to pretend that she did not notice anything. This way, men would be more interested in her. Is there anything else? Huo Liancheng saw Lin Lanlan's pretentious expression, but he did not show it on his face. He only asked lightly, Ah? Lin Lanlan quickly looked up like a frightened deer. She looked at Huo Liancheng, then lowered her head and said with a red face, No, it's fine, President Huo. Then you can go out, Huo Liancheng said with a rare, gentle tone. Lin Lanlan was flattered and quickly looked up at Huo Liancheng. When she saw that Huo Liancheng was really looking at her, her heart jumped. She nodded shyly. Yes, President Huo. I will go out first. Lin Lanlan turned around and walked to the door. She turned her head again and deliberately showed her seductive figure. She said shyly and timidly to Huo Liancheng, President Huo, thank you for believing me today. I really did not mean to do it. Huo Liancheng did not say anything. His eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Lanlan did not wait for a response. Although she was a little disappointed, she still walked out happily. After exiting the office, Lin Lanlan and Cheng Muze almost bumped into each other. Cheng Muze gave Lin Lanlan a fierce glare. Lin Lanlan hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to be weak, but she secretly thought in her heart, wasn't Cheng Muze just Huo Liancheng's dog? When she ascended to the position, she would first treat Cheng Muze. She wanted him to pay the price for humiliating her in public today. Cheng Muze did not care what Lin Lanlan was thinking. Even if he knew, he would probably go crazy from Lin Lanlan's brainless laughter. But now Cheng Muze did not want to laugh at all. He was in a very bad mood. Moreover, Cheng Muze was very disappointed with Jian Yun. He had sent an important piece of news to Jian Yun last night. It was no different from a heavy bomb. He thought that Jian Yun would mind it no matter what. It would be best for her to create a conflict with Huo Liancheng for 10 days to half a month. He wanted Huo Liancheng to have no time to bother with him and torture him. Who would have thought that Jian Yun would be so magnanimous and not care about Huo Liancheng's Chapter 433. I want to sue you for domestic violence. When Cheng Muze saw that Huo Liancheng had come to the company as if nothing had happened and that someone had told him that Huo Liancheng had carried Jian Yun out of the elevator, Cheng Muze knew that something bad had happened. Sure enough, before the meeting, Huo Liancheng had taken him out to give him a single whipping and arranged additional work for him. This meant that he was now in charge of the Huos and the Mings. He had to take care of 10 things at the same time. Fortunately, Huo Liancheng probably did not know the details of what he had told Jian Yun. He had been trying to get more information from him. He bit his teeth and didn't let go. He insisted that he didn't say anything. What a joke. If Huo Liancheng knew what he said, his life would be over. At that time, the moment Lin Lanlan went out, Jian Yun opened the door to the lounge and walked out. Huo Liancheng sat on the chair with his hands crossed and placed them on the table. His charming eyes looked at Jian Yun. Jian Yun walked step by step towards Huo Liancheng and pulled the chair opposite him to sit down. She supported her chin and looked at him as she asked with a smile, "Do you think that this elder sister of mine is very attractive?" Huo Liancheng shrugged his shoulders. "She is indeed tempting." "Then do you like her?" Jian Yun continued to smile. There was no sign of displeasure on her pretty face. "If I say I like her, will you help me?" Huo Liancheng also smiled. "Of course." Jian Yun raised her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes. She smiled like a little fox. "An excellent man like you should have a harem. There are so many beautiful women in the harem. We sisters serve one husband together. That is a blessing that we have cultivated for several lifetimes. Do you want a phone number? I have her mobile number here." Jian Yun took out her phone and pretended to look for Lin Lanlan's number. She wanted to give it to Huo Liancheng. She said, "My sister is not an ordinary woman. Shu Haiyan has said that her martial arts skills are top-notch. Back then, he was conquered by her in bed. He said that she is talented. 9 twists and 18 turns, ice and fire are 2 layers of heaven. It simply makes him unable to stop his desire. He has been thinking about it for, I think you should give it a try. Here, this is her cell phone number. Write it down and find her if you need her. I think she will be very pleased." Enough. The more Huo Liancheng heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. What kind of crazy hair was this guy? He actually introduced a woman to him? Wait. Huo Liancheng raised his hand to stop Jian Yun from continuing. He frowned. He had no interest in Lin Lanlan, and he cared more about her. Jian Yun had just said, "Did you just say that Shu Haiyan told you about his life in bed? Remember, I see that Lin Lanlan is very interested in you. She has been looking for you for 2 days in a row. Why don't you strike first?" Jian Yun waved her phone in front of Huo Liancheng. She still minded what Cheng Luze said last night. It was just that she could not find a way to vent her anger. She could not ask, so she deliberately wanted to stir up some things to make Huo Liancheng unhappy. "Shut up." Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes and looked dangerous. He stood up and put his hands on the table. He leaned his upper body forward and approached Jian Yun. He asked coldly, "Explain to me why Shu Haiyan told you about Lin and his sex life. When did you guys start to contact each other again?" "You don't want the number? Then I'll put it away. If you want it again, you won't have a chance." Jian Yun ignored Huo Liancheng and did not answer his question. She maintained a smiling expression and elegantly put away her phone. With a kick of her legs, the chair slid back and she got up. She turned around and left gracefully. "Where are you going?" Huo Liancheng rushed over and blocked Jian Yun's way. "It's none of your business." Jian Yun walked to the side, trying to avoid Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng hugged her, his cold expression no longer turning into helplessness. "How did I offend you?" "No, you didn't provoke me anywhere. I just don't want to talk." Jian Yun pushed Huo Liancheng away and said calmly, "Then why are you angry?" Huo Liancheng was very depressed. He didn't even know where the problem was. "I'm not angry," Jian Yun said seriously. "Then let me kiss you." Huo Liancheng lowered his head and moved his mouth closer. "No." Jian Yun pressed her hand on Huo Liancheng's mouth and refused. "You still say you're not angry? If you're not, why don't you let me kiss you?" Huo Liancheng was completely depressed. Women were troublesome. They would lose their temper at any time, but they still did not tell him why they lost their temper. Huo Liancheng suddenly thought of this possibility. "Is it because I did not punish that woman? Didn't you tell me not to care?" Jian Yun was angry and happy. She raised her head and stared at Huo Liancheng. "Nonsense. Nonsense. When did I ask you to not care?" Huo Liancheng felt that something was wrong. "Didn't you shake your head at me and tell me not to act rashly? I listened to you." Jian Yun spat. "Stop pouring dirty water on me. You are the one who is tender towards women and cannot bear to deal with a beauty. Now you are blaming me. Duo you're not being kind." When Huo Liancheng heard Jian Yun say this, he really thought that his judgment was wrong. But when he saw Jian Yun's pursed lips, he immediately understood everything. This girl was clearly teasing him. "Bad girl, you dare to play with me." Huo Liancheng grabbed Jian Yun and pretended to beat her up. Hey, a gentleman doesn't attack when he speaks. You can't hit me." Jian Yun saw that the situation was not good and quickly turned around to run. But how could Jian Yun compare to Huo Liancheng's speed? Coupled with his long legs, he reached out his hand to grab her and slapped her butt. You, I want to sue you for domestic violence." Jian Yun screamed and increased her speed to run out. "Come back here." Huo Liancheng grabbed Jian Yun and carried her to the lounge. "Put me down. I don't want to be ravaged by you." Jian Yun looked down and suddenly felt a lack of oxygen in her brain. She felt dizzy, but she still did not forget to struggle. Huo Liancheng's handsome face turned darker. "What do you mean by ravage? You make me sound like a flower picker." "If you're a flower picker, then why are you picking my dogtail grass?" Jian Yun pretended to cry. Huo Liancheng could not take it anymore. He put Jian Yun on the bed with a domineering expression. Since you know you are a dogtail grass, then you should be more aware. Don't blabber. Hurry up and serve the Lord. Boo-hoo, woof woof, I'm not feeling well today. I'm afraid I can't serve the Lord anymore. Sir, how about this? I still have an older sister who looks like a charming martial artist. I might as well have asked her to serve me. I guarantee that she will be able to serve you comfortably. Jian Yun rubbed and rubbed against Huo Liancheng's side. She deliberately pretended to be weak and said with an understanding look. Huo Liancheng slapped Jian Yun on the head with a slap. His handsome face was serious. Girl, be careful of your jokes and don't go overboard. Aren't you afraid that I am really interested in her? Chapter 434, Winking and Winking. Don't be afraid. Jian Yun rubbed her head and looked at Huo Liancheng with her eyes. She then said with a smile, a lover who can be hooked is not a real lover. A lover who can be moved by just a few words is not worthy of being cherished by me. So what do you want to say? Huo Liancheng's eyelids twitched. Jian Yun got up from the bed and wrapped her arms around Huo Liancheng's neck. She put one hand on Huo Liancheng's beautiful lips and smiled seductively. I just want to tell you again. No matter if you are physically or mentally, as long as you cheat once, I don't want you anymore. You will never have this chance. Huo Liancheng suddenly pushed Jian Yun down and pinched her chin fiercely. Girl, you have said this many times. What are you worried about? Don't you have confidence in me? This time Jian Yun did not say anything. She still wrapped her arms around Huo Liancheng's neck, but her eyes were flickering. After a long time, she sighed under his focused gaze. How can I not have confidence in you? I do not have confidence in myself. Is it because of what happened last night? Huo Liancheng asked. Jian Yun stared at Huo Liancheng's dark eyes and did not deny it. What exactly is going on? Why didn't you tell me? Huo Liancheng was a little frustrated. Do you know that you are not cute like this? Jian Yun pouted. I never said I am cute. We are husband and wife. Do you have any questions? Huo Liancheng no longer had the interest to joke around with Jian Yun. All he wanted to do now was to find out why Jian Yun was so conflicted. If this continued, he would start to get annoyed. Sigh, I just can't say it. If I could, I would have said it long ago. Jian Yun sighed again. She reached out and stroked Huo Liancheng's face. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Don't ask anymore. I won't say it again. Let's let this matter go. Can you do it? Huo Liancheng would not believe Jian Yun's words. He had experienced this girl's narrowness before. Moreover, he was really curious right now. What did that bastard Chen Muz say to Jian Yun? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about Lin Lanlan. Jian Yun also knew that if she did mind, she would have a root in her heart. But she really did not know how to ask. She was more afraid of getting an answer that she did not want to know. I have no interest in that woman at all. In the past, I did not. If I do not have it now, I will not have it in the future. Huo Liancheng said anxiously. He thought Jian Yun was going to mention that he did not punish Lin Lanlan for trespassing into the CEO's office. He clearly saw her shaking her head and thought that she had a plan. That was why he was so cooperative with her. Ha, of course I know you don't like Lin Lanlan. You can't be worse than Shu Haiyang. Jian Yun couldn't help but laugh. When she saw Huo Liancheng's flustered and exasperated look, she felt that her mood wasn't that bad. At least, she was the only person in his heart right now. Why did you mention Shu Haiyang again? Duoer, tell me honestly, have you been in contact with Shu Haiyang recently? Huo Liancheng asked suspiciously. When he heard Shu Haiyang's name, he found it jarring. No matter what Jian Yun said, she did not like Shu Haiyang anymore. However, the years of care and love that they had had as childhood sweethearts still pierced Huo Liancheng's heart like a thorn. He really did mind. It was just a few words in the group chat. Jian Yun shrugged and looked like she did not care. He did look for me, but I did not care. Why did he look for you? Don't you know that you are already married? Your surname is Huo. The more Huo Liancheng heard, the more unhappy he became. How would I know? Why don't I call him now? Jian Yun pretended to look for her phone. No. Huo Liancheng grabbed Jian Yun's hand and squinted his eyes. He snorted coldly. If you dare to contact him again, I will kill him. Jian Yun was curious. Why kill him? Shouldn't you be breaking my legs? Huo Liancheng pinched Jian Yun's face and said fiercely, Do you think I can bear it? Jian Yun pursed her lips and smiled. She reached out to hook Huo Liancheng's neck and kissed him. Then seeing that you are unwilling to part with me, I will not care about the matter of you making eye contact with Lin Lanlan. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will treat you. Huo Liancheng warned Jian Yun. Jian Yun curled her lips. All right, I will talk to you about proper business. I think Lin Lanlan has a problem. What problem? Huo Liancheng laid on Jian Yun's side and wrapped his arm around her. His intimate position made him feel like he had her completely. We've known each other for a few months. Lin Lanlan must have known about it a long time ago. She has always paid attention to my matters. I'm sure about this, but she has not made a sound for so long. She suddenly became an employee of the Mings. I find it strange. Now she has suddenly become the chairman's assistant. She even comes to you every day. It is obvious that she has designs on you. Jian Yun analyzed the doubts in her heart. With her understanding of Lin Lanlan, after knowing the relationship between Huo Liancheng and her, she actually took such a long time to make a move. This was very strange. Do you mean that she has a motive to enter Ming's? Huo Liancheng caught the main point of Jian Yun's words. Yes, Jian Yun said. Jian Yun nodded. She played with the buttons on Huo Liancheng's shirt collar, and her long eyelashes drooped. She continued. Xu Haiyang also said that Lin Lanlan was not as simple as I thought, and hinted that she had someone backing her. I was thinking about who the person behind her was. Could it be someone who knows me, or someone who knows you? After that person found out about our relationship, he let Lin Lanlan enter the Mings and deliberately approached us. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes and did not speak. Jian Yun thought about it, and felt that she might not be able to express it clearly, but she did not understand it herself. It was just a vague feeling, so she smiled. What I said seemed a little messy. Maybe I was thinking too much, or it would be too coincidental. After all, no one else knows about our relationship. Lin Lanlan and you do not have any interaction. This idea seems to be too far-fetched. You said Lin Lanlan stayed in America for 6 years? Which state is she in? Huo Liancheng suddenly asked. It seems to be Arkansas. Jian Yun blinked. What did you think of? Huo Liancheng's eyes flashed. He shook his head. No, just a casual question. Jian Yun hid in Huo Liancheng's arms. Maybe I really thought too much. Maybe she really just fell in love with you. Who told you to look so good? Even a woman can't resist it. Who said that? Didn't you always feel nothing towards me? You even forced me to use force. Huo Liancheng remained calm on the surface. He pinched Jian Yun's nose and complained. I have never chased a woman. You are the first. I have lost many brain cells just to chase you. However, you were so cold to me back then. Do you know how sad I was? Chapter 435. You learned to bark like a puppy and let me hear you. Come on, I don't believe that you've never chased a woman. Jian Yun buried her head in Huo Liancheng's chest. Although she was acting coquettishly, her voice was muffled. I lied to you that you are a puppy. Huo Liancheng stroked Jian Yun's hair. His eyes narrowed slightly as if he was thinking about something. You can bark at me like a puppy, Jian Yun said. Jian Yun raised her head, her big eyes sparkling. Woof, woof. Huo Liancheng was very cooperative. Ha, you really learn. Jian Yun's eyes curved into a smile. I don't think anyone would believe it. President Huo, who is always cold and fierce in front of people, actually knows how to bark like a dog in order to make his wife laugh. Who told me to like you? Huo Liancheng sighed. He had no bottom line now. He even suspected that even if this little demoness wanted to ride his neck, he wouldn't have any objections. All right, I know you love me. Then I'll reward you properly when I return home today. Jian Yun hugged Huo Liancheng's neck and smiled. Her eyes curved as she kissed his face. Huo Liancheng's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Do you mean what you say? Of course. Jian Yun blinked her eyes and tried to hold back her laughter. She knew Huo Liancheng would think the wrong way. Well, your nurse's uniform is good, Huo Liancheng said. Huo Liancheng had already started to have wild thoughts. Jian Yun lowered her eyes and smiled. She changed the topic. Are you done with your work? That fast? How long can a small company like the Mings take? Huo Liancheng's heart was itching. His big hands did not follow the rules and dawdled on Jian Yun. All right? Jian Yun was speechless. President Huo was always so cocky. Right. According to Cheng Mu's, was the Huos moving to Qinghu City? I remember they're in the imperial capital, right? Yeah, so the main company has always been in the imperial capital, but I don't like the climate there. Huo Liancheng stared into Jian Yun's eyes and said, I like you who are in Qinghu City. Jian Yun felt sweet in her heart. She held Huo Liancheng's face and kissed it. I liked you saying that. Huo Liancheng twirled Jian Yun's hair. Then serve me well tonight. I still have a gift for you. What is it? Jian Yun really liked the time when she was talking to Huo Liancheng like this. She hoped that time would slow down a little and keep the sweetness at this moment. You will know when the time comes. Huo Liancheng kept her guessing. Okay. Jian Yun smiled sweetly and took the initiative to kiss Huo Liancheng's lips. Huo Liancheng and Jian Yun warmed up for a while, and his phone rang again. He picked up the phone and hurried out. Jian Yun heard Cheng Muze enter the office and followed him out. Sister Jian, good afternoon. Cheng Muze raised his hand and greeted Jian Yun with a smile. Jian Yun tilted her head and looked at Cheng Muze. She always felt that Cheng Muze's smile was very forced and had bad intentions. Actually, Jian Yun also wanted to ask Cheng Muze about Chen Xinren, but she also wanted to ask when Huo Liancheng was not around. On the other side, Huo Liancheng and Cheng Muze were discussing official matters. Jian Yun heard that it was Huo's matter. She was bored and took out a book from her bag to read. Although she was currently unemployed, Jian Yun still wanted to go to graduate school. Back then, she was guaranteed to be sent away by the school, but because of the pressure of life, she wanted to earn money to treat her mother's illness, and gave up. No matter what, it was a pity. Jian Yun was so engrossed in reading that she did not even know when Huo Liancheng had come to her side. Are you reading or in a daze? Huo Liancheng looked at Jian Yun, who had not turned a page for half a day, and could not help but take her book away. It's none of your business. Jian Yun came back to her senses. She was a little embarrassed. She did not know what had happened in the past few days. She felt sleepy as soon as she read a book. Sister Jian, do you want to do a high-speed flip? Cheng Mu saw the cover of the book and raised his eyebrows. By the way, she said, when I met Mrs. Bernard a few days ago, she asked me to ask you, a busy person, when you have the time to visit her poor little daughter, Kei Luoyi. You know Mrs. Bernard too? Jian Yun was surprised. Why did she feel that the world was getting smaller and smaller? Why did she know not only Huo Liancheng but also Cheng Muzi? Of course. I am fourth brother's special assistant. He knows me, of course. Cheng Muzi looked at her as if she was a fool. Sister Jian, I remember you were very smart in the past. Why did you become silly after marrying fourth brother? Did he torture you at home? Tell me, I will tell your aunt. Cheng Muzi, if you dare to talk nonsense again, go to Siberia next month. Huo Liancheng's face darkened. Ah, fourth brother. I remember I still have a lot of work to do. Then I will go out first. Sister Jian greets you. Cheng Muzi wanted to run away. Hey, wait. Jian Yun suddenly remembered what happened to Luo Yanyan's brother. She stopped Cheng Muzi and did not know what to say. What's wrong, Sister Jian? Can't bear to let me go. Cheng Muzi laughed and looked serious. Jian Yun glanced at Huo Liancheng. She felt a little guilty going through the back door in front of him. So she got up and grabbed Cheng Muzi and walked out. I have something to talk to you about. Let's go out and talk. This time, Huo Liancheng's handsome face turned darker. He pulled Jian Yun and asked, Am I an outsider? What is it that you want to avoid me? Jian Yun wondered. You are the CEO. I have to go through the back door now. It is not good to be in front of you. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. You know it is not good to go through the back door, but you still promised those people. Jian Yun was depressed. I don't want to either, but... All right, just say it here. Huo Liancheng did not really want to scold Jian Yun. He threw down a sentence and turned around to walk towards the lounge. What is it, Sister Jian? Cheng Muzi asked curiously. Jian Yun hesitated for a moment and told Cheng Muzi that Luo Cheng wanted to enter the Mings but did not have enough education. This is a small matter. Don't worry, I will arrange it. Cheng Muzi patted his chest and promised, but then he blinked. Sister Jian, it seems like fourth brother really loves you. It was not like this had never happened before. It was the people of Huo family. If they did not have the ability and qualifications to enter the Huos, fourth brother would ignore them. Now, he has nothing to do with a person who doesn't even have any relationship with him. Jian Yun blinked and was shocked. There is such a thing? Cheng Muzi nodded. Of course. Didn't you read the financial magazine? Fourth brother has always been known for his cruelty and ruthlessness since he debuted. People in the business world call him the ghost sees the sorrow. Being merciless is his biggest characteristic. You talk about him like he is a mafia boss. Jian Yun's mouth twitched. Besides, is there such a beautiful ghost? Cheng Muzi sneaked close to Jian Yun and covered his mouth. Sister Jian, you can't be fooled by fourth brother's skin. You probably haven't seen how scary he is. Jian Yun's eyelids twitched. Why do I feel like you are trying to drive a wedge between us? Aren't you afraid that if I tell Liancheng, you will be beaten to death? Do you know how to? Cheng Muzi looked into Jian Yun's eyes sincerely. Chapter 436. Are you having your menopause yet? Yes, Jian Yun nodded. Seeing that Huo Liancheng had not come out yet, her heart moved. She wanted to ask Cheng Muzi about the text message last night. Can you tell me about Chen? However, before Jian Yun could finish, she heard footsteps behind her. Huo Liancheng's voice also came, and he was very unhappy. Why are you all so close? Jian Yun and Cheng Muzi quickly separated. Huo Liancheng had already walked in front of Jian Yun. His handsome face was terrifyingly dark. He just stared at Cheng Muzi with a cold and murderous expression. Cheng Muzi rubbed his nose. He lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. He got up and ran away with his tail between his legs. As soon as Cheng Muzi went out, Huo Liancheng began to interrogate Jian Yun. What are you talking about with Cheng Muzi? Jian Yun shook her head and pretended to be innocent. Nothing much, just a casual chat. Oh right, he said you are a very powerful character in the business world. Jian Yun would not feel guilty if she betrayed Cheng Muzi like this. It was Cheng Muzi who told her about Chen Xinran. Sometimes, some things were kept secret forever. It was better than knowing the cruel truth of the matter. That's all? Huo Liancheng did not believe it. He had clearly seen Jian Yun's panicked expression just now. They must have been talking about Jian Yun's emotional disorder last night. Yes, that's all. Jian Yun nodded heavily. Huo Liancheng did not ask any more questions. He rolled up his sleeves and turned to get his coat. Go home. Jian Yun put the book and phone back into her bag. Seeing Huo Liancheng change into a black shirt, she could not help being curious. We are going home. Why are you still changing clothes? Huo Liancheng casually replied, I was pulled by that woman just now. There is a smell. I do not like it. Jian Yun felt a little speechless. She had seen it with her own eyes. Lin Lanlan did not even touch Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng's obsession with cleanliness was serious again. They directly took the exclusive elevator to the CEO downstairs and got into the car. Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun looking listless and reached out to touch her forehead. Why did you not have the energy for the whole day? Are you sick? Jian Yun took Huo Liancheng's hand and sighed. No, I just feel so bored doing nothing. Huo Liancheng started the car but did not drive away. Instead, he turned to look at Jian Yun. Are you really not considering going back to the Mings to work? Jen Yun shook her head and fixed her eyes on the front. If I come back now, there will be a lot of people gossiping and it will not be good for you. Hu Liancheng narrowed his eyes and sneered. Do you think I care? Jen Yun looked at him. The main thing is that I want to do what I like. For example? Hu Liancheng stepped on the gas and the car slowly drove out. Do you want to translate? This is my dream when I was a student. Now that I think about it, it doesn't feel very practical. I don't like working in the workplace. Jen Yun rested her chin on her hand and looked at Hu Liancheng's side. I want to be a piano teacher. From primary school to university, this is my hobby. Okay, if you like it, go do it. Hu Liancheng reached out and pinched Jan Yun's delicate face. He pampered her. Jan Yun could not believe it. You agree? Hu Liancheng nodded. I don't want to see you sulking at home every day. You're right. Everyone's ideal life is different. I cannot imprison you just because of my own selfishness. Ah, Liancheng, I love you so much. Jan Yun did not expect Hu Liancheng to be moved by her words. She did not care if he was still in the car. She jumped up and kissed Hu Liancheng. Although Jan Yun could go out to work without Hu Liancheng's permission, she did not want the two of them to be unhappy because of this matter. After all, he was doing it for her own good. But going out to work is fine. You can't act on your own. Yesterday's matter has not been investigated clearly. I don't know if it was Huo Chengfeng's doing. I will ask Chen Xin to protect you. You must accept this matter. Hu Liancheng focused on driving. Okay. Jian Yun understood that her current identity was different from the past. She could not be too willful. Otherwise, if anything happened, Hu Liancheng would still be worried. However, Jian Yun always felt that the Huo Chengfeng described by Hu Liancheng was too scary. However, when Jian Yun thought of Huo Chengfeng's encounter, she also felt that perhaps she was too naive. After returning home, Jian Yun plunged into the kitchen and began to busy herself. Hu Liancheng sat in the dining room and looked at Jian Yun's figure while thinking about what kind of surprise Jian Yun would give him at night. Only when Jian Yun brought all the dishes to the table and looked at him mischievously did Hu Liancheng react. The reward he would receive was a table of dishes that she personally cooked. What's wrong? Don't you like these dishes? How could Jian Yun not know what Hu Liancheng was thinking? His eyes were too obvious, but she pretended not to see anything and diligently prepared the dishes for Hu Liancheng. Hu Liancheng felt as if his chest was blocked by a breath. He felt very uncomfortable, but he was a mature man. How could he be defeated by Jian Yun's little trick? Hu Liancheng did not even show a trace of disappointment. He ate the food Jian Yun fed him with a very satisfied expression. It was just that Hu Liancheng secretly swore in his heart that after he finished his meal, he would definitely treat this girl well. She actually dared to play with him. While eating, Jian Yun's phone suddenly rang. Jian Yun saw that it was Wu Wenjing calling and quickly answered the phone. Jian Yun, where are you? Wu Wenjing's voice sounded a little hoarse. I'm at home. What's wrong with you? Did something happen today? Jian Yun felt that something was not right when she heard Wu Wenjing's tone. Nothing. A friend of mine encountered some small trouble. It was almost resolved. Wu Wenjing paused for a moment and asked in confusion. Is President Huo by your side? Yes, she said. Jian Yun looked at Huo Liancheng, who was concentrating on eating and was still worried. Wu Wenjing, if you need any help, you must say it. Don't support yourself. I'm just a bachelor. I don't have any bad habits like gambling. I can take care of myself. There's nothing I need your help with. Jian Yun, you're thinking too much. Wu Wenjing sneered. It is best that you are fine. Have you returned to Green Lake? Jian Yun asked. No, I will go back tomorrow morning. When Wu Wenjing said this, the topic changed. Jian Yun, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm hanging up. Hey. Jian Yun wanted to ask more about Wu Wenjing's friend who was in trouble, but she had already hung up. Duoer, is your menopause over? Why do you have to care about everything? Your friend isn't a 3-year-old. Don't you know what they do themselves? Hu Liancheng looked at Jian Yun's conflicted expression and could not help but ridicule her. Jian Yun stared at Hu Liancheng. How dare he say that she was menopause? It really made people angry, but Jian Yun had to admit that Hu Liancheng was right. All right, I'm full. Hu Liancheng put down his chopsticks and got up to leave. Jian Yun was thinking about something. Hu Liancheng's departure gave her a fright. She bit her chopsticks and looked over. She could clearly feel the negative pressure radiating from Hu Liancheng's body. Chapter 37, I'm waiting for your surprise. Jian Yun bit her chopsticks and watched Hu Liancheng walk away. She wondered why he was angry again. She didn't seem to have provoked him. Jian Yun pulled 2 bowls of rice and felt a little annoyed. On one hand, it was because of Hu Liancheng's temperamental personality. On the other hand, she felt that she did seem to be a little too lenient. Why did she have to worry about everything? It seemed that she had been too idle recently. However, she could go out to work soon. Jian Yun's mood suddenly became better when she thought that she could work and could do what she liked. She felt that she was born to work hard. This kind of rich wife's life was not suitable for her. After dinner, the maid came in to clean up the dishes. Jian Yun saw that it was still early, so she went to the garden and made a few phone calls. Coming back from the garden, Jianyun originally wanted to go take a bath, but when she entered the door, she saw Huo Liancheng sitting on the sofa with a cold face. He held a book in his hand and seemed to be before. Jianyun saw that he did not look up, so she decided not to disturb him. She walked around the sofa and went upstairs. However, Jianyun did not take 2 steps when she heard Huo Liancheng's voice behind her. It was filled with coldness and a trace of resentment. "Can't you see I'm here?" Jianyun had just climbed a few steps when she turned around to look. "I saw it." "Then why did you ignore me?" Huo Liancheng did not put down his book. He did not even raise his eyelids. Jianyun was speechless. "Didn't you ignore me?" Huo Liancheng put down the book and squinted at Jianyun. "I was waiting for your surprise." Jianyun secretly laughed in her heart but did not show it on her face. She pointed at the restaurant. "Didn't I personally cook a table of dishes for you to eat?" Huo Liancheng was depressed. "I don't want this surprise." "Then what do you want?" Jianyun tried not to laugh. Huo Liancheng said seriously, "I did not have a good time last night." Jianyun blushed when she heard that. She quickly looked around to make sure that there was no one in the house. She then spat. "Can you not be so shameless?" Huo Liancheng raised his eyebrows and looked innocent. "Why am I so shameless? I'm just playing a game. I haven't finished the Game of Glory last night." Black lines appeared on Jianyun's forehead. She glared at Huo Liancheng and turned to leave. This bastard had come to tease her again. He must have said something to be misunderstood. Footsteps came from behind. Jianyun did not need to look back to know that Huo Liancheng had followed her. She quickened her pace and entered the room. She took her clothes and went to take a bath. Just as she put down the water, Jianyun heard her phone ring. She called Huo Liancheng. "Help me listen to the phone." When Jianyun finished taking a bath and came out, she found Huo Liancheng sitting by the bed. He was playing with her phone in his hand. His handsome face was covered with a layer of coldness. Jianyun's heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was that it could not be that he saw some invisible secret on her phone, right? But she thought about it and carefully deleted all the conversations that could easily lead to misunderstandings. It was because she was afraid that Huo Liancheng would check it out all of a sudden. "What's wrong? Who provoked you?" Jianyun wiped the water off her hair as she carefully probed. Huo Liancheng looked at Jianyun and waved his phone. "So you found a job long ago?" he asked quietly. "Asking me was just a formality?" Jianyun heaved a sigh of relief. First, she thought something was wrong. "No way. I only called to ask when I came back tonight." "Really?" Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. He had just picked up the phone. The person on the other side of the phone said that Jianyun would go to work tomorrow. He thought that Jianyun had already decided, so he kept asking him these few days just to play with him. "Really?" Jianyun walked to Huo Liancheng's side and took the initiative to sit on his legs. She put her hands around his neck and smiled. "Monica is Mrs. Bernard's friend. I worked part-time at her place when I was in college. She was also the one who introduced me to be a piano teacher for Keiluoyi. Moreover, a high school classmate of mine also works as a teacher at her school. She teaches violin, and I only called them after dinner. I did not expect them to be so efficient. This is confirmed." Jianyun almost did not know how to describe Huo Liancheng. He was clearly a cold and arrogant man. Why did he care so much about these small details? Huo Liancheng only nodded when he heard Jianyun explain clearly. He also knew that his control in this aspect was too strong. He did not like Jianyun hiding anything from him. Nothing could go wrong. "What did you say on the phone? When did they ask me to go?" Jianyun asked. "Tomorrow," Huo Liancheng said coldly. "It looks like you really want to stay away from me. You don't like being with me every day." "Who said that? I can't wait to see you every day." Jianyun could tell that his tone was not right. She quickly comforted him. "Don't be angry. Didn't I explain it to you yesterday? I want to work because I want to be more suitable for you." As she spoke, Jianyun kissed Huo Liancheng and looked at him with bright eyes. Huo Liancheng stared at Jianyun. His eyes were deep and quiet, like the quiet water flowing deep into the water. There was something that was hard to describe in words. He did not speak anymore. Instead, he used actions to replace everything. He immediately became passive and took the initiative. He immediately suppressed Jianyun and kissed her deeply. It was another night of intimacy. The next morning, Jianyun almost overslept. But today, Jianyun only went to the music school to report. It did not matter if she was late, so when she got up, she still had the time to complain to Huo Liancheng. She could not complain. This guy's desire was too strong. Last night, she almost couldn't get out of bed. The music school in Tianlei was a little far from the Mings. Huo Liancheng drove Jianyun to school before he went to work in the Mings. It wasn't Jianyun's first time here. She had worked part-time here when she was in college. Although a few years had passed, the school had not changed much. She went straight to the principal's office to look for Monica. Monica was a woman in her 40s. Although she was called English, she was actually a complete Chinaman. She had only grown up overseas and her style was very westernized. Jianyun had not seen Monica for a few years, but when they met again, she felt that nothing had changed. Monica was still wearing fine makeup and dressed appropriately. She had a shrewd and capable face, but Jian Yun knew that this woman was very kind and also very capable. The Tianlai Music School had expanded a lot in her hands, and it had the style of a big school. When they met again, Monica and Jian Yun chatted for a long time. She was also happy that Jian Yun was married to a good person now. In the morning, Monica arranged a lesson for Jian Yun. It was to teach the children who had just entered the school and let her familiarize herself with the environment. Jian Yun liked children to begin with. There were a total of 27 to 8 years old children in the class. She quickly threw herself into her new job. The morning passed very quickly, and just after 11 o'clock, Jian Yun received a call from Huo Liancheng. Let's have lunch together. Huo Liancheng was very direct. No, I have an appointment with my colleague. Jian Yun was in the office. She had just tidied up the table and waved at her colleagues who were waiting for her at the door. The other side of the phone immediately fell silent. Chapter 438, Old People's Sword Die. Jian Yun's heart trembled. Afraid that the narrow-minded Huo Liancheng would misunderstand again, she quickly explained. The Ming's isn't close to here. Driving here for at least half an hour is a waste of time. It's too tiring. I'm the one who's tired, not you. Huo Liancheng's tone was a little cold. It was obvious that he was unhappy. Jian Yun immediately acted spoiled. Then I can't bear to see you so tired. Huo Liancheng was silent again. Just as Jian Yun was about to give in and agree to have dinner with Huo Liancheng, just as she opened her mouth and said that, there was no sound from the other side. The phone hung up. Jian Yun stared at the darkened phone screen and could not help sighing in her heart. She felt that although she and Huo Liancheng were getting along in all aspects, his domineering and arbitrary character was sometimes unbearable. Jian Yun, what's wrong? Can we go now? A woman saw Jian Yun in a daze and could not help walking over to ask. Jian Yun came back to her senses and raised her head to smile at the woman. All right, we can go now. The woman's name was Gu Ting. When Jian Yun was working part-time in Tianlai, Gu Ting was also working part-time as a university student. After graduation, she stayed in school and taught flute. Speaking of which, Tianlai School was one of the top music training schools in Qinghu. It was a very formal all-day school. It was also very large and had a good source of students. These few years, all the graduates have been admitted into good universities. Especially in the last 1 or 2 years, when students won in international competitions, it made the school famous. Jian Yun came back this time and realized that many of her colleagues who had come with her were still in the school, so she did not feel strange at all. Teacher Jian, who are you talking to on the phone? Could it be your president Huo? When are you free to introduce us to each other? A young woman said excitedly. However, someone immediately poured cold water on her. Who do you think you are? Huo Liancheng is also someone you can meet whenever you want to. Jian Yun smiled and did not say anything because Jian Yun did not know these two people. They entered the school after she left. People she was not familiar with. She could not say anything. Today Monica originally said that she would prepare a welcome banquet for Jian Yun tonight. But she received a call at the last moment saying that she had something to do tonight, so she changed to having a meal at noon. So the few teachers who had lessons in the morning came. Right, I've always heard that Huo Liancheng is very handsome. However, there were almost no pictures on the internet. Even if there are photos, they aren't positive. I really want to see who is more handsome between him and Fang Jianran. The one who spoke was the girl who asked Jian Yun to introduce Huo Liancheng to her. Look, speak of the devil. Handsome Fang is here. Xiaoli, your dream lover, hurry up and invite us to dinner. Oh, the older, fatter woman smiled and pushed the girl named Xiaoli. Her name was Wang Yuan. Jian Yun also looked over and saw a man walking towards her. He was tall and had a white shirt and black pants. He had simple and neat hair, a thin face, and bright eyes. He was indeed a handsome man. He was different from Huo Liancheng's cold and fierce attitude. This man was as handsome as a gentleman. However, Jian Yun's gaze immediately fell on his hands that were hanging by his side. Her brows raised and she could not help but sigh again. What a beautiful hand. One look and one could tell that it was born to play the piano. Mr. Fang, are you free for lunch? Let's eat together. When Li Chenping saw the man, his face turned red. He mustered up the courage to walk over and shyly invited him. Fang Jianran's gaze passed Li Chenping and landed on Jian Yun, who was standing behind the crowd. His gaze was very focused, but his expression was calm. Jian Yun lowered her eyes, then looked up again. She met Fang Jianran's gaze, smiled, and greeted him calmly. Hello, Mr. Fang. Fang Jianran nodded as a greeting and then walked away. Mr. Fang, Teacher Jian is working for the first day and the principal wants to welcome her. Come with us to dinner. Li Chenping didn't give up and asked again. When Fang Jianran heard this, he immediately stopped and turned to Jian Yun. You're back for work? Jian Yun nodded. Fang Jianran frowned and his deep eyes focused on Jian Yun, but Jian Yun was very calm. Xiaoli and Wang Yuan saw that something was wrong. Mr. Fang, Teacher Jian, do you know each other? Gu Ting smiled. Isn't that nonsense? Mr. Fang's school had just opened. Teacher Jian used to work part-time here. Naturally, she knows each other. Li Chenping and Wang Yuan came to a realization and immediately became happy again. That Mr. Fang should go eat and welcome Teacher Jian back. Jian Yun shook her head. Forget it, Mr. Fang has something to do. Let's not disturb him. Let's go. It's just a meal. How busy can I be? Fang Jianran looked away from Jian Yun's face. He turned around and said softly, let's go. Li Chenping and Wang Yuan were extremely happy. The principal has already booked a seat. It's Chai Ji on the other side of the street. That seat is very difficult to book. Today, not only do we have good luck with our mouths, but we also have good luck with our eyes. Fan Jianran walked in front. Li Chenping and Wang Yuan followed closely behind him. In the middle, there were several male and female colleagues. Gu Ting pulled Jian Yun to the back. A group of people walked out of the gates of the Tianlei school. The location of the school was also in the center of the city, but it was a little off the mark. It was better than the quiet environment. On the opposite side was a road. Jian Yun, I think Fan Jianran treats you strangely. Gu Ting said doubtfully as she walked. He is not usually like this. He is a gentleman and very polite to people. You must be mistaken. We haven't seen each other for a few years. It's just that we don't know each other. Jian Yun's tone was indifferent. From Lin Lanlan, not only did she experience betrayal, but she also learned that she could not trust everyone. Although she and Gu Ting had a good relationship in the past, after so many years, people would change. Now that she was married, if a little bit of news leaked out, she would be criticized by the gossip media or netizens. Gu Ting rolled her eyes. Have you really not contacted Fang Jianran for so many years? Jian Yun turned her head to look at Gu Ting and asked her back, why should I contact him? Gu Ting heard Jian Yun's tone was not good and could not help smiling awkwardly. I'm sorry, Jian Yun. I didn't mean anything else. I just thought that when we first worked here, you and Fan Jianran both taught piano, and he took care of you, so I thought. What do you think? Jian Yun narrowed her eyes and said coldly. What are you guys talking about? Fan Jianran stopped in his tracks and stood in front of Gu Ting and Jian Yun, looking down at them. Fan Jianran was very tall, about 185 years old. Jian Yun was shorter than him by a head. Gu Ting did not even have 160 years old. In front of him, one had to look up to see his face. Without getting a response, Fan Jianran looked at Jian Yun again. I think I heard you mention my name. Chapter 439, Miss Jane or Mrs. Hall. The corner of Jian Yun's mouth twitched. This man's ears were still as sharp as ever. He could hear it even from so far away. However, Jian Yun did not admit it. Instead, she shook her head and said seriously, no, you heard wrong. Fan Jianran gave Jian Yun a deep look. This time, he did not treat her coldly. Instead, he smiled and said mockingly, what? Miss Jian has become Mrs. Huo now, and she doesn't care about us old friends? Jian Yun secretly sighed in her heart. She did not show any expression on her face and said very calmly, Mr. Fang is too serious. No matter if I am Mrs. Huo or not, I do not look down on anyone. I think I do not care about him. I think he is guilty. Everyone looked at Jian Yun as if she did not want to say anything more to Fan Jianran. Fan Jianran seemed to have a thorn in his words. They could not help feeling a little strange in their hearts, because Fan Jianran was usually very polite to people. He was a typical gentleman. Although they did not know Jian Yun well, they could tell from her appearance that she was a person with a dumb recall. Logically speaking, these two should be like the spring breeze when they were together. How could they be so sharp when they met? That's right, Mrs. Huo's words make sense. People who have ghosts in their hearts are really not to be loved. Fan Jianran snorted coldly and turned his head to walk to the front, as if he did not want to talk to Jian Yun anymore. Jian Yun did not want to talk to him and quietly retreated to the back. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that there must have been some problem between Jian Yun and Fan Jianran. Gu Ting was really curious. But Jian Yun's cold look just now made Gu Ting dare not ask again. At noon, there were many people in cars on the streets. There were several schools here and many people who looked like students had left their classes. There were a lot of people on the road. A group of people passed by. When they passed by the zebra line, a 13 or 14-year-old boy who was riding a bicycle rushed past Jian Yun and the others. Coincidentally, Jian Yun was walking by the side and her head was lowered. The bicycle brushed past her. Although she did not touch Jian Yun subconsciously wanted to dodge but lost her balance and was about to fall to the ground. This time, even Jian Yun herself could not react. She thought she was going to fall. However, a pair of hands appeared in time and firmly supported her slim waist. Jian Yun opened her eyes and saw that under the sunlight, the handsome man with bright eyes was staring at her. His expression changed, but what did not change was the deep injury and deep affection in his eyes. Jian Yun sighed heavily in her heart once again. She lowered her long eyelashes and grabbed Fan Jianran's arm. She propped herself up. After she stabilized herself, she softly thanked him. Thank you. How could Fan Jianran not see Jian Yun's evasion? He only nodded. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked away. Li Chenping and Wang Yuan exclaimed, Fang Jianran, have you practiced kung fu before? This speed is too fast. Gu Ting narrowed her eyes. She could see very clearly that although Fang Jianran was walking in front, his eyes were always on Jian Yun. That was why he was able to rush over and help Jian Yun when she almost fell off the bicycle. She was almost certain that something must have happened between the two of them. There must be something fishy going on. Gu Ting could not help but wonder if it would be an explosive news if she were to expose this matter to the gossip media. However, Gu Ting was only thinking about it in her heart. Although she and Jian Yun had not met for a few years, they had worked together and had a good relationship. She also knew that Jian Yun was a very good-tempered person. Especially now that she was the legitimate Mrs. Huo, Gu Ting still had a bottom line. She would not do such a thing without any taste. After such a small storm passed, no one paid much attention to it except for one person. At that time, Huo Liansheng was in the car across the road. When he called, he had already arrived at the Tianlai school, but he did not expect Jian Yun to refuse to eat with him, and did not even ask him a question. Did he already come? From the moment Jian Yun and the group of people left the house, Huo Liansheng's eyes had been fixed on her. He could tell that the men in the crowd were looking at Jian Yun from time to time. However, Huo Liansheng could tell at a glance that the man who was outstanding in both looks and temperament seemed to be very concerned about Jian Yun, especially when Jian Yun almost fell. That man was walking in front of her, but he rushed over in a big stride. His speed was unimaginably fast. It also proved that he had been paying attention to Jian Yun from the beginning to the end. Moreover, Huo Liansheng was keenly aware that Jian Yun did not dare to look into the man's eyes. Who was this man? Huo Liansheng's eyes were as cold as ice. Anger surged in his heart. His large hands were clenched into fists and tightly clenched beside him. In the car, the driver kept quiet out of fear. He didn't dare to make a sound, and the air seemed to have frozen. Seeing the group of people walk over, Huo Liansheng retracted his gaze from Jian Yun. He picked up the Bluetooth earpiece and stuffed it into his ear. He pressed it, and Chen Chen's voice immediately sounded. "Young Master Huo, who is that man?" Huo Liansheng asked in a deep voice. "The second young master of the Fan family, Fan Jianran." Chen Xin was a very qualified man. He had already seen Fan Jianran in the dark and had investigated his identity. The Fan family? Huo Liansheng narrowed his eyes. "Young Master Huo, what else do you need?" Chen Xin had only found this much information. He did not know about the relationship between Jian Yun and Fan Jianran. "Yes, that's all." Huo Liansheng pressed the phone, but his long finger knocked on the door beside him. His eyes were still closed. At the same time, Jin Yun and the others had entered Kaiji. Jin Yun was thinking about something, so she did not notice the familiar car not far away. Monica also came very quickly. The group took their seats, but the atmosphere was a little strange, because Fang Jianran did not speak at all. He only lowered his head and played with the teacup in his hand. Although Jian Yun's expression was normal, she was obviously a little absent-minded. The dishes were served very quickly. The atmosphere also eased up a little and gradually became warm. Some people were very interested in Jian Yun and kept asking her and Huo Liansheng how they met and wanted her to teach them the experience of marrying a rich man. "That's right, Teacher Jian. Your life is really good. You married such a young and handsome man and you are so rich, it really makes people jealous." Li Chenping and Wang Yuan also looked forward to it. "Tell us quickly, how can we meet such a rich man?" Jian Yun smiled very forcefully. "If there is fate, naturally we will meet." "Fate?" When Fang Jianran heard this, he sneered. "Haha, so that's how Mrs. Huo sees your marriage. I wonder when and where your and Mr. Huo's fate started." Jian Yun's face turned black, but she still held it in and did not refute Fang Jianran. On the other hand, Monica saw that the situation was not right and quickly interrupted. "Today we welcome Jian Yun back to Tianlai. She plays the piano very well. With her in Tianlai, she will definitely nurture students who can win the competition again. Let's not talk about anything else. Eat the dishes and go back to class in the afternoon." Chapter 440. You spend all your time looking for men? The others also saw the subtle relationship between Fang Jianran and Jian Yun, so no one brought it up again. They all changed the topic and started talking about the students and eating seriously. After the meal, Jian Yun felt bored. She did not expect to meet Fang Jianran again in school. Mao Xiaoyu clearly said that Fang Jianran went abroad and was no longer in Tianlai school. Mao Xiaoyu was Jian Yun's high school classmate. She went to the music school and majored in the violin. When Jian Yun was working part-time in Tianlai, she introduced Mao Xiaoyu to work in Tianlai. After Jian Yun graduated from university and went to Ming's, Mao Xiaoyu stayed in Tianlai to be a teacher. These 2 days, Mao Xiaoyu's family had an accident. She applied for leave and did not come to school. A while ago, Jian Yun and Mao Xiaoyu had chatted and heard that Fang Jianran went abroad the year before last. That was why she had the idea of returning to heaven. She did not expect it to be so unfortunate that she bumped into Fang Jianran on the first day of work. After dinner, the group returned to school. The lunch break was very long and only started at 2:20. There was a teacher lounge in Tianlai, but Jian Yun was too lazy to go. Although she had something to do today, she still felt lazy and did not have much strength. It was still early, and Jian Yun was lying on the desk, planning to rest for a while. But just as she laid down, Jian Yun saw from the corner of her eye there was someone at the door of the office. She looked up and saw Fang Jianran staring at her without blinking. Jian Yun quickly lowered her head. She did not want to have any eye contact with Fang Jianran, but Jian Yun could still feel the emotions in Fang Jianran's eyes. Fang Jianran stood there for a long time until Jianyun thought he would not leave. In the end, when she finally looked up, she found that Fang Jianran had already turned around and left. Jianyun looked at the empty door and was a little absent-minded. After a long time, she took out her phone and sent Mao Xiaoyu a WeChat message. "Didn't you say Fang Jianran went abroad? Why is he at school?" Mao Xiaoyu replied almost instantly. "Jianyun, did you come to work so quickly?" Jianyun had not typed yet when Mao Xiaoyu's message came again. "I forgot to tell you that Fang Jianran returned a week ago and Monica invited him back to continue teaching. He is also a weirdo. He actually pushed the offer of a professor at Eastern Music Academy and came to Tianle to do basic education. We cannot understand." Jianyun could not help but frown. Eastern Music Academy is one of the top music universities in the country. Is Fang Jianran retarded? He actually rejected university professors and came to Tianle to teach. Jianyun felt that she could not understand Fang Jianran's brain. Mao Xiaoyu replied again. "Jianyun, could it be that Fang Jianran did something to you again? You are Mrs. Huo now, do not bother with him." Jianyun did not answer this question and only asked Mao Xiaoyu, "When are you going back to school? Let's eat together." "We will go back the day after tomorrow at the latest. Wait for me." Mao Xiaoyu sent a smiling emoji. Jianyun put down her phone but did not feel sleepy. Images of the past kept appearing in her mind, and she could not help sighing again. Jianyun had just completed the procedures and her schedule had not been confirmed. So in the afternoon, she only stayed in the office to prepare for class and practice the piano. She had not played for a while and was afraid that she would not be familiar with it. From time to time, there would be teachers coming over from the office beside her. On one hand, they were curious about Jianyun. On the other hand, they were curious about why she still had to go to work when she downed toward. Jianyun was very talented at piano. When she studied the piano, the teacher said that she should take the music academy. She would definitely become the best piano performer. However, Jianyun did not want to limit her future at that time, so she decided to go to a comprehensive tug-of-war. She dreamed of having a simultaneous translation, but this dream did not come true in the end. There were many people in the office. Jianyun played the piano for a while, and just when she felt something, she heard a sneer in her ear. "It looks like you spent all your time looking for a man. Your skills have all been wasted, so you can only go and teach those children." Jianyun did not need to look back to know that Fang Jianran was here. She gritted her teeth and her face was a little dark. This time, she did not hold it in anymore. She suddenly stood up and turned to meet Fang Jianran's eyes. She said coldly, "I know Mr. Fang is a piano player who came back from Werner. My performance skills are not as good as yours, but I can teach children. Can you?" Jianyun stared straight into Fang Jianran's eyes. There was stubbornness in her eyes. She did not know if she was seeing things. She suddenly wanted to see a light flash in Fang Jianran's eyes and a faint smile. When the people around saw that the two of them were about to quarrel, they surrounded them to watch the show. Someone started to mediate. "Mr. Fang, Teacher Jian is already very good at playing. Principal Monica has already praised her. You can't use your standards to ask others." "That's right, Mr. Fang. Your standards are one of the best in the country. How can we compare to you?" Another person chimed in. But then, Jianyun heard Fang Jianran's cold snort. He moved his gaze away and walked to the side. He placed the book in his hand on the table as if he did not want to talk to Jianyun anymore. When everyone saw that there was no more excitement to watch, they all dispersed. Only Jianyun stared at Fang Jianran. When she saw that he did not move for a long time and even sat down, she could not help but ask, "Why did you come in?" Fang Jianran turned back to look at Jianyun. His expression did not change. His slender and beautiful fingers gently tapped the table, then pointed to the sign hanging at the door. "This is my office. Why did you say I came in?" Jianyun was stunned for a moment and suddenly reacted. In Tianli School, teachers who taught the same musical instruments were all in the same office. There was a piano in this office, so naturally it was the piano teacher's office. What Fang Jianran said was right. But Jianyun bit her lips and complained in a low voice, "The piano office. This isn't the only room. Why do you have to be here?" "Miss Jian, don't make a mistake. I was the one in the office first. You are the one who came later." Fang Jianran had a faint smile on his face. Jianyun thought that it was indeed so, and could not help being speechless. She could only sit down bitterly and did not want to talk to Fang Jianran anymore. However, he just sat behind her. She felt that his gaze had always been on her. It was as if his gaze was the real version on her back. It would not work if this continued. It was not easy to get off work. Jianyun took her bag and rushed out without looking back. Chen Jian quickly followed. He had always been outside. Before Jianyun came, she had told Monica that Huo Liancheng was worried about her and insisted on sending her bodyguards. Monica was also from a rich family and expressed that she understood. Chen Xin drove the car over. Jianyun was about to get into the car when she saw a familiar Bentley parked in front of her. The window was also lowered at this time. Huo Liancheng sat at the back and was looking at her with narrowed eyes. Chapter 441. What do I have to feel guilty about? Jianyun immediately smiled brightly and walked over. She opened the door and sat in the car. She hugged Huo Liancheng and smacked him on the cheek. "Haven't you gotten off work yet?" she asked. "Why are you here so soon?" However, Huo Liancheng was a little cold. He did not react to Jian Yun throwing herself into his arms. However, he often did this. To put it nicely, he was not good at expressing his feelings. If he was not good at expressing his feelings, he was arrogant and cold. Jian Yun was used to it, so she did not think too much about it. She still held Huo Liancheng's arm and rubbed it like a kitten. If Jian Yun looked up at this time, she would see Huo Liancheng's eyes looking through the lowered window at the man standing outside the entrance of Tianlei's school. With just a glance, Huo Liancheng raised the window, blocking Fang Jianran from looking at the person in his arms. "Drive," Huo Liancheng ordered in a deep voice. Jian Yun realized Huo Liancheng was not in a good mood. She looked up at him. "What's wrong? Who provoked you?" Huo Liancheng ignored Jian Yun and only looked ahead. This time Jian Yun was even more certain that Huo Liancheng was definitely angry. It was very likely that he was angry with her, but she did not see him all day today. How did she offend him? Could it be that she refused to eat with him at noon? This man was too petty. Jian Yun pursed the corner of her mouth and tilted her head to look at Huo Liancheng's cold face. She explained, "It's my first day at work today. Monica wants to hold a welcome banquet for me, but she has something to do tonight and can't leave, so she moved until noon. We agreed early in the morning. There are so many colleagues, if I refuse, then they will die of disappointment." Huo Liancheng finally looked at Jian Yun, but his eyes were still closed. He could not see the expression in his eyes. He asked, "Male colleagues?" Jian Yun quickly shook her head. "There are both men and women. There's a large group of people." "Do male colleagues like you?" Huo Liancheng asked again, and his expression was very serious. Jian Yun could not help laughing. "It's only my first day at work. How can someone like me so quickly?" Huo Liancheng raised his eyebrows and sneered. "So you mean, if you work a few more days, there will be men who like you?" Jian Yun was a little annoyed. She pushed Huo Liancheng away and said angrily, "Huo Liancheng, you are deliberately looking for trouble. You clearly know what I mean. Even if there are men who like me, it's not something I can control. I just don't like them." When the driver heard Jian Yun call Huo Liancheng by his name, he could not help but shiver. Huo Liancheng's eyes twitched. He turned his head and did not speak anymore. Jian Yun was very angry and did not want to bother with Huo Liancheng anymore. It was her first day at work and she was in a good mood. However, because of Huo Liancheng's sarcastic remarks, she was completely defeated. Moreover, Huo Liancheng kept investigating her every day and did not give her the chance to date a man. Even if it was normal contact, it could not go on like this. Jian Yun felt that she had to find an opportunity to have a good chat with him. The two of them were angry along the way and neither of them spoke. The atmosphere in the car became stagnant and heavy. The driver even took a careful breath. When they finally arrived home, Jian Yun opened the door and got out of the car without looking back. Huo Liancheng sat in the car and looked at Jian Yun's back. His eyes were so deep that it seemed like they were going to freeze. Chen Xin walked over and handed a folder to Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng opened the folder and found Fang Jianran's personal history and information, including what he had done, what awards he had won, and his social network. However, when Huo Liancheng finished flipping through the stack of documents, he did not see what he wanted to see. The information did not have the relationship between Fang Jianran and Jian Yun. "I checked. Mrs. Huo worked part-time in Tianle the second semester of her second year. She was also the Fang Jianran she knew back then, but they did not have any interaction. After Mrs. Huo graduated from university, she entered the Mings 3 years ago. At first she went to substitute classes on weekends, but then she suddenly did not go." Chen Xin reported the information from the investigation to Huo Liancheng. Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes. His eyes were bright. He closed the folder, threw it to Chen Xin and lifted the car. Chen Xin followed behind Huo Liancheng and asked, "Young Master Huo, do you want to continue investigating?" "No need." Huo Liancheng untied his sleeves as he walked. He rolled up his sleeves and entered the door. He suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Xin. He squinted and asked, "Do you think Duo is in the same office with that man now?" "Yes, they teach piano. That office was Fang Jianran's. There's a piano inside. The principal only arranged for Mrs. Huo to stay in that office because he took care of Mrs. Huo," Chen Xin said. Huo Liancheng nodded and did not ask any more questions. He turned around and went upstairs. However, Jian Yun was not in the bedroom. Huo Liancheng searched everywhere, inside and outside, but did not see Jian Yun. He called the maid over to ask, but the maid said that when Madame came back, she went out through the back door and went out into the garden. Huo Liancheng also went down to the back garden. There was a greenhouse in the garden. Because Huo Liancheng was allergic to pollen, the gardens in the villa were all green plants. They did not bloom, but Jian Yun liked flowers, so Huo Liancheng built this greenhouse for her. In winter, the greenhouse was full of flowers. It was warm and very comfortable. In spring and summer, the roof was covered with vines. The temperature in the greenhouse was suitable and very comfortable. Not long ago, Huo Liancheng asked someone to bring the piano in the apartment over and put it in the greenhouse. As soon as Huo Liancheng entered the back garden, he heard a melodious piano sound. The surroundings of the greenhouse were transparent. Huo Liancheng saw Jian Yun sitting there playing the piano with her back facing him. The music was beautiful and pleasant. The person who played the piano was focused. It seemed to have become one with the surrounding flowers. It was like a fairy in the flowers. It was breathtaking. Huo Liancheng was entranced. His eyes could not move away from the beautiful figure. Jian Yun was too focused on playing the zither. She did not even know when Huo Liancheng came in. It was only when she saw Huo Liancheng standing next to her from the corner of her eye that she was shocked. The zither music under her fingertips also became chaotic. "Why didn't you say anything when you came? You scared me to death." Jian Yun pressed her hands on the keys and stopped the messy music. She could not help but complain. Huo Liancheng looked down at Jian Yun and said expressionlessly, "Why are you so nervous? Do you feel guilty?" Jian Yun originally wanted to talk to Huo Liancheng properly, but when she heard him say it in such an annoying tone and expression, whether she felt guilty or not, anger rose from her heart, and she suddenly stood up. Her brows stood up, and she said angrily, "Huo Liancheng, how did I offend you? Why are you speaking in such a weird way? You have made it clear today. What do I have to feel guilty about? If you don't feel guilty, then why are you so angry?" Huo Liancheng continued to provoke Jian Yun with his sarcasm. You wronged me, and you still don't allow me to lose my temper." Jian Yun was so angry that she almost jumped. However, Huo Liancheng still looked indifferent, as if he was just talking about the weather with Jian Yun. It made Jian Yun feel like she had punched cotton, and she felt so stifled that she wanted to scream. Chapter 4442, I want you to resign. When did I accuse you? I just casually said that you overreacted. If you're not guilty, then what is it? Huo Liancheng said again. Okay, then why do you say I am guilty? Jian Yun was so angry that her face turned red. She glared at Huo Liancheng, but she was much shorter than him. She had to look up to see his face. She lost a bit of her momentum. Jian Yun simply took a few steps back and pulled away from him. This way, she felt that she would not be suppressed by Huo Liancheng's momentum. Huo Liancheng coldly looked away and said in a low voice, "How do I know what you are feeling guilty about? I am not a worm in your stomach. I don't want to talk to you. You are confused." Jian Yun gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She felt that she could not communicate with Huo Liancheng at all. Huo Liancheng reached out and pulled Jian Yun. "Where are you going?" "None of your business." Jian Yun was angry. She had wanted to talk to Huo Liancheng on her first day of work, but she was ruined by this guy's unreasonable behavior. "Are you going to find your old lover?" Huo Liancheng asked coldly. Jian Yun did not react. She thought Huo Liancheng was talking about Shu Haiyang. She could not help but say angrily, "I have said it many times. I have no feelings for Shu Haiyang. I do not like him anymore. Can you not keep talking about him?" Huo Liancheng narrowed his eyes and did not correct Jian Yun. He slowly let go of Jian Yun's hand. Jian Yun was really angry. She did not want to stay with Huo Liancheng for a quarter of an hour. As soon as she got her freedom, she immediately turned and ran. However, before Jian Yun could walk to the entrance of the greenhouse, she suddenly saw the door of the greenhouse locked. The curtains around her all fell in an instant. The black cloth covered the originally bright greenhouse. Now, only a few light spots could be seen from the top of the vines. Suddenly, the unique-looking lamp lit up on the wall. Jian Yun turned around and looked at Huo Liancheng. Sure enough, she saw that he was holding a remote control in his hand. This greenhouse was specially custom-made. It was a complete high-tech product. All the windows and lights could be controlled remotely. But what did Huo Liancheng mean by this? "Come here." Huo Liancheng played with the remote in his hand. The light was behind him. His face was hidden in the dark. Only his eyes were shockingly bright. "What do you want?" Jian Yun stared at Huo Liancheng warily. The way he looked made her feel danger. "I quit my job in Tianlei." Huo Liancheng saw that Jian Yun was disobedient, so he lifted his foot and walked towards her. As he walked, he said in a deep voice, "Why?" Jian Yun stared at Huo Liancheng with a face full of surprise. She felt that she must have heard wrong. "It's only my first day at work. Why did I quit this job?" "I don't like it." Huo Liancheng had already walked in front of Jian Yun. He looked down at her with narrowed eyes and said coldly, "It's my job. I like it. Why do I need you to like it?" Jian Yun looked up and felt even more confused. "I quit. Don't let me say it again." Huo Liancheng's tone became even colder. His handsome face was full of haze and looked especially scary. Jian Yun saw that he did not seem to be joking. A surge of anger immediately surged in her heart, but she was extremely angry. She was so angry that she laughed instead. "Huo Liancheng, do you care too much? I am not your everything. I have my choice and freedom." "You are mine." His eyes were dark. "I don't want to fight with you. Give me a reason. Give me a reason to quit my job." Jian Yun took a deep breath. After spending so much time together, she had some understanding of Huo Liancheng. She knew that although he was domineering and cold, he was not an unreasonable person. So there must be a reason why he suddenly asked her to resign. Jian Yun really wanted to know what the reason was. Jian Yun waited for Huo Liancheng's reason, but Huo Liancheng just narrowed his eyes and stared at her. The corner of his mouth was pursed, and there seemed to be a storm raging in his eyes. However, he did not open his mouth to explain. "You said you don't want me to resign, right?" Jianyun tried hard to calm herself down and spoke to Huo Liancheng calmly. So, you won't resign? Huo Liancheng's eyes were cold. No. Jianyun stared at Huo Liancheng fearlessly. Unless you give me a reason to believe you. Very good. Huo Liancheng gritted his teeth. His facial muscles twitched. His eyes were cold, like ice and snow in winter. His voice was cold. What will you do if I don't allow you to go to Tianlei again? Jianyun's heart trembled for some reason because of Huo Liancheng's eyes. She clenched her fists and tried her best not to be scared by his aura because she felt that she was right. Huo Liancheng had gone crazy for no reason. Why did he not let her go to Tianlei to work? However, Huo Liancheng's question was a little difficult to answer. What would happen to her if he firmly forbade her to go to Tianlei again? What could she do? Jianyun bit her lips and frowned. She was somewhat lost in thought. Would she make things difficult for him because of this matter? Although she really wanted to go out to work, she wanted to quarrel with Huo Liancheng for this reason. Was it worth it to break the good relationship that they had worked so hard to maintain? Jianyun suddenly did not know how to answer such a question. Jianyun's silence also made Huo Liancheng's heart turn cold. A self-mocking smile appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he was still thinking too much. He thought that he was the number one person in Jianyun's heart. It turned out that he was nothing at all. He could not even compare to I. Jianyun opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but Huo Liancheng did not give her such an opportunity. He turned around and pressed the button, lifting up all the curtains on the four walls of the heating room. The warm yellow light of the setting sun shone in. Jianyun suddenly felt a little dizzy and subconsciously covered her eyes. Footsteps sounded. Jianyun hurriedly opened her eyes and saw that Huo Liancheng had already left. That tall figure was incomparably bleak under the dim yellow sunlight. It was as if the early summer had turned into winter. Jianyun originally wanted to chase him, but after taking a few steps, she stopped. She gritted her teeth in anger. Why should she chase after him and explain? She clearly did nothing wrong. This fellow was inexplicably angry. Why should she resign from this job? No, she just didn't want to go. Jianyun turned around in anger and sat down again to play the piano. Her anger was vented by the sound of the piano. Even though Huo Liancheng was far away, he could still hear the angry sound of the piano. That night, Huo Liancheng did not go back to his room to sleep. Jianyun waited until midnight and did not see him. Her anger, which had already subsided by more than half, rose again. She did not care anymore. She only cared about sleeping on her own. She secretly decided that if Huo Liancheng did not apologize, she would ignore him. The next morning, Jianyun was woken up by the alarm early in the morning. The pillow was still empty. The blanket was flat and cold. It showed that Huo Liancheng did not come back for the whole night. Jianyun sulked. She washed up and mixed her clothes. She left the house before 7 o'clock. She drove the Buick that she had bought with a loan and drove it all the way out. Chapter 443. You're still so cute. Jianyun went out early and had a smooth journey. It was only 7:30 a.m. when she arrived at the school. However, the classes in Tianlei only started at 8:30 a.m. She came too early, and the students had not come yet. Jianyun went straight to the office. When she reached the door of the office, Jianyun took out the key and was about to open the door, but found that the door was not locked. She pushed it open, and Jianyun could not help but raise the thanks. Office was the piano teacher's office. Including Jianyun, there were a total of 5 people. Jianyun had seen all of them yesterday. Other than Fang Jianran, there were 2 other female teachers. One of them was a male teacher. One of the female teachers was married, and the other had just graduated from the music academy 2 years ago. She was not married. The male teacher was 30 years old and had not married yet. Jianyun did not know who would come so early. She thought it would be the married female teacher, Zhang Qin. She said yesterday that she would get up early and send her daughter to school. But when Jianyun pushed open the door, she saw the man who was standing at the window smoking. It was Fang Jianran. Jianyun saw the man's back was thin and straight. He was tall, but he was also very thin. Just like before, he liked to wear a white shirt. His sleeves were always tightly buttoned, but his collar was unbuttoned. Every time he appeared, he was clean, like the rising sun in the morning, warm and clean. At that time, Fang Jianran also heard the sound and turned his head to look. Seeing that it was Jianyun, he was also very surprised. He quickly extinguished the remaining half of a cigarette in the ashtray on the windowsill and opened the window a little wider for ventilation. Only then did he turn around and look at Jianyun. So early? Jianyun smiled and maintained a very unfamiliar, polite manner. You are also early. Fang Jianran did not move his eyebrows. He only nodded. I couldn't find my phone last night. I thought I lost it. I think I fell here this morning, so I came earlier. Was she explaining to her? Jianyun was surprised. This did not seem to be Fang Jianran's style, but she did not say anything. She nodded politely and walked to her seat. Fang Jianran's gaze was fixed on Jianyun. Jianyun was a little scared by his gaze and could not help but turn her head to ask him. Mr. Fang, do I have flowers on me? Fang Jianran raised his eyebrows and immediately understood that Jianyun was throwing a tantrum at him. He smiled and said, No, you don't have flowers on you. You are a flower. Jianyun glared at him. Are you teasing me? You are still so cute. Fan Zhenran smiled. He pointed at the bag on his table. I just want to ask you, have you had breakfast yet? No, I bought more here. Thanks. Jianyun turned her back to Fan Zhenran, feeling awkward. She did not want to eat his food, because he said, You are still so cute. Fan Zhenran did not mind. He opened the bag and took out some stuffed buns, pies, dumplings, and porridge. The fragrance filled the office. Jianyun could not help swallowing her saliva. She went out in a fit of anger in the morning and drove all the way to school. She had forgotten to buy breakfast. She did not feel hungry at first, but when she smelled the fragrance of the food, she suddenly felt hungry, and her stomach started growling. However, Jianyun stubbornly did not turn her head. She had just said that she would not eat, but now she did not have the face to look for Fan Zhenran. Fan Zhenran did not know if he heard Jianyun's stomach rumbling. He smiled and got up. He walked to Jianyun's desk and placed a serving of breakfast in front of her. I bought too much. I can't finish it. Help me eat. Jianyun was lying on the table. When she heard him, she looked up and saw the morning sunlight. His handsome face was thin, but he had a charming smile. Fan Zhenran was also looking at Jianyun. His gentle eyes were full of smiles. This kind of Fan Zhenran and the man in Jianyun's memories overlapped again. It was as if time had never gone far. Jianyun's heart suddenly trembled. Some memories rushed out like a tide. However, she quickly lowered her eyes and hid all her thoughts. Fan Zhenran saw it. Jianyun was so unfamiliar with him that the smile in her eyes faded a little, but he still said gently, Eat it, or else it won't taste good if it gets cold. After saying that, Fan Zhenran walked away. Jianyun did not reject him. She reached out to open the breakfast bag, but then her eyebrows jumped. It was pumpkin porridge and egg-fried dumplings. She used to like breakfast the most. Back when she was still in college, when she was working here, she ate pumpkin porridge every morning. Egg-fried dumplings were the breakfast snacks in her mother's hometown. There was only one family in Qinghu that sold them. At that time, whenever she had time, she would take the bus across half the city to get egg-fried dumplings. Unexpectedly, Fan Zhenran still remembered. So this breakfast was specially prepared for her, right? Jianyun suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. Thank you. Jianyun lowered her head and her voice was muffled. Fan Zhenran did not respond. In the quiet office there was only the ticking of the clock. Neither of them spoke. They seemed to be immersed in their memories. Jianyun ate the sweet pumpkin porridge one mouthful at a time. Perhaps she was thinking about something, but she did not notice that there was a figure standing at the door of the office for a long time. That person quietly watched Fan Zhenran hand the breakfast to Jianyun. He looked at Jianyun in Fan Zhenran's eyes, and his gaze turned cold. Jianyun was eating breakfast when the door was pushed open. The one who came in was the married female piano teacher, Zhang Qin. She looked ordinary, but had a good temperament. She dressed carefully and gave people a very gentle feeling. The two people who followed Zhang Qin in were the other two people in the office. Yu Zhenghui was the same height as Li Jingjing. He wore glasses and looked delicate. He smiled when he saw people. Li Jingjing was a pretty girl. She was tall and had a good figure. She dressed up fashionable and had delicate makeup. It was just that she was very arrogant and did not look at people. Mr. Fang came early. Teacher Jian came so early? Yu Zhenghui greeted very warmly. Then he saw Zhang Qin carrying a bag of breakfast in her hand. It seemed that it was not light, so he reached out to take it. Yo, Sister Qin, why did you buy so much breakfast? Did your daughter get 100 marks in the exam so she invited us to eat? Li Jingjing was as usual. After she came in, she walked to her desk and sat down. She ignored everyone and started to tidy up the table. I didn't buy this. I picked it up at the door. Seeing that the bag was not opened, I thought it was someone from the door, so I brought it in. Zhang Qin passed the bag to Yu Zhenghui. She put down the bag and greeted Jianyun and Fan Zhenran. Teacher Jian, why is Mr. Fang here so early today? I just got to work. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. I came to school early to get used to it. Jianyun seriously answered the question, but she was a little curious. Who would buy breakfast and put it on the floor at the door? Was it deliberately left here or forgotten? But this thought only flashed in Jianyun's mind for a moment and was immediately thrown out of her mind. Chapter 444 Teacher Jane looks down on you. Fan Zhenran, listen. Jianyun said. The corner of her lips couldn't help but curl up. Yu Zhenghui grinned. Teacher Jian really knows how to joke. Zhang Qin was considered an old man in Tianlei, and she was not unfamiliar with Jianyun. She immediately teased. Looks like Teacher Jian is just as busy as me and is not suitable to be a housewife at home. Women still need to have a job and their own career so that their horizons can be broadened. Yes. Jianyun smiled and did not reply. At this time, Li Jingjing heavily threw the book on the table and coldly snorted. A good woman like Teacher Jian who married into a wealthy family, of course she does not know the hardship of the world. Coming out to work, she must be interested. How can you experience the hard work of ordinary people making money to make a living? These words were a bit thorny. Jianyun and Li Jingjing were not familiar with each other and did not want to care about it, but Yu Zhenghui was busy helping her out. Teacher Li, your words are wrong. Whether you work or not is your personal choice. It has nothing to do with who you marry, right? Li Jingjing looked coldly at Yu Zhengui and sneered. Yu Zhengui, I don't care what I say. Jian Yun heard Li Jingjing's tone and could not help but frown slightly. This girl was quite pretty. Why did she have a sense of resentment when she spoke? Moreover, she targeted her the moment she came. Yu Zhengui probably did not like Li Jingjing and immediately refuted. If you say Teacher Jian, I will care. Li Jingjing sneered. What is your relationship with Teacher Jian? You have only seen her a few times and you are already speaking up for her. Could it be that you have taken a liking to her? Then you must be clear that she is already married. You won't have a chance. Even if you want to be a mistress, others won't take a liking to you. Yu Zhengui immediately became angry when he heard that. He suddenly stood up. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just stating the facts, you said it. No, I'll correct you. What does it have to do with Teacher Jian? Stop spreading rumors here. Jian Yun saw that the situation was not right. She did not say anything, and the flames of war inexplicably burned on her body, making Jian Yun speechless. But she did not have the temper to swallow her anger. Immediately, she put down the half-eaten pumpkin porridge and coldly looked at the angry Li Jingjing. She said in a deep voice, Teacher Li, do you know that you have to pay the legal responsibility for spreading rumors and slandering people? Li Jingjing did not expect Jian Yun to speak. She turned her head to meet Jian Yun's cold gaze and also sneered. Then sue me. Don't think that you can bully people just because you marry Huo Liancheng. I bully you? I want to ask, who is the one who started to talk nonsense the moment he arrived? Jian Yun's eyes turned colder. She finally understood. It turned out that Li Jingjing had targeted her the moment she arrived. It was because of her jealousy that she was making a fool of herself. No wonder she said she married a rich man the moment she arrived. Li Jingjing curled her lips and said arrogantly from the corner of her eye. What did I say? Do you have evidence? Without evidence, I can sue you for slander. Jian Yun did not expect Li Jingjing to look so gentle on the surface, but she was actually so ruthless and shameless on the inside. These words were basically no different from a shrew. Teacher Li, why are you so angry early in the morning? All right, stop quarreling, stop talking and eat breakfast. Class is about to start. Zhang Qin could not take it anymore and quickly came out to smooth things over. As the door to the office was open, there was a lot of noise here. A few teachers who passed by the office stopped and stood at the door to watch. Li Jingjing saw that there were many people and wanted to make Jian Yun even more unable to get off the stage, so she let out a cold snort from her nose. She stood up and looked around coldly. She said, Teacher Zhang, you are wrong. I am not fighting. I am just talking about the matter. Humph, in class, people like her who have not even attended the music academy for a day only go through the back door. Relying on connections to enter the Tianlei to attend classes is just to mislead the students. You all just wait for the parents of the students to come and cause trouble. When she said this, when the surrounding teachers at the door looked at Jian Yun, there was a trace of strangeness in their eyes. One must know that Tianlei was a famous school in Qinghu City. There were many musical talents that were cultivated. Students who could enter Tianlei either had outstanding talent or background. Therefore, the teachers in Tianlei were very strong. Those who could become teachers in Tianlei were basically all top students who graduated from famous music academies. Among them, there was no lack of music geniuses like Fan Jianran, who came back from famous foreign schools. Therefore, when these people heard that Jian Yun did not graduate from a science course, they immediately started to mutter in their hearts and started to agree with Li Jingjing's words. Jian Yun frowned and kept silent. She did not expect that she would be humiliated by someone pointing at her nose in front of her face in just 2 days of work. But the saddest thing was that she could not refute Li Jingjing's words, because she did not graduate from a proper music academy. Since she was young, she had learned from her teacher and went to take the grade exam. This time when she came back to Tianlei, she also went to find Monica. Li Jingjing, why do you need to slap this woman's mouth so much? Yu Zhengui had no place to vent his anger. The more Li Jingjing spoke, the more unseemly she became. He could not help but slam the table. Yu Zhengui, don't be so unreasonable here. Li Jingjing felt that Yu Zhengui's words were too humiliating for her and could not help but retort. But at this moment, she suddenly heard her own voice. Of course, Teacher Jian married a good woman from a wealthy family and did not know the hardship of the world. She came out to work to get an interest. How can she experience the hard work of ordinary people who want to earn money and make a living? What is your relationship with Teacher Jian? I've only seen her a few times and she's already been helping her. Could it be that she likes her? Then you should be clear that she's already married. You don't have a chance. Even if you want to be a mistress, others won't take a liking to you. This was completely the conversation that Jin had just had in the office. It had all been recorded. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the window seat. Fan Jianran was sitting there. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a word. He kept his head down and held his phone in his hand. The conversation just now had come from his phone. The conversation was still going on. Jian Yun's polite restraint, Yu Zhenghui's anger, and Li Jingjing's aggressiveness were all released. The eyes of the onlookers who had already entered the office changed once again. This conversation had already proved the truth. It was Li Jingjing who was stirring up trouble and deliberately distorted the truth to slander Jian Yun. Li Jingjing did not expect Fan Jianran to record all of the conversation. Her face turned red and white. She bit her lips and turned white. Clearly she was flustered and exasperated. Mr. Fang, what do you mean? Li Jingjing was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She stared at Fan Jianran in disbelief. There was a hurt look in her eyes. You actually helped her? What is her relationship with you? Do you like her too? It's just a matter of fact. Don't make it sound so bad. Fan Jianran was expressionless. There was not a trace of fluctuation in his handsome face. When he looked at Jian Yun, there was a flash of light in the corner of his eyes. Chapter 445, Bet. Jian Yun was also very surprised. She never thought that Fan Jianran would record this conversation. Did he already know that Li Jingjing would cause trouble? No, he did not have the ability to predict the future. How did he know what Li Jingjing wanted to do? So, Jian Yun did not want to think about it anymore. The surrounding people were whispering to each other. Li Jingjing was so angry that she laughed instead. Okay, even you helped her. What is so good about her? All of you men stick to her, but she has long married rich people and does not like you guys. Besides, what I said is right. She really isn't a professional piano student. She hasn't even been to the music academy for a day. Teacher John, can you accept what I said? Li Jingjing's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Although she kept calling Teacher John, her words were full of sarcasm. In her opinion, Jian Yun could not accept the title of teacher at all. She was not worthy. Jian Yun nodded and said calmly, Yes, I graduated from Qing University and have never attended a music academy. Ha, you admit that you went through the back door? Li Jingjing sneered and did not hide her disdain at all. Did you go through the back door? You were going to ask Monica about this. I did not say it. Jian Yun shrugged her shoulders. She felt that Li Jingjing was really sick and she would not be polite anymore. Moreover, heroes do not ask where they come from. It is fine as long as they have the ability. It does not mean that someone who graduated from a proper music academy like you is wealth. Then let us see just how strong Teacher Jian's ability is. Li Jingjing sneered and crossed her arms over her chest. The look of disdain on her face became even more intense. She simply felt that Jian Yun was boasting. Li Jingjing was very confident. She had studied piano for more than 10 years, and her professionalism was very solid. She had also won many awards in the country. How could she be so confident? A man who hasn't had a day's formal education? The onlookers were also very nervous for Jian Yun. They felt that she was boasting too much because they understood Li Jingjing's ability. Although she was not as brilliant as Fan Jianran in Tianli, she was also outstanding. She would be the one to perform at any party in Qinghu City. Teacher Jian. Yu Zhenghui looked at Jian Yun worriedly. He liked Jian Yun very much, and did not want Jian Yun to be embarrassed. Among the people present, only Fan Jianran was calm and composed. Jian Qin, who always treated people well, did not say anything. Instead, she looked forward to it. Those who did not know would think that she was looking forward to seeing Jian Yun embarrass herself. In fact, only she herself knew that she was looking forward to hearing Jian Yun play the piano again. How do you want to see it? Jian Yun asked. Her eyes were still calm, and there was a trace of a smile on her pretty little face. Li Jingjing rolled her eyes and saw the expressions of everyone around her. She sneered in her heart, but did not show any expression on her face. She pointed at the piano by the wall and said proudly, If you want to prove that you are not from the grasslands, then play a song on the spot. Jian Yun's mouth slightly curled up. What song am I playing? Do you want me to play first? Li Jingjing thought and walked to the piano to sit down. She said, I will play first. We will compete with the wild bees today. Those who learned piano knew that this song was not difficult, but the rhythm was very fast. It required absolute hand speed, so it was not easy to play it well. Okay. Jian Yun also got up. She crossed her arms and leaned against the table. She looked at Li Jingjing with everyone. She was wearing a white shirt and black dress today. She had tied her hair into a bun. She was very beautiful and elegant, and even revealed a trace of a university student's cuteness. Many people around her were secretly looking at her. Li Jingjing started to play very confidently. It was undeniable that her piano skills were indeed very high. This song was also played to a high level by her. After the last syllable, Li Jingjing proudly stood up and raised her head to look around. Sure enough, she received a circle of admiration from everyone. She looked at Jian Yun again. It's your turn. Jian Yun was not in a hurry to walk to the piano and sit down. She was not in a hurry to play the piano. Instead, she touched every single key, and Li Jingjing was a little impatient. Hurry up and play. What are you doing? Could it be that you are afraid? Jian Yun ignored her. Everyone present did not understand what Jian Yun was doing. Only Fan Jianran's eyes showed a trace of sadness, but then the corner of his mouth raised again. The way he looked at Jian Yun also became warm. So she still remembered. A few minutes later, Jian Yun started to play, but she did not play the wild bee dance. Instead, she played an unknown song. She played it so hard that it could not be played. It was worse than a beginner's play. It was like she was torturing the ears of everyone present. Li Jingjing's face revealed a look of contempt. She sneered and mocked. So Teacher Jan is this kind of standard. Haha, she's really brilliant. This is the most brilliant piano piece I have ever heard. The surrounding people were also whispering to each other. For a moment they wondered if Jian Yun did not know how to play the piano. If she did not know how to play the piano, then how could she enter Tianlei? Could it be like what Li Jingjing said? She really went through the back door? So she came to Tianlei only because she was too bored as a rich lady and came out to Gufmox. Some people already had looks of disdain on their faces. Even, was it the wrong person? And only Zhang Qin looked like she was watching a good show. Li Jingjing specially looked at Fang Jianran with a proud look. She thought that Fang Jianran should clearly see that this woman who entered Tianlei with connections was just an embroidered pillow and nothing more. But what she saw on Fang Jianran's face was an unfathomable expression. Moreover, his eyes seemed to be smiling. Li Jingjing's anger grew even more. She gritted her teeth and said, Teacher Jian, I forgot to say it just now. Since we are betting, we should have a bet. Jian Yun glanced at him. Her subordinates kept playing random songs and asked lightly, What? Li Jingjing said coldly, Those who lose will resign and leave Tianlei. Yi Jinghui immediately refuted, Li Jingjing, your bet is too big and unfair. The surrounding people also agreed, it is just a spar between colleagues. There is no need to use resignation as a bet, right? Unfair? Is there absolute fairness in this world? How many music college graduates can't find a job even if they are all squeezed out of their heads, but she managed to enter Tianlei by relying on her connections? Why don't you guys say that it's unfair? The more Li Jingjing spoke, the angrier she became. She was deliberately looking for trouble today. Her goal was to force Jian Yun away. The people around looked at each other and were all speechless, because they felt that Li Jingjing was telling the truth. Every one of them had passed multiple interviews before entering Tianlei. Naturally, they deeply understood how difficult it was to find a job, so they really did not like this kind of empty space like Jian Yun. Okay, I don't care. It's not certain who leaves and who stays. Jian Yun shrugged her shoulders. She felt that Li Jingjing, this girl, was too vicious. It was likely that she had never suffered any setbacks. It was time to let her remember. Chapter 446, Stunning. Haha, since Teacher Jian is so confident, let's begin. A ruthless light flashed across Li Jingjing's eyes as she proudly raised her head and said. Zhang Qin suddenly interrupted. How about this? Quitting is too serious. Why don't the loser move out of his office? What do you guys think? Jian Yun shrugged her shoulders. There was nothing she could not do. No, the bet is the loser's resignation. Li Jingjing rejected her and turned to look at Zhang Qin. She squinted her eyes and sneered, Sister Zhang, don't tell me you're rushing to curry favor with Teacher Jian because you saw that female married a rich person? Zhang Qin's brows were stained with anger, but she held it in. She said coldly, Li Jingjing, don't be ungrateful. When the time comes, don't come to me and cry when you regret it. Li Jingjing laughed contemptuously and looked at Zhang Qin with undisguised contempt. Sister Zhang, this means that you think that I will definitely lose? Zhang Qin's expression was solemn. Let's wait and see, Li Jingjing said arrogantly. Yes, let's wait and see. Haha, even if I lose today, I will not stay here and not leave. I hope Teacher Jan can keep her promise. The surrounding people once again whispered to each other. They did not understand Jian Yun but knew that Zhang Qin was an old man in Tianlei. Furthermore, Zhang Qin had always been steady and fair. She was also a good person. Did she say that because she knew some inside story? I also bet that Teacher Li will lose. Fan Jianran, who had been silent all this time, also opened his mouth. He knocked on the table with his beautiful fingers. His pretty eyes were filled with a faint smile. Mr. Fang, you. Li Jingjing was originally full of pride. She felt that she would definitely win today. When she suddenly heard Fan Jianran say so, she became really anxious. Li Jingjing had actually always liked Fan Jianran. She had fallen in love with him ever since she first entered Tianlei. But at that time, Fan Jianran was overseas and did not come back many times a year. Every time he came back, he would only tutor the geniuses of Tianlei. Li Jingjing could not come into contact with him at all. It was not easy for Li Jingjing to nurture a genius, and she also gained Fang Jianran's favor. After he returned to the country a few times, he had specially met that student and tutor. Li Jingjing finally had a chance to get along with him. She was extremely happy. She dressed up meticulously and found all kinds of opportunities to show her face in front of Fan Jianran. It was to let Fan Jianran remember her. When she felt that the time was right, she would confess. What Li Jingjing did not expect was that Fan Jianran actually rejected her directly. He rejected her several times in a row. However, Li Jingjing was not discouraged. Fan Jianran had a good family background, a good temperament, and was young and handsome. He enjoyed a great reputation internationally and was the best husband candidate in many women's dreams. In Tianlei alone, there were countless female teachers who stared at him. Moreover, Fan Jianran had finally returned from overseas this year and had been teaching in Tianlei for a long time. This made Li Jingjing overjoyed, especially when she was assigned to an office with Fang Jianran. Li Jingjing felt that the opportunity had finally taken care of her. But at this time, Jian Yun had appeared, and Fang Jianran's attitude towards Jian Yun was so different. Today, she would provoke Jian Yun face to face and deliberately find trouble. It was also because she heard Li Chenping and Wang Yuan talk about what happened yesterday. As a woman's intuition, it made her feel that there was something between Fang Jianran and Jian Yun that was hidden from everyone. That was why she was so anxious to chase Jian Yun away. But Li Jingjing did not expect that even Fang Jian thought that she would lose. This made her angry, and her heart became even more jealous of Jian Yun. She fiercely glared at Jian Yun and wished that she could immediately chase her away. Jian Yun also did not expect Fang Jianran to say this. She subconsciously turned her head to look at him, and coincidentally saw Fang Jianran looking at her. The moment their eyes met, Jian Yun saw the light in Fang Jianran's eyes. "Let's begin." Fang Jianran saw Jian Yun quickly turn her head back, and the light in his eyes dimmed. He then said in a low voice. At this moment, the office suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at Jian Yun's hands. Those hands were long and beautiful like white jade. The tips of her fingers were like green onions, and her nails were soft and smooth. She did not make exaggerated cosmetics. She did not even put on nail polish. It was clean and refreshing. She looked especially clean. At that time, without any hesitation, Jian Yun also began to play the piano. It was still the wild bee dance that Li Jingjing played earlier. Everyone saw Jian Yun's hands move at an incredible speed and swiftly swept across the keys like a storm. A string of beautiful musical notes floated out in an instant. Everyone was stunned because they did not expect Jian Yun to have such fast hand speed. There should be 16 musical notes in a second, right? Someone could not help but sigh. Yeah, Mr. Fang can only play like this. I didn't expect her to. This song wasn't long, it was mainly fast. After the song was finished, it only took a while. During this short period of time, everyone's faces were filled with shock. There were people who kept exclaiming. It was just that Li Jingjing's face was now alternating between green and white. Finally, following Jian Yun's last note, it became as white as paper. Her hands were tightly clenched and her nails dug into her flesh, but she could not feel it. Her entire body was trembling. Good. Yu Zhengui took the lead and called out, "Teacher Jian is great." Immediately after, everyone present applauded. They were all professionals in music. Whether it was good or not, they could tell at a glance that Jian Yun's superb skills could not even be achieved by the teachers of the music academy who had studied for decades. The only person present who could compare with her was her. Perhaps only Fang Jianran could be compared to her. But who was Fang Jianran? He was the most talented pianist in the past 10 years in the Green Lake Music Academy. He was comparable to some international pianists. Jian Yun's skill level was so high. It really shocked everyone. As Jian Yun finished playing, everyone's eyes fell on Li Jingjing. She was the one who made the bet. Jiang Qin was ridiculed by her. Now everyone wanted to see how she was going to get off the stage. It was still her backbone that went to find Principal Monica to resign. Li Jingjing was already trembling in fear. Seeing everyone look at her now, the only bit of blood left on her face faded away. Even her lips became pale and purple, and her eyes were filled with fear. She clutched her chest and took a few steps back until she was pressed against the table, but she could not say a word. "Teacher Li, you are willing to bet and admit defeat." Yu Zhengui reminded her on purpose. Yu Zhengui was often looked down upon by Li Jingjing. When Li Jingjing first entered Tianle, he had expressed his good impression of Li Jingjing, but Li Jingjing disliked his family background. There was a widowed mother in the family. It was fine if she did not want to be with him, but she even said that he was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. She said that she would only consider his condition if his mother died. This matter also made Yu Zhenggui's good impression of Li Jingjing disappear. The two of them were almost incompatible, so he could not wait to see Li Jingjing make a fool of herself. Chapter 447, All That a Woman Pursues. Li Jingjing looked at everyone's eyes and her tears fell. How could she be willing to resign? The salary of Tianle was high and decent. It was not tiring to do what she liked. This job made her look up to others outside. Everyone in the family was proud of her teaching in Tianle. If she quit this job, she would definitely be beaten to death by her father. No, she could not leave. Li Jingjing looked around and suddenly pulled Zhang Qin's hand by the side and begged, "Sister Zhang, I know I was wrong. Help me. I don't want to resign." Zhang Qin pulled her hand out and smiled politely. "If what I said doesn't work, how can I help Teacher Li? Otherwise, I would have to. Someone said I was in a hurry to suck up to you. I can't afford it." Under everyone's gaze, Li Jingjing's expression became even uglier. At this time, Yu Zhengui added fuel to the fire. He snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "That's right. Who was the one who swore that he wouldn't stay here and not leave? Teacher Li?" Li Jingjing lowered her head and did not speak, but her shoulders kept shaking. It meant that she was sobbing. She knew that now was not the time to be brave. If she really resigned, and it was because of this reason, she would not be able to enter Tianle again. What should she do? Li Jingjing tried her best not to listen to the people around her. She kept thinking about Fang Jianran. He had always been a gentleman. He was so gentle. If she went to beg him, he would not be so cruel. Mr. Fine, I know I was wrong. Please help me. Li Jingjing walked towards Fang Jianran and stood beside him, begging in a low voice. Fang Jianran had been sitting all this time and did not even raise his head. When he heard Li Jingjing's pleading, he just smiled faintly. I have no right to speak. What you should be begging for is not me. Li Jingjing was stunned. She followed Fang Jianran's gaze and saw that he was looking at Jian Yun. She immediately understood that Fang Jianran wanted her to beg Jian Yun. No, impossible. She would not beg Jian Yun. Her pride would not allow her to do this. Li Jingjing quickly withdrew her gaze from Jian Yun. She admitted that she was jealous of Jian Yun. She was jealous that Jian Yun was prettier than her and had a better life than her. She could marry such a rich and handsome man. That was why she would not beg Jian Yun. The atmosphere suddenly became silent and awkward. Jian Yun ignored it and continued to sit by the piano. She stroked the keys one by one and was very focused. Fan Jinran's gaze was always on Jian Yun. The crowd was also attracted by Jian Yun, and no one paid attention to Li Jingjing for a while, because the woman in front of the piano was too beautiful. She was wearing white and black dress. Her 10 fingers were long and slender. Her face was perfect, and her long and thick eyelashes were lowered. Her nose was sharp and her lips were sharp. She was so beautiful that she looked like an elf. She was born for the piano. The scene of Jian Yun playing the piano appeared in everyone's mind again. It was undeniable that Li Jingjing's piano performance skills were already outstanding, but when compared to Jian Yun, she seemed to be impetuous. No matter how skilled she was, if she did not have the love from the heart, in this aspect, Jian Yun and Fang Jianran were very similar. Listening to their music made people feel overwhelmed with emotions. Li Jingjing saw that no one cared about her and she really did not want to lose this job. So after an intense mental struggle, she still walked step by step towards Jian Yun. Standing 1 meter behind Jian Yun, she stopped and said in a stiff tone, Teacher Jian, I'm sorry, please don't mind. When Jian Yun heard that, her eyelids lifted. She turned her head and looked at Li Jingjing, who clearly had a face full of unwillingness, but forcefully suppressed herself. She nodded. Okay, I accept the apology. Li Jingjing's heart was delighted and her eyes immediately lit up. Then, Teacher Jian will not force me to resign? Jian Yun sneered in her heart. This Li Jingjing was really scheming. She was clearly the one who was the first to be overbearing, but now she's pretending to be pitiful after losing. Was it her who forced her? Teacher Li said these words. That's not right. I did not force you anything. You brought up this bet yourself. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak nonsense. If word gets out, others will think that I am so arrogant and despotic that I won't forgive you. Jian Yun extended her index finger and shook it. She smiled faintly. Teacher Li, you said that? Li Jingjing's expression suddenly changed again. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head again to apologize. Yes, I was wrong. I was the one who suggested this bet, but I hope Teacher Jian will not argue with me on the account that I am young and insensible. Jian Yun narrowed her eyes. Being young is not an excuse. I only ask you one thing. If I lose today, I beg you not to bicker. What will you do? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing's face turned a bit paler and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The atmosphere in the office became more and more stagnant. Actually, everyone was well aware that they had worked together with Li Jingjing for a long time and more or less understood this woman's character. She was usually as proud as a peacock and thought that she was beautiful, noble, and had a temperament that no one would take a liking to. However, based on what she said about Yu Zhenghui, it could be seen how bad her character was. If you refuse, then just refuse. Why did you curse her mother? Thus, everyone knew that if the person who won today was Li Jingjing, then she would definitely be very arrogant at this moment, and would definitely not accept Jian Yun's apology. No matter what, she would make her resign and leave. Li Jingjing did not say anything, because she did not know what to say. Fang Jianran had been fiddling with the pen the entire time. His eyes that were not smiling would occasionally circle around Jian Yun's body. Zhang Qin, on the other hand, was lowering her head to tidy up the table, taking out all the textbooks and curriculum plates and whatnot. Yu Dui looked like he was watching a good show. The corner of his mouth had a cold smile. Li Jingjing's face turned pale. Her body was on the verge of collapse, as if she was about to faint. She had always been arrogant. She had never been so miserable and helpless in her elegant clothes. At this moment, she already hated Jian Yun to the core. In her opinion, it was Jian Yun's arrival that destroyed her. In silence, the crowd outside the door suddenly separated. A wave of fragrance assaulted her and the sound of high heels sounded. Jian Yun turned her head to look but saw the principal Monica walk in. Monica. Jian Yun immediately stood up and greeted Monica. Monica walked straight to Jian Yun. A smile appeared on her delicate and pretty face. Jane, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your piano is still so good. Jian Yun smiled, but in her heart she was guessing if Monica came in at this time to change the situation. Back then, I said that it was a pity that you did not go to the music academy. Otherwise, there would be another famous international piano master in our country. Furthermore, he is such a beautiful pianist. When Monica said this, she felt regretful. Jianyun came to Tianlei as a freshman to work part-time. Monica did not agree at that time. Because Jianyun was not a professional student in the music academy, but after listening to Jianyun play a song, she changed her mind. Not only did she recruit Jianyun into Tianlei, she also let Fang Jianran, who was already a little famous in the country, guide Jianyun. Because Jianyun was really the most talented student she had ever seen. She was able to integrate her feelings into the sound of the guqin and move the listeners. It was very infectious. In this aspect, Jianyun was even better than Fang Jianran. Monica had persuaded Jianyun more than once to enroll in the music academy. She said that she had friends in the Green Lake Music Academy who could specialize in tutoring Jianyun, but Jianyun's ambitions were not there and she still refused. When the onlookers heard Monica say this, they suddenly understood. So Monica already knew Jianyun's ability, and it was also true. Monica, who had always been known for being strict and fair, how could she let an unspecialized person come to Tianlei for no reason? It must be because Monica knew Jianyun's ability. At this time, everyone looked at Li Jingjing with pity and sympathy, as well as slight contempt. They all sighed in their hearts. This time, Li Jingjing had kicked an iron wall. She originally thought that she had found a soft persimmon, but she did not expect that she would praise Monica so much. The sweat on Li Jingjing's forehead almost rolled down like water. Her entire body was trembling and embarrassed, making her want to find a hole to hide in. Jianyun only smiled faintly when she heard that. Monica, you flatter me. When she said this, Jianyun's eyes subconsciously swept over Fang Jianran. She saw that he was staring at her without blinking. A strange feeling involuntarily flashed across her heart, but she immediately suppressed that distant feeling and shifted her gaze away. Jianyun did not notice that Fang Jianran's eyes had dimmed at this moment. Li Jingjing saw that Monica was praising Jianyun. She was already on the verge of despair. Jianyun was right. If the one who won today was her, she would not let go of such a good opportunity so easily. No one could say it. If she lost, then she lost. If she was willing to bet, she had to admit defeat. But now that it was her turn, Li Jingjing did not think so. She could not lose this job, absolutely not. Principal Monica, I know I was wrong. Can I ask you to help me? Li Jingjing's mind went back and forth, but in the end she mustered up the courage to walk to Monica's side. Li Jingjing had always prided herself on being young and beautiful. She felt that she was unique in Tianlei, and no one could compare to her. But every time she stood beside Monica, it made her feel a sense of inferiority. Monica was not young and her appearance was only ordinary. But her entire body revealed a trace of elegance from inside out. She was smart and capable, and did not lose her elegance. She had her own career, and her family was happy. This was all women pursued. Chapter 448. There is a sky above the sky, and a man beyond it. Actually, Li Jingjing provoked Jianyun the moment she arrived, and did not like Jianyun no matter what. It was also because she also felt the same aura from Jianyun, especially Jianyun, who was even more relaxed than Monica. That was a kind of innate elegance. Even though she just came yesterday and everyone had only interacted with her for a short time, they had already received the praise of everyone. This made Li Jingjing feel a great sense of crisis. Moreover, Fang Jianran treated her so differently. Monica looked at Li Jingjing and said in a faint voice, Teacher Li, I already know what happened in the office just now. I think that after today, you should be able to understand that there is always someone stronger than you, right? Yes, I know. In the past, I was too narrow-minded. Li Jingjing bit her lips and endured the humiliation in her heart. She raised her head and tried hard to make her eyes sincere. She looked at Monica and tried to make the last struggle. Principal Monica, I just graduated 2 years ago. I really need this job. Please don't let me resign. What Jane said is very right. Youth is not an excuse. Being a person still depends on one's character. Think about what happened today. Monica shook her head. How could she not understand Li Jingjing's goal? But she did not want to encourage this kind of gambling atmosphere. So she said to Jianyun, Jane, I don't like this kind of bet. Tianlei is a school that focuses on ability. The reason why we can develop so much is because of the rules and rules. Everyone signed a contract and came in. So I hope you do not mind today's matter. Even if Teacher Li wants to leave, it cannot be because he lost the bet. All right, you decide. Jianyun nodded and then felt ashamed. Monica, I just came to cause trouble for you. I'm sorry. Monica patted Jianyun's shoulder and the corners of her red lips curled up into a smile as she said amiably, Jane, you are still so understanding and understanding. It is hard for people not to like you. Mrs. Bernard misses you very much. Jianyun wanted to ask Monica about the current situation of Bernard's family, but the current situation had not been resolved. So she could only suppress the problem. When the crowd saw Jianyun and Monica's close relationship, they had already calculated it in their hearts. Although they basically knew Jianyun and Huo Liancheng's relationship, Huo Liancheng was still too far away. To them, it was just a name that they might see or hear in the newspapers or on the news. However, Monica was closely related to their work and daily life, so they naturally cared more about Monica. When Li Jingjing heard Monica say so, she immediately saw hope. Principal Monica, you mean that I don't need to? Monica nodded and said lightly, yes, you don't need to resign. Li Jingjing's eyes lit up and immediately broke into a smile. She said repeatedly, thank you, thank Principal Monica. Monica shook her head again. The person you want to thank is not me, but Jane. She does not care about it with you. Li Jingjing looked at Jian Yun and her eyes that had just lit up immediately dimmed. Her eyelids drooped and she could not help but thank Jian Yun. Especially since there were so many colleagues present, Li Jingjing felt relieved but also felt strange. She still felt that everything was because of Jian Yun. If Jian Yun did not come, then today's matter would not have happened. There is no need to thank me. Jian Yun did not expect Li Jingjing to thank her. She could tell at a glance that this woman was petty and narrow-minded. Perhaps now that she knew that she did not need to resign, Li Jingjing was proud and at the same time hated herself. When Li Jingjing heard Jian Yun say so, she gritted her teeth. She knew that if she did not thank her today, these onlookers would immediately spread her domineering and ungrateful side to the whole world. How would she continue to be a person in the future like this? Thinking of this, Li Jingjing's heart trembled. She lowered her proud head and softly said, Teacher Jian, I apologize to you. Today is my fault. I hope you do not bicker with me. Jian Yun shot a glance at Li Jingjing. Although she knew in her heart that Li Jingjing's apology was just for others to see, since Li Jingjing did it, she had to be able to face it. So Jian Yun politely smiled. Teacher Li is too harsh. Monica saw that the matter was settled and clapped her hands. All right, go back to your own office and prepare for class. The surrounding people really saw a good show today. At this time when they heard Monica chase people away, they knew that she definitely had something to say and thus dispersed. Monica immediately looked at Li Jingjing. Teacher Li, come to my office after class. Li Jingjing lifted her head and quickly looked at Monica. Her heart also trembled, but she still nodded and replied, okay. Monica turned her head and looked around again. Her eyes fell on Fang Jianran, who had his head lowered the whole time. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she held it in. At this time Jian Yun opened her mouth. Monica, I have a request. Monica raised her eyebrows. Speak. Jian Yun took a deep breath and looked straight ahead. I want to change to another office. Monica almost asked Yu Zhengui at the same time. Why? Yu Zhengui added, if she wanted to leave, she should have left. You should not have moved away. Zhang Qin looked at Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing lowered her head, and her expression was ugly. Jian Yun knew that they would think that she wanted to change the office because of Li Jingjing, so she quickly explained, don't misunderstand. It has nothing to do with today's matter. Then who does it have to do with? Fang Jianran suddenly raised his head and asked. His voice was filled with anger, and there was a rarely seen haze between his handsome brows. Jian Yun's voice did not even tremble. She gave a random reason. I don't like that tree outside the window. Monica turned her head to look outside the window. The nearest tree was 7 or 8 meters away from the window. Moreover, this office was on the 3rd floor, and the tree was planted for less than 2 years. The crown of the tree could barely reach the height of the windowsill. Monica frowned as she thought about it. Her eyes faintly swept over Fang Jianran's handsome face full of anger. She did not think for long and nodded. All right, I will call the General Affairs Department and arrange a new office with a piano for you. Jian Yun instantly beamed with joy. Thank you. Monica also smiled. Okay, I still have things to take care of. I will go back to the office first. Jane, when I have time, I will treat you and Mr. Huo to a meal alone. Monica had always liked Jian Yun very much. Back then, when Jian Yun left Tianlei for some reason, she had felt sorry for her for a long time. These few years, she would also contact them intermittently during holidays, so this time when Jian Yun suddenly said that she was coming back to work, she was Merworth. Moreover, today was different from the past. The little girl who worked hard to earn money to treat her mother, Huo Liancheng's woman. Just this name alone made many people envious and jealous. Actually, Monica had her own selfish motives. She was an ambitious woman. She wanted to make Tianlei bigger, not only in the Green Lake but also in the entire country. Therefore, she wanted to make friends with Huo Liancheng through Jian Yun. Chapter 449. Are you afraid of me? The Huo family's industries were huge. They covered real estate, finance, departments to luxury goods manufacturing, hotels, and other industries. It was said that they were involved in the military industry in the United States. In general, it was a big business. A family that had been established for 100 years was naturally not something ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, Monica could not wait to get to know Huo Liancheng. Even if Jian Yun was a straw bag, she would still take the initiative to befriend her. Furthermore, Jian Yun's talent in piano was astonishing. Jian Yun thought of Huo Liancheng's fierce manner of asking her to resign last night, and her heart was on fire. But at this time, she definitely would not show it. She only nodded and said with a smile, okay. When Fang Jianran heard Huo Liancheng's name, his expression became even uglier. The storm seemed to have calmed down just like that. After Monica left, Jian Yun looked at the time. It was almost time for class, and she had already gotten the class schedule. Monica did not arrange many classes for her and was still teaching children. Jianyun had previously been Kei Luoi's home tutor and was very experienced in this kind of education, so she was very at ease. Furthermore, she came to Tianlei to work so that she could be busy and not have nothing to do every day. So she did it very happily. After the morning class ended, the General Affairs Department sent someone to help Jianyun tidy up the new office. When Jianyun came back to pack her things, she found Yu Zhenggui, Zhang Qin and Li Jingjing were in the office. Only Fang Jianran was not there. When Yu Zhenggui saw Jianyun come in, he could not help but sigh. "Teacher Jian, why are you so heartless? We only saw beautiful women for half a day and you already moved away. We will miss you." "If you miss me, then go and see me." Jianyun grinned and smiled. She did not have many things, and just a simple bag was enough. Zhang Qin also smiled. "Then I might as well move over with you. Don't you know Teacher Jian welcomes you?" Jianyun did not care about this. She just simply did not want to be so close to Fang Jianran, so she shrugged. "Sure. There are 2 more tables in the office over there. If Sister Zhang does not mind, then let's go together." Zhang Qin only asked tentatively. She had already thought it through. If Jianyun hesitated, she would immediately say that she was joking. Zhang Qin did not expect Jianyun to agree so easily. She was instantly surprised and happy. Of course she would be surprised. Everyone liked to be with beautiful and gentle people, especially this beautiful and gentle woman who had such a big background. Being on good terms with her was better than seeing Li Jingjing's cold face. "What about me? What about me? Teacher Jian, can I move over together?" Yu Zhenggui was anxious. He quickly pointed at himself and asked Jianyun. His thoughts were the same as Zhang Qin's. Moreover, Jianyun was so beautiful. It was a kind of enjoyment to just look at her. "Sure, if you don't mind, go over." Jianyun noticed Li Jingjing sitting there with her head down the whole time. She did not seem to be listening to them, but her hand holding the pen was tightly clenched, and the veins on the back of her hand were visible. It could be seen that she was definitely in a bad mood at this moment. However, Jianyun did not care what Li Jingjing's mood was like. Just because Li Jingjing was so aggressive just now and wholeheartedly wanted to force her away, Jianyun had long lost her good impression of her. She let Li Jingjing go, was just giving Monica face. Yu Zhenggui did not expect that he would also receive this kind of treatment. He was so excited that he immediately buried his head and tidied up the table. Li Jingjing saw that Yu Zhenggui and Zhang Qin had left. Thinking about it, she became happy again. In this way, there would only be her and Fang Jianran in this office. Such a good opportunity was simply what she wanted. So it seemed that she had gotten a blessing in disguise? Li Jingjing coldly watched Jianyun and the other 2 leave. Her bad mood for the entire morning also disappeared along with it. At this moment, her heart was about to jump out from excitement. Jianyun and the others naturally did not know what Li Jingjing was thinking. Even if they knew, they would probably scoff at her. Jianyun still had some understanding of Fang Jianran. If he did not change after so many years, then what he disliked the most was a cold and proud woman like Li Jingjing. The office that Monica arranged for Jianyun was on the other side of the corridor. The environment was indeed more quiet and elegant compared to the other side. It was just that there was not a single tree outside the window. Jianyun looked at the exceptionally bright sunlight and the corner of her mouth twitched. However, it was because she said she did not like trees. The office was quite big, and it was also equipped with a piano. The 3 of them tidied up their tables. It was also time for dinner. Zhang invited Jianyun to the employee canteen for dinner. Jianyun remembered that she had not seen Chen all morning, and she did not know if Chen had followed her when she called. So she took out her phone and sent a message. Chen replied very quickly. "I am in Tianlei. I am outside your office." Jianyun invited Chen to have dinner with her, but was rejected by Chen. "No, if I show up with you, young Master Huo will deduct my salary." Jianyun pouted. She knew that Chen had this rule as a security guard, so she did not force him. Instead, she sent an emoji and went out with Zhang Qin and Yu Zhenggui. Presumably, the news of Jianyun and Li Jingjing's piano fight in the morning had already spread throughout Tianlei. The moment Jianyun entered the staff canteen, she enjoyed the glory of everyone's attention. Many people came up to hit on her, but it made Jianyun feel very burdened. Fortunately, Yu Zhenggui and Zhang Qin were there to help her block these people's gazes. Jianyun saw Li Jingjing sitting alone in the corner, looking like a lone figure. There were people pointing at her from time to time. Halfway through the meal, Li Jingjing finally could not take it and walked out with a sullen face. "Serves you right." Yu Zhenggui snorted coldly from his nose. "But Teacher Jian, Li Jingjing is very petty. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark." Zhang Qin reminded him from the side. Jianyun smiled. "I know." After dinner, Jianyun went back to the office, but as soon as she opened the door, she realized something was wrong. In the office. There was someone in the office. Jianyun saw Fang Jianran sitting calmly by the piano. She immediately frowned. "Why are you here?" Fang Jianran turned back to look at Jianyun. His fingers hit the keys. "I also hate the trees outside the office, so I moved over." Jianyun was angry and even forced herself to suppress it. "This place is too small to accommodate a great god like you. It's better to ask Great God Fang to move back. It doesn't matter. Fang Jinran pretended not to understand Jinyun's words. He stood up and stretched his body. He smiled and said, I don't mind. Jin glared at him and almost gnashed her teeth. But I do. Fang Jinran turned to look at Jianyun. His eyes were deep. Teacher Jan, are you afraid of something? Jianyun immediately felt her hair stand on end. What is there to be afraid of? Fang Jinran shrugged. That's fine. What did I lose by moving here? No, so what do you mind? Chapter 450. Drive the duck to the top shelf. Jianyun was speechless by Fang Jinran's words. At this time, it was not good to tell Monica to change the office. It was impossible for her to move back. She did not want to face Li Jingjing alone. Hey, Mr. Fan, you came too? Haha, looks like everyone can't stand Li Jingjing, that woman. Yu Jingwei took a step forward. When he poked his head out and saw Fang Jianran, he couldn't help but laugh. With people around, Jianyun could not say anything else. She went in angrily and put her bag on her desk. Only then did she realize that Fang Jianran's desk was almost next to hers. That's great. It can be done. In an office, we're proud too. Jian Qin was not surprised to see Fang Jianran when she came in. Fang Jianran had even moved the table over. Jianyun could not chase him away, so she could only do this. It was just that she felt a little strange in her heart. After class in the afternoon, Jianyun received a call from Monica. She wanted her to go to the principal's office. Jianyun packed her things and went straight over, but found Fang Jianran and Li Jingjing were both there. Jianyun could not help being a little surprised. She thought that it was because of what happened in the morning and felt a little irritated. At this time she heard Monica say, Jane, 3 days later, there will be a banquet at Pine Tree Auditorium on Friday night. Our school has a piano performance and we play 4 hands together. Are you interested? 4 hands play together? Do you want to give me a ticket to see it? Jianyun looked at Fang Jianran and then glanced at Li Jingjing out of the corner of her eye. For a moment, she did not understand the meaning of Monica's words. She thought Monica wanted to invite her to watch the performance and also to watch the high-difficulty performance of the 4-handed joint play between Fang Jianran and Li Jingjing. But why was Li Jingjing's face so ugly? Sometimes it was pale white and then it turned into the color of pig liver. She seemed very unhappy. Monica covered her mouth and smiled. Jane, I haven't seen you for a few years. Why are you still so cute? Sword Dai, it's better for you to say fine. Jianran sat on the sofa with his slender fingers crossed. He rolled his eyes at Jianyun first. Only then did he say, Monica's meaning is that you and I should perform a 4-handed combo. Jianyun's mind quickly turned. Her eyes swept across Li Jingjing's face and her heart immediately became clear. It turned out that Monica called the 3 of them here for this purpose. But Jianyun rejected it without thinking. No, I haven't played the piano for a long time and I am a lot rusty. Furthermore, 3 days is too short and we have not cooperated. It is too rushed. Monica seemed to have not expected Jianyun to reject and was very surprised. Jane, you must think carefully. Being able to perform on the same stage as Sword Dai is the wish of many people who learn piano. You refuse just like that and will not regret it? Jianyun firmly shook her head. No regret. The corner of Fang Jianran's mouth had already sunk. He did not say anything but narrowed his eyes and stared at Jianyun with a sharp gaze. On the other hand, when Li Jingjing heard Jianyun's rejection, she suddenly raised her head and her eyes also lit up. Doesn't that mean she still has a chance to perform with Fang Jianran? She had trained hard for this day for a long time and did not want to waste all her efforts. Moreover, those who attended the banquet that night were all great figures and were famous figures in the political and business world. Being able to perform after the banquet was a great honor and might even be able to rise into the upper point, especially with Fang Jianran by his side. His fame was so great that it would bring her some benefits. Li Jingjing thought about it. Just now, because she heard Monica say that her emotions were unstable recently and that today's matter did not affect her well, she wanted her to withdraw from the performance. She was really disappointed and hateful. But now she had rekindled hope. If Jianyun insisted on rejecting, Li Jingjing decided that she would not bother with Jianyun about making her embarrassed this morning and also not about Fang Jianran moving away. Monica did not expect Jianyun to be so determined. She looked at Fang Jianran. Jianran, what do you think? Fang Jianran retracted his gaze and said lightly, If I cannot find a suitable partner, I would rather not embarrass myself. When these words came out, Li Jingjing's expression immediately changed and became incomparably ugly. Her tears were rolling in her eyes. She knew that Fang Jianran was talking about her. Although she was already one of the top pianists in Tianle, compared to Fang Jianran, she was still too far off. She and Fang Jianran had practiced several times for this performance, but until now they still did not have a tacit understanding. However, the 4 hands play required a tacit understanding. Monica looked at Li Jingjing and could not help but sigh. Teacher Li, you don't need to mind what Sword Dai said. He has no ill intentions. You should go back first. Principal Monica, then can I still participate in the performance? Li Jingjing knew that Fang Jianran must have had a grudge against her because of what happened in the morning. She really wanted to explain to him, But now even the opportunity to stay in an office had been taken away. Li Jingjing could not help but hate Jian Yun even more in her heart. In her opinion, if Jian Yun did not come, how would she be angry about this? You go back first and wait for the notice. Monica's tone was very businesslike. Li Jingjing gritted her teeth. She knew that saying too much about this matter was wrong. She could only nod and turn around to leave. But before she went out, her eyes swept past Jin Yun and contained too many complicated emotions. Jin Yun had been pretending to not exist by the side. She did not want to have any more contact with Fang Jinran from the bottom of her heart. But things did not go according to her wishes. After Monica let Li Jingjing leave, she began to advise Jian Yun. Jane, this banquet is held in Qinghu City. There are people from the imperial capital, and the mayor personally greeted them. He wants us to give a show and let the people from the imperial capital open their eyes. I have already agreed to it. I cannot go back on my word. This will not be good for the development of Tianlei. I still want to set up a branch. If the city does not approve, it will be Guisun. When Jian Yun heard this, the corner of her mouth began to twitch. Monica already said so. If she does not agree, it will be a bit unreasonable. But Jian Yun was still in a difficult position. I really have not practiced systematically for a long time. 4 hands joining hands to play requires a tacit understanding. This time is really too short. Mr. Fine and I have not cooperated before. I am Mizunam. Who said we did not cooperate? Fang Jianran suddenly interrupted Jian Yun. He fixed his gaze on Jian Yun. His eyes were very focused. However, there seemed to be a layer of gloominess in his eyes, and his expression was very serious. He almost gnashed his teeth and asked word by word. Jian Yun was speechless. Monica saw that the situation was not right and quickly came out to change the situation. Jane, you said you can't without trying. This is not your personality. How about you and sword dye practice first? Jian Yun bit her lips and did not say anything. Monica looked at Fang Jianran. Seeing his deadpan expression and cold body, she could not help sighing in her heart. She got up and walked to Jian Yun's side and said in a deep voice, Jane, can you just treat it as helping me? Jian Yun raised her long eyelashes and met Monica's eyes. Both of their eyes met, and Monica's eyes revealed a pleading look. Jian Yun only nodded after a while. All right then, I will try.